Welcome to Chandler, Arizona. We are here at Firebird Motorsports Park for round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver, and it is Championship Sunday. That is right. The CORR Series is going to be crowning champions all day long in divisions ranging from ProLite to 170 side-by-sides. We've got a lot of championships up for grabs in multiple classes. Some champions already determined, but lots of side quests going on, so to speak. We've also got a big race at the end of the day. We're going to be inviting a lot of the dads out that are spotters, maybe mechanics in the pits, to drive their kids' cars here to wrap things up at the end of the day. So it's something definitely to look forward to. We also have a big bounty being put on Johnny Holcher's head. Anybody in the ProLite race today that can take home the victory away from Johnny Holcher, who has been phenomenal this season, is going to walk away with an extra $3,000. That's right. We have all kinds of stuff going on here today with the CORR Series, and we are crowning champions this year, and this is going to be an absolute amazing Sunday. Out here at Firebird Motorsports Park, the weather is absolutely beautiful. We've got a slight breeze. We've got some cloud cover, and it should make for some phenomenal racing action. And if yesterday was any indication of what's to come today on Championship Sunday, the racing is going to be absolutely electric. That being said, we are kicking things off this morning with our youth-filled morning like we do each and every weekend here in the CORR Series. We're going to kick things off with a handful of races with some of the drivers that are up and coming that we're going to see over the next 5-6 years emerge as some of the top talents in off-road racing. I love the mornings out here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series because we get a glimpse into the future, a gateway into what's to come in the world of off-road, and it's absolutely amazing. As we get a look here at the beautiful Firebird Motorsports Park, we've got our pits just starting to wake up this morning. It is a little bit early for some of these drivers that might not be racing until this afternoon, but we have everybody piled in because this is Championship Sunday. They've been working hard over 9 rounds of racing, and all culminates today, round number 10, and they are going to be wearing the crown until we kick things off again this fall. That being said, I want to bring in the second partner of our team. She will be calling the racing action this morning alongside of me, but right now she's down at the podium with our opening ceremonies, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, Jim Beaver. Yes, it feels great to be here. We made it all the way to round 10, the season finale. And just like you were talking about, the weather is perfect. A little bit of different conditions than we've seen for round 9 today. Seems like it's going to be a little bit windier. With that being said, track conditions are definitely going to change. I know some of the drivers love this type of weather. They do enjoy the wind being here because it dries the track out just a little bit, makes them be able to go into the corners and exit the corners a little bit. And round 9 in the youth side-by-sides, and then we saw him jump up to the Pro NA class. There he was able to take a third-place podium, so we're going to see what happens for him in round 10, and it's exciting because just like you said, the future of the sport, we're going to see these young drivers for the next 5 to 10 years. But if you are here at Firebird Motorsports Park, please stand for the rising of our national anthem. thank you to all our great race fans for joining us here at the finale on Sunday. And like Jim said, I'll be here all day long down on the podium giving you the interviews and the driver responses for all 3 drivers. But right after that, we are going to crown our champions for each of the respective classes, so you don't want to miss that. But to get this day started, I'm going to head back up and give it to Jim Beaver to start our racing.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go racing momentarily. A little less than 10 minutes out before we kick off this championship Sunday. But before we get to that, we are culminating with a bunch of champions, our 4th season of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And one of the guys behind the scenes that has helped make all of this come to fruition here with CORR through 4 seasons of racing is one of the founders, Glenn Banta. And earlier on this weekend, I was able to catch up with him. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park that is home to the finale of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series for 2025 and 2026. Right next to me, I've got Glenn Banta, one of the owners of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Glenn, let's talk a little bit about this series, but, more importantly, how did you get involved with owning a series? I know you've got a background of racing off-road trucks. What led you down this, the path of series ownership?
Yeah, so I've always been passionate about racing since I was a young person, a very young person, fascinated with cars, loved racing, and it got to a point where I was racing myself. I always helped other people. My kids raced, my friends raced, and I always helped them. And then I had an opportunity to come race myself, and I've just always loved racing and driving in general. And then, there were some things that happened with, COVID and things of that nature, and racing had some challenges. And I didn't want to see this way of life, go by the wayside. And I really wanted to keep racing alive in the Southwest. And so there were some things that were going on, but I just felt like there was a need, and I wanted to have that continue. I grew up with it. My kids grew up with it. My grandkids are growing up with it. And so I just want to keep that same type of lifestyle and the way we do things, keep that going and alive. And so that was really my passion to start the series and to keep it going and keep trying to build it and provide great customer service to all the racers, and give them a place to call, home.
Well, and it's got to be a little bit gratifying. We're into the 4th season of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. To see all the drivers. Obviously now we've got the amazing TV package of Racer Network. To see kind of you and your wife's baby come to fruition, that's got to feel really gratifying.
Oh yeah, it's really amazing. To think where we started, I think we had 12 people on staff and 2 easy ups and a trailer. And to think now that we're like almost 60 people on staff, the Racer Network package, and all the talent, you guys have helped make this something more real than it ever could be for us. And so, yeah, I tell people all the time, I pinch myself, like just the fact that we're here and it's this big and it's this popular and everyone loves what we're doing. Yeah, I can't believe it's going this well. I'm super excited.
All right, so wrapping up here, obviously we're at the end, this is the season finale. What can people expect this weekend and in the future from CORR?
Yeah, so this weekend, obviously, a lot of battles come into play, and so we're excited to see how those turn out. And then we're headstrong into 2027, 26-27 season, and looking to potentially expand the series. We really would like to see CORR be the Southwest home for short course racing, and Southwest is more than just Arizona. So we're looking and find ways to make the series bigger and multi-state, and really take this to the next level.
All right, well, I appreciate everything, Glenn, and thanks for taking the time.
Absolutely, thanks.
It was really special being able to catch up with Glenn and, him and his wife, Jen. They do an amazing job here with the series. A lot of stuff behind the scenes, in the shadows. I don't think they always get the credit they deserve, Tiffany.
No, definitely not. So I was just telling Glenn earlier this morning that it feels great to kind of have a home, so to speak. I started in short course racing 10 plus years ago. Kind of when I met you. So it's really cool to see this come back. Everybody's a family here. It's a place where all the drivers can come race, and then when they're done, they go all play RC cars like we were talking about yesterday. Yeah, the young kids, it's funny. It definitely has become a family here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. That's what you love about motorsport. But, I will say we're getting ready to go racing, and the family atmosphere, at least on the track, they draw the line when they come across that green flag, and there's about 10 laps there where family goes out the window, and these young kids, we're starting
starting things out with the 170 production class, and this one has been a heater all season long. There is one young kid that a man of few words, Grayson Gentry, but he has just been on a burner this year, Tiffany.
Absolutely correct. And every time I get to talk to him, the only thing that he ever really tells me about is I say, "How was the racing?" He says, "Good." But you don't have to say those many words at all, because he's showing everything that he has out on that track. He knows exactly what lines to pick. He knows exactly where he should be and how calculated. And it's kind of not weird to say, but it's really unusual to see somebody that is so young be so calculated in the specific moves that he makes when he wants to pass, if he's ever not in first, which is a rare occasion. But he's very calculated, methodical, and what we know about the older drivers like the CJ Greaves, the Owen Van Epperens, that they were those methodical kids when they were first starting out as well.
Yeah, they were definitely methodical, and it's interesting to watch them. I mean, a lot of young kids, especially in this, 170 production class, because this is really the gateway. This is the first time these kids are ever behind the wheel in race conditions is in this class. To watch a young kid like Grayson Gentry drive in this class, he just doesn't make mistakes. And generally, if you watch throughout the field, even the best drivers in the class tend to make some mistakes because they're still learning. And a lot of times this is their first, maybe second season ever in a race car, and mistakes are made. But Grayson Gentry this year has really kept the mistakes to a minimum, and he's driving like a young veteran driver. And that's why he's currently on top of the points. But I know we've got kind of a look at the points picture. And, Grayson, as good as he has been, it isn't locked up quite yet.
No, definitely not, because when we're looking at it, the second person right behind him, Creighton O'Connor, like you were mentioning, is only 12 points behind. So a lot of points need to be made up today, too.
As we get a look here at our track at Firebird Motorsports Park, here for round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, our home track here for the CORR Series. So we're going to get a look at the track, come down that front stretch, you go into this big turn number 1, multiple passing lines, big banking. The drone doesn't even give it justice how big that banking is. Come up, you got a couple of big jumps. You're going to hit these full speed. The second one, very important, especially for the fastest classes, because you can send it into this corner. This is an uphill corner with big banking. You can carry a lot of speed into this one. Big passing opportunities, lots of opportunities for an inside-outside. Then you're going to hit the biggest jump on the track, our big flyaway jump, a ski jump, sends you all the way down into turn number 3, and this one is very, very tight. It gets rutted. We'll see cars up on the bike. Very technical corner here in turn number 3. That's going to send us into our big step up. This is a triple for the pro classes, double for the slower classes. It is a step up. Big classes are going to be landing about where our drone does right there. It's going to send you into another very tight corner. You're going to be on the brake early, trying to get the thing rotated and turned. You're going to come down short stretch with a small jump down into another very, very tight corner. Another technical corner on this interior section of the course, which is going to set you up for this last corner. This one of the most crucial corners on the track, the final corner, because it spits you out down that front stretch. You make a mistake in that corner, it punishes you for the entire front straightaway. You hit that big tabletop, the Maxxis checkered flag flies, and that is a lap here at Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Look at that, Tiffany. I mean, beautiful course there. Got some moisture in it. I know you were talking about the wind, though, today, and wind could be a factor in keeping this thing with moisture in it.
Absolutely, but I know that there are a few drivers out there, specifically the ones where this is their home track. They said they like when it dries out just a little bit. It gives them that little extra speed so that when they enter and exit a corner, they know exactly what they have to do. Sometimes when it's a little bit moist out there, you kind of over-rotate or move the car with what you kind of want to do, which we do see some drivers who really know how to do it. We see it sometimes when known as like the Scandinavian flick that we have seen before, but the conditions are a little bit different. You have some drivers who love it. I know I talked to some of the Grecos. They like tracks that are a little bit more dried out. It gives them that kind of speed, and they're so used to that.
Well, and I know here for rounds number 7 and 8, we did have some windy conditions, and the drivers said with a dry track was the best track they'd had all season. Which brings us to our R&R Steel Racing 170 production points. Tiffany, take us through this.
So when we're looking at it right there, number 1, Grayson Gentry, 319. Right behind him, Creighton O'Connor, Minus 12, Rayleigh Lucas. 51 behind Gracelyn Schuster. 54, Knox Penrod. 69, Wyatt Dugarian. 70, and tied with him with that is Maverick Atterbury at 70, Bryce Tomasi 71, Daxton Kilgore 79, Ryan Jones 98. So you can see from 5 to 9, they're still pretty stacked up right there, which showcases how dominant this class is and how every little mistake can capitalize or can put you in a position where you're not making those points and moving forward.
Yeah, and I think the one to watch there is going to be Creighton O'Connor. He needs to get the lead early. He needs Grayson Gentry to finish farther back in the pack so he has an actual chance at taking home this championship. Brings us to our Liquid Moly Production 170 starting grid. Grayson Gentry, your points leader, 12-point lead. He is on the pole position. Bryce Tomasi in the second spot, his teammate. We've got Creighton O'Connor second in points, starting inside row number 2. Look for him to make a move early. He needs to get ahead of Grayson Gentry as soon as he can. Then it's Knox Penrod. Gracelyn Schuster sitting fourth in the points. Maverick Atterbury, Banks Bodden. Third in points, Rayleigh Lucas had a rough day yesterday. Look for this young lady to charge through the field as well. She could be a player for a podium. Row number 5, it is Johnny Savino and Daxton Kilgore. A couple of Parker boys from Western Arizona. I like it. Wyatt Dogarian and Xander Kessler, row number 6. Then we got Steele Hopkins and Paxton Lapino, row number 7.
Now, Jim, I know that we were talking about how important it is going to be for Creighton O'Connor to do the best that he can, but looking at some notes, you know, Creighton's best finish, a second-place finish, was round 7, so not that many rounds ago. We were already here back at Firebird Motorsports Park, and like you said, those conditions for the weather, for the track, were very similar to what we're seeing today for round 10 as well. So if he can get everything together...
Well, look at that. Well, that's an eventful... I mean, we didn't even go green flag racing. We got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 car pileup on the pace lap. I think I've seen it all here.
I was about to say if we have everything perfect, but we have not yet.
Wow. I hope that's not an indication of how the whole day is going to go. Look like I don't know what happened. We were talking, and all of a sudden you got 10 cars in a parking lot.
I'm wondering what's going on with Tomasi's car right there, because he was the one that was a little bit sideways, and I know throughout the last few rounds there's been some issues going on with that. Maybe it was something, or maybe the track...
Oh, look at that. Rayleigh Lucas, it looked like her left rear. Oh, poor girl. She's had a rough go, but that left rear looked wobbly. That is not the way you want to start things out. Now we got a replay of the pace lap. Never thought I'd say that. And look at that. Tomasi's just got spun around.
Seems like he was just a little bit higher, and maybe the track conditions a little wet, over-rotated, just like we were talking about.
Yeah, Tomasi just somehow spun. I don't quite know what happened there on the pace lap. Might be a little wet out there.
Well, down there we see Tim Jones right now getting everybody re-racked, ready to start this pace lap again.
I can honestly say in my 15 years of calling motorsport, I don't know that I've ever seen a 10-car pileup on a pace lap.
Same. Same.
We're speechless up here.
We're speechless, but this means racing is going to be great. The podium's going to be great. We're going to have some great answers down there to kind of see what happened. You know, I always chat with everybody, especially when we have full course yellows, you know, how does a driver reset themselves, get themselves back into the game? This is a different type of resetting yourself and getting yourself back to start the race.
Well, and you know, and that's actually a key point. That's a great point there, Tiffany. You know, these young drivers, aside from Grayson Gentry, who wasn't involved in it, it pretty much was every car aside from Grayson Gentry. You know, they're frustrated now. They got in a pile up there, and it's just, you know, they're going to be frustrated. They're going to go, what happened? I didn't do anything wrong. You know, I'm in this pile up. Now we got to go regroup. My mojo's gone. You know, the spotters are going to try and calm the kids down, but, you know, that's, you know, it's going to be tough. Looks like Rayleigh Lucas here going to get a tire. She was involved in that. Unfortunately, you know, not her fault, but she got a flat somehow in that mix-up, so I'm glad she's going to be out there. She's currently sitting third in points, and Gracelyn Schuster just a handful of points behind her, so we got a shoot out there for the third spot in the points championship as well. So great to see Rayleigh Lucas going to be back out here.
Absolutely, and I don't think I've ever taken notes on a pace lap as well for all of this, but you're absolutely correct, Jim. You know, as somebody that has never been behind a driver's seat, I've raced a few pit bike races here and there, but I know once you kind of go in, you sometimes have a whole starting kind of lineup thing that you kind of go through. Okay, I do this, let me check this, let me check my Hans, let me check my helmet, gloves are on, I'm buckled in, I'm ready to go. Now you've kind of got to restart that all over again, get situated, and then get your head back into the race to showcase, hey, okay, now I'm ready. So for yourself, Jim, do you have like a pre-race ritual that you have to do before that green flag drops?
Yeah, and that's a key point here. A lot of these kids do. I'm sure they've got their routine, and it's a pre-race routine. And, you know, with me, it starts in the morning before a race, building up until the time the green flag drops. And then, you know, all bets are off after the green flag drops. You've got what you want to do with the race, but generally that never works out to plan. These kids now just throwing a wrench in their programs. So now they're going to have to regroup, get their head back on straight. And like I said, I think the spotters, a lot of these spotters are parents of these young kids, really probably trying to calm the kids down and going, all right, let's take deep breaths, everything, no harm, no foul. We haven't started racing. We're going to, get everybody back where they belong, and we're going to do it again. It's just a little slight delay.
Slight delay, but this is really going to showcase the mentality of these young drivers and how great that they actually are, because they will have to put themselves in that pressure. They are going to be able to regroup, and I personally don't know if I would be able to do that, because you're so set up and ready to go, but it looks like they're going to be following the 019 pace car right now and getting things settled back together so we can start over.
Yep, everybody's ready to go. We're rolling, so we're going to see if we can get through the second pace lap uneventful. But it is running order. Will be Grayson Gentry, your points leader. In the first spot, Bryce Tomasi, his teammate, outside row number 1. Creighton O'Connor, second in points, 12 points back. Remember that 911 car, Creighton O'Connor, the one you want to watch. He's going to have to make a move early if he's going to have a shot at this points title at the end of the race. Knox Penrod outside of row number 2. Grayson Schuster, fourth in points, starting inside row number 3. Maverick Atterbury, Banks Bodden. Rayleigh Lucas, we saw that flat, somehow got tangled up in that mess. She is third in points, only a few points ahead of Graceland Schuster. You're going to see Rayleigh Lucas charge hard in the 8th spot. Then we got Johnny Savino, Daxton Kilgore, Wyatt Dulgarian, Xander Kessler, and then Steele Hopkins and Paxton Lapino. So we've got them regrouped. We're getting ready to go again. It will be our points leader, Grayson Gentry, taking us to the green flag and coming down that ski jump, couple corners remaining, and we're going to try and drop that green flag.
And I don't know why I'm nervous up here, Jim, just watching all this, because I know how much intensity is about to happen, and it's just going to be a great race.
Well, I'm nervous because when something like that happens, now you've got 10 angry drivers. And I don't want to get a young kid this age mad, really. So gloves are going to be off in 170 production. I can promise you that, because nobody's going to be happy, aside from Grayson Gentry, who's sitting on the pole and avoided the whole mess.
Well, and especially just what you're talking about with Rayleigh Lucas only being 3 points ahead of Graceland Schuster right now for that third place podium, or for that third overall in this class. Maybe that put a little bit of fire under her. She's a great driver. She knows how to hold her own. She's really familiar with this track. So maybe, me personally, that would give me that little edge, be like, okay, I'm ready to do this. Let's go into battle.
Yeah, and I will say Graceland Schuster, we got to talk about her, because she has really been coming on strong as of late, putting together, the second half of the season, a pretty good push. So definitely one, that's to watch, because that third spot is all but, it's all for grabs right now with Rayleigh Lucas and Graceland Schuster. So these young ladies going to have a battle here as the green flag drops. We're racing here, Championship Sunday in the 170 production class. Look at that, Creighton O'Connor looking to the bottom, nothing there. You've got Bryce Tomasi, Grayson Gentry, 1 and 2. Tomasi going to probably block a little bit for his teammate there, Grayson Gentry. Gentry's car's been really quick this year. He's hard to run down when he gets that lead. Looks like we are clean through turn number 2. Creighton O'Connor there, that is second in points, a 911 car. Look at that, nice apex line he ran. Going to carry a lot of momentum, going to try and run down Tomasi. Oh, look at that, Knox, the 414, trying to chase down Creighton O'Connor.
It looks like everybody's driving pretty clean right now, knowing which lines to take. And I like right here where Tomasi's trying to take a different line over Gentry. Little pushed out further than he probably expected to be, but it was really cool to see a different line taken so quickly and early in the race.
Yeah, Tomasi really kind of changing things up. You think teammates be running a similar line, but absolutely not. You know, he's already trying, and you got to love that because that means Tomasi's looking to make a pass for the lead. He doesn't care that they're teammates and his teammates in the championship hunt. He wants to win.
Absolutely. And once again, what we noticed yesterday, too, especially when you're in that second place spot, you're not only trying to go forward, figure out what you can do to pass that first one, but you're also trying to hold your line, block off on third as well.
And look at this, Rayleigh Lucas and Gracelyn Schuster, that battle for third in the points. These ladies are going to war already. Rayleigh Lucas to the bottom. Gets around Gracelyn Schuster. That could be a pass for third in the championship. Remember, only 3 points separating these young ladies, Gracelyn Schuster and Rayleigh Lucas. Whoa! And Rayleigh Lucas, up and over. Tough break for her. Almost goes back. Tough break, Rayleigh Lucas. Hooked a rut. She almost drove it out. She steered into it. It just wasn't enough. Car's going to get flipped back over, and she's going to be able to go back racing. But, man, that could have cost her the third place points championship finish right there. We got a replay. She comes here into this tight corner. Look at that, just hooks a rut. Tried to drive it out. Heck of a job trying to save it, but just wasn't enough. Puts it over. No damage to the car whatsoever. Just a very, very slight lay it on its side, but that could have cost her third in the championship right there, Tiffany.
I believe so. A little bit right there. That's a little heartbreaking, especially with the start that she had and then having this little issue right there. But I do want to say nice job by Gracelyn Schuster, being able to drive around, being able to notice what was going on and make it out clean as well.
Yeah, definitely veteran move from Gracelyn to just avoid what was going on there as we got the yellow flag out. We're going to get everything regrouped here, going to get a chance to restart. And for Creighton O'Connor, that is definitely a welcome sign. We don't have the competition caution in the 170 production class. This is slated for 8 laps. So Creighton O'Connor going to have another shot at Grayson Gentry. For him to even have a shot at a points championship, he has to get around Grayson Gentry.
And then you kind of wonder, and you're thinking what's going through Grayson's mind as well, knowing that you were able to get away from all of the stuff that happened at the beginning of the race. You had a little bit of a time on everybody. You had a little bit of a lead, and now you have to bunch back up to restart to do that once again. That goes into the mentality and the drive craft of all of these racers.
Yeah, it definitely does. And, you know, that's the thing about Grayson. Driving like a veteran this year, he's been able to handle a lot of pressure. He's been in this position time and time again in this series, able to, keep his head collected and, run away with things. And, he's going to have to do the work again. They're definitely going to make him earn this championship today as Grayson Gentry in the 208 now going to be taking us around and looking for that green flag again. So current running order, it is Grayson Gentry, Bryce Tomasi, Creighton O'Connor, Knox Penrod, Banks Bodden, Gracelyn Schuster. Now, as she sits on track, third in points, Maverick Atterbury, Daxton Kilgore, Wild Dogarian, Johnny Savino, Xander Kessler, Steele Hopkins, and Rayleigh Lucas all the way to the back as Gentry going to take us to the green flag once again. Going to have about 5 laps remaining. Look at that. Creighton O'Connor making a run. Going to try and get around Tomasi. Tomasi coming over to block. O'Connor keeps drifting to the left, trying to make something happen. We're going to see if he late breaks into this corner. Really carrying some momentum around the top. He's going to try and get a run up and over this ski jump. Don't know if it's going to work in his favor. You got to give him credit. O'Connor trying all kinds of different lines to try and get around these teammates.
Absolutely, and like what we've been seeing before, it looks like Tomasi is just heading out a little bit more, but setting himself up for this right here, for that turn, and it looks like Creighton O'Connor's trying to figure out which line he wants to take. Is he going to take that inside, or is Tomasi going to block him again? Yeah,
Creighton O'Connor looked like he looked to the inside, and then Tomasi darted down and blocked. So I think, judging by the lap times here, it looks like O'Connor was a little bit quicker the last lap by than both our leader and Tomasi. So we will have to see how this plays out. Fast car on course might be that driver in the third spot.
Absolutely, because what we're looking at, he's about 2 seconds faster than Tomasi on that last lap and 5 seconds a little faster than Gentry. But we keep talking about this. You can't follow the same exact line as the person in front of you. If you want to be able to make that pass, you're going to have to step out, pick out something a little bit different. But just like you were saying for round 9, Jim, you've got to set these up a little bit differently. You got to set a pass up a few corners, maybe even a full lap before, to know where you're really going to do it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely it. With these cars very evenly matched as far as speed goes, it's all about line choice and carrying that momentum through the corners. You can't just make a pass in one corner. It's a game of chess with this 170 production class. You really got to set it up corners and corners in advance to be able to carry the speed to be able to commit to a pass here. And Grayson Gentry has been so fast and so perfect this season. It's just really tough to chase him down. And to his credit, Bryce Tomasi doing a great job as a wingman in the second spot as his teammate continues to block O'Connor every time O'Connor gets a run on him.
Absolutely. And what I was talking to yesterday with Tomasi, he always shouts out, shout out to my teammate Grayson, shout out to him, good job, you know, and it's showcasing what the sportsman like is in this class, and I absolutely love it. And looking at Grayson Gentry, you know, he's won 4 out of the last 5 rounds. He's have a win percentage a little bit about 41%, so it's showcasing why he's out there.
All right, so this is Bodden and Penrod there in a battle. That is for the 4th spot. There's O'Connor in the 3rd spot, second in points. Bodden going to try and make a run here on Penrod. Looking to the bottom, nothing there for Bodden. Going to pull back into the draft if drafting in 170 Productions is a thing. Hype Farm car there of Bodden, though, running a clean line through the middle. Looks like we're giving away an extra point for the halfway point. That would have gone to Grayson Gentry. Look at that, all the way to the top side. Penrod trying to get around Bodden. So Knox, Penrod, and Bodden, they're going to be side by side going into this corner. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? And it looks like that's going to be Bodden. Now he's up on the back there of O'Connor. Bodden sealing the deal there. Now he's for 4th. Now he's got his sights set all the way to the bottom. Going to get around O'Connor. Not what O'Connor needs with this points championship on the line. Knox Penrod trying to play spoiler here. Going around the top side, trying to do it the hard way. And Bodden now right on the back of Creighton O'Connor.
I love watching this battle right here, especially for 3rd, knowing that Banks Bodden, he did win round 1, so he knows what it takes to win a round here, and he's just picking every single line, figuring out if you should go on the left side, the right side, the high side, setting himself up. But I really think that Banks is actually setting himself up for a few turns ahead of what we're seeing right now, especially because what we just saw for the last few turns.
Yeah, Banks Bodden a full second faster than Creighton O'Connor the last lap. Looked like he had a shot there in that back straightaway to make something happen. O'Connor drifted over, kind of pinched him off. He had to back out of it. But Bodden definitely the faster of the 2 on track right now. We will see if he can make something happen as we go back up front with a 2:08 of Grayson Gentry. He continues to lead here and finishes in 1st. He is going to take home this championship. Right now, the guy second in the championship, Creighton O'Connor, got his hands full there with Banks Bodden all the way to the bottom. Looks like Bodden is going to get around O'Connor. That means O'Connor going to drift further back in the points championship, going the opposite direction of what he needs.
Oh.
Whoa! Bodden up on the bike, just like we saw Rayleigh Lucas in that same corner earlier.
Well, and what I really like looking at right now is the 414 of Knox Penrod. Knox is sitting there just seeing what's going to happen between these two, between Bodden and O'Connor, figuring out what's going on. But I always talk about how the 4th position, 5th position is a great position sometimes to be in, especially if the 2 in front of you are battling, because sometimes when there's a mistake, you can capitalize on that and squeeze right between the both of them.
Absolutely. There's Knox Penrod now, the 414. Getting the flyaway right over the shoulder of Knox Penrod, currently sitting in the 4th spot. Excuse me, the 5th spot. Creighton O'Connor in 4th. Banks Bodden in the 3rd spot. Our 2 lead group, Grayson Gentry, Bryce Tomasi, running about 4 seconds faster than the rest of the field. So they have just checked out on this. Grayson Gentry trying to bring home a championship with about 1 lap remaining, lap and a half remaining. It's Creighton O'Connor now going to the top side. Banks Bodden Clean corner by Banks. Nothing there for Creighton O'Connor. O'Connor now taking a peek. Is the white flag going to be out? It's going to be one lap to go for Grayson Gentry to bring home this championship.
Jim, if you're Grayson Gentry right now, what are you thinking about?
Don't put it up on its side. We've seen a few cars almost do it this weekend, and he's going, you know what, I got a big lead. Let me just bring this thing home. He hasn't made a mistake all season. We'll see if he can keep it perfect. But right now, that car is looking absolutely perfect out here over the ski jump. Going to be running down into turn number 3. He's counting these corners down, going, I only got a few corners to go. This is one of the trickiest corners. This is the one where we've seen a couple of cars go up on the bike. Look at that. He avoids the chaos that's caused some problems for other drivers. He's going to go up and over this big step-up triple. Big gap over his second place. He's got his teammate Tomasi in the second spot. Keeping it nice and tight around there. He's going to have 2 corners remaining to bring home this championship. All right, keeps the low line. All right, 1 corner remaining. Can he keep it clean through this final corner? It's going to spit him out down towards the championship. Looks like he is through that clean. He's going to be running down to the Maxxis Tires checkered flag. And that is going to be a championship and a win for Grayson Gentry in the 2025 and 2026 championship off-road racing season. Bryce Tomasi bringing home the second spot. And it looks like it is going to be Banks Bodden bringing home the third spot on the podium. Tough break for Creighton O'Connor. Had a chance at the championship, but this wasn't his day. That Maxxis Tires checker flag is flying for the rest of the field. But right now, the 208 of Grayson Gentry, it is definitely going to be celebration time for him. Perfect weekend and the championship here on Sunday for the young Grayson Gentry. We are going to go to a break here in a few moments. We come back, we're going to talk with our champion and our podium finishers here in the 170 production and round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, America's leading steel fabricators and erectors.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis Tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park. Championship Sunday of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver. I was calling the action with Tiffany Stone. She had to step out of the booth because she's going to be down with our podium finishers here in a few minutes. We're going to crown our first champion on the weekend here, or on the season, in the 170 production class. Brings us to our Rugged Radio's 170 production results. It was Grayson Gentry. Top honors here on Championship Sunday. Walked home with the victory. Actually, the weekend sweep as well as the championship. So young Grayson Gentry, top honors here for the 2025 and 2026 season. Bryce Tomasi, his teammate, in the second spot. Banks Bodden with a great run up to third to find his way to the podium as well. Then it was Creighton O'Connor. I believe he's going to wrap up in second in the championship, just outside of Grayson Gentry. We got Knox Penrod in the fifth spot, Maverick Atterbury. Graceland Schuster, I believe, is going to slide by to third in the championship with that mishap with Rayleigh Lucas. So great run by Graceland Schuster. Daxton Kilgore, Wyatt Dolgarian, and Xander Kessler rounding out your top 10 here in 170 production. Brings us through 11 through 13. It was Johnny Savino, Steele Hopkins, and Rayleigh Lucas in the 13th spot. Great season for Rayleigh Lucas, going to finish up in fourth. Young lady had a great season and just a little mishap there and shuffled her back to fourth in the championship. But talking about our top three in the championship and our top three in the race, Tiffany Stone is standing by with our podium finishers.
Thank you so much, Jim. Yes, down here with our top three finishers for round 10. Let's start with our third place finisher, Banks Bodden. Banks, nice job driving out there. I was able to see what you're doing, setting yourself up for that pass and being able to hold your lines. Incredible job on round 10. Incredible job for the season. Talk to me about your day.
It was good, a little hard to pass people, but we made it happen, so it was super fun.
Well, hearing from you that it was a little hard to pass people, you made it look very seamless out there. Nice job making some veteran moves. We were able to see that. Who would you like to thank for this round today and, of course, for the entire season?
My mom, my dad, my cousins, 2X Motorsports, a 518 design, and that's it.
Well, you've done it here. It was really good watching you this season. Can't wait to see what happens on. Nice job and congratulations on third. Heading over here to our second place finisher, Bryce Tomasi. Bryce, nice job as well. Obviously, being in the second place position is kind of hard because you're trying to figure out how to pass, but also block to make sure nobody passes you as well. You were able to do a great job. Talk to me about round 10 for you.
It was really good, and I'm just really happy for Grayson. He won his first championship, and I'm really glad to here to help him.
Well, what we were talking about in the booth is just your sportsmanship and how excited you are for your friends. So it's so great to hear about that. Who would you like to thank for today?
My mom, my dad, Hammerdown Trucking, Horry Machinery, Gentry Motorsports, Louis Gong, and God for keeping all of us drivers safe. And that's it.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Congratulations to you. All right, and the man of the hour taking the top spot in his first championship. But first, we're going to just talk about round 10 here. Seriously, nice job driving out there. Obviously, you didn't get in that little mix-up in the beginning, and you were able to keep your head into the race. Tell me about your day, Grayson.
It was good. My teammate helped me a lot with racing, and yeah.
Wonderful. I absolutely love that. So who would you like to thank just specifically for round 10 and for the season?
Bryce Tomasi, my dad, my mom, my aunt, my uncle, my Louis Gong Warrior, my grandma and grandpa, and my stepmom, and that's about it.
Wonderful. Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Congratulations. One more big round of applause for your top three finishers in 170 production. And back up to you, Jim.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, it was a great run. I will say, Grayson Gentry, I think he gave the longest interview he's given all season long here after this victory. So we got a couple sentences out of him. I love it. He's coming into his own on the speeches there. But you got to give this kid a ton of credit. He has had a great effort all season long. You see the big wreath there, the big smile, and just a phenomenal effort. Some dominance out of Grayson Gentry this year in 170 production. Looking forward to seeing what the future holds for him. Is he going to get a little Martinelli's apple cider? Going to get to pop the lid on some apple cider there. Got to love that. Young kid, big smiles, got the big trophy. Yeah, I'm just checking it out. All right, we're going to toss it back down to Tiffany.
Check, check, check. All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much. Sorry for that. A little bit of technical difficulties because we are here with a champion. I think that your aura and your vibe just made the microphone a little scared over here because you're such a great driver. We're going to talk to you right now, Grayson. Congratulations. You are our champ for the 25-26 season. It is so good to see you down here. Obviously, you worked 10 incredible, hard, long rounds to make it here. You're a great driver. Talk to me about your season, okay?
It was good in the beginning. We were struggling a little bit, and then I just practiced more, and then
well, you made it to the championship. Listen, throughout the second half of the season, you just kept getting overall wins in your class, overall wins, and then finishing it out here for rounds 9 and 10. Again, nice job, Grayson. Who would you like to thank for the day?
My mom, my dad, Bryce Tomasi, Lily Gong Warrior, Extreme Fabrication, my grandpa, my grandma, my aunt, my uncle, my stepmom, and that's about it.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Once again, a big congratulations to your season champion, Grayson Gentry. Back up to you, Jim.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Looks like we got our 250 division already getting ready to roll into the arena here. Bringing them out to 019 pace vehicle. But, yeah, once again, big shout-out to Grayson Gentry. Amazing effort by him this season. Brings us to our 250 modified R&R Steel Racing points. It is Elliott Brook with a 79-point lead over Murphy McKay, Brody Klein in the third spot, Mason Atterbury, Knox Salvatore, Ryan Jones, and Slater Sperry rounding out your top 7 in points. Elliott Brook, going to be tough to chase him down. Just needs to finish up today, and it looks like he will walk away with a championship. But I got to tell you, Murphy McKay been very, very fast as of late. So I think he might have a little something to say when you talk about the weekend results, because Murphy McKay going to be tough to beat this weekend. So be watching that vehicle of Murphy McKay as well as Elliott Brook. Looks like the breeze starting to pick up out here at Firebird as we look at our Liqui Moly starting grid. It is Murphy McKay on the pole, winner yesterday. Outside row number 1, Brody Klein. We're going to have Elliott Brook inside row number 2. Jenna Sperry there, outside row number 2. And Mason Atterbury in the 696, outside row number 3. All right, this one's slated for 8 laps out here. Going to go racing here in just a few moments. .019 pace car once again, bringing them around. No mandatory competition caution in this one. 250s, a little bit quicker than the 170s we just saw. A little bit bigger displacement. Cars go quite a bit faster around this. Murphy McKay has found some speed as of late. Winner yesterday. That is your current points leader. Elliott Brook there in the third spot. Pretty much all but locked to win this points championship. Looking for that green flag to fly. We got 8 laps. We're getting underway. Yesterday's winner, Murphy McKay, going to bring us down into turn number 1. All right, right over the shoulder there of the number 16 of Elliott Brook, our champion. Really just needs to have a clean run today. Mason Atterbury getting into it there. Elliott Brook kind of nowhere to go, gets collected there by Mason Atterbury. Mason Atterbury going to get flipped around. Not what Elliott Brook wanted this early, but it is what it is as Murphy McKay is leading, followed by Brody Klein. Brody Klein having a great run yesterday to finish up in second place. But Murphy McKay, big gap already over the second spot as we're going to get a look back at what happened there with Mason Atterbury and your points leader, Elliott Brook. All right, we're going to take a peek here, and it looks like, no, actually, that was all Elliott Brook. Elliott Brook actually turned Mason Atterbury. Elliott Brook getting into the side of Mason Atterbury turned her around. So Mason holding her line, and that was just Elliott Brook being a little aggressive in that second corner. Brody Klein getting around Murphy McKay. When we went to that replay, it looked like Murphy McKay getting a little sideways, and it allowed Brody Klein to get around. So Murphy McKay now going to have the work cut out for him to make a perfect weekend with a double win. Brody Klein in the number 18 down into this tight corner. We're going to see if Murphy McKay's got some drifting up high. Going to try and carry some speed. Nothing there. Big gap now already back from Murphy McKay to Brody Klein. Brody Klein, doing some work out here in the number 18. Going to welcome Tiffany Stone back into the booth. I will say, Tiffany, Grayson Gentry, great run by him, but we got more words out of Grayson Gentry today than we have all season. The kid's got a voice.
He does have a voice. It was really good to chat with him. And what we were talking about, I absolutely love how Bryce Tomasi congratulates his teammate all the time. It's great to see this. And, it's the same thing right here with the 250 modified class. Murphy McKay is a great driver. Brody Klein's a great driver. So it's really cool to see this. Elliott Brook as well. Atterbury making her way through this one, halfway through the season coming up. It's really nice to see that.
Yeah, and honestly, Tomasi and Grayson Gentry last couple rounds been the class of the field. It's been great to watch those. And like you said, teammates, they run each other strong. And look at this, Murphy McKay trying to make a move here on the number 18 of Klein. Going to get a run down. Look at that outside, inside, drops to the bottom. Oh, look at that. Great bit of racecraft by the number 18. Dropped his line all the way down. Shut the door on the number 98 of Murphy McKay. Great bit of defense there by Klein. That is, I'm going to give some credit to the spotters there as well.
Well, and it's really showcasing what Murphy McKay is trying to do. Obviously, he's trying to pick a different line than what we see right now with the number 18 of Klein. But Murphy McKay's been on a run for round 7, 8, 9, taking that overall spot. I know finishing off a season strong is super important, especially even if you're not in the points championship or chasing down that points because the gap is a little bit bigger. But this will showcase what he can do. Obviously, the offseason coming back, and then just get a little bit faster for the next season.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, Murphy McKay has been very strong in the second half of this season. Right now, Brody Klein would love to wrap up this season on top of the box at number 18 car, looking very strong. We're about halfway home here. This one's slated for 8 laps as we go over the shoulder there, the number 16. That is our points leader, Elliott Brook. Elliott pretty much has this one wrapped up. He just needs to finish this. He's going to have the championship in the bag. Big gap back to second place, but still wants to finish up strong, like to find his way to the podium here. Mason Atterbury, we'll see if she can battle back in after that spin.
But I know if I'm sitting there and I'm Elliott Brook, knowing that there is such that big gap between myself and second, I would just sit right there in third, make sure that you bring back the car in one entire piece. You never know if his dad's going to race it later on today. So he's going to make sure that the car is ready to go for that dad's race. And I would sit back and take it. And this is showcasing what you should do in this class, knowing you've got that many points.
Yeah, and, he's running a very smart race. Let's just bring home the championship. I'm not going to get the win at the end of this thing, but that's okay. It's the bigger picture stuff. Right now, he let Murphy McKay and Brody Klein duke it out for this win. And I tell you what, Brody Klein, once he got the lead, it's been very, very hard for Murphy McKay, who's been a hair bit quicker. He just can't get around. Brody Klein playing some great defense.
Absolutely. And last time Brody Klein was able to see the top of the box was round 1 and 2 when we first kicked off the season. So end booking the season on a win as well would probably be a very nice thing for him, starting the season and ending the season, even though you didn't get the championship, but showcasing how much you've grown throughout the season here all the way through 10 rounds.
All right, so Murphy McKay stalking Brody Klein, trying to get a run on him. He's tried to get this run for a few laps now, and he just can't do it. Brody Klein always slamming the door. Look at all the way to the bottom. Going to draw even with him. He's not going to have the momentum, though. Brody Klein going to get about a car length there on Murphy McKay. And he went up on the bike, up and over Brody Klein. Tough break for him. Looks like we're going to have a replay of that. Brody Klein goes in. Same thing, same corners. We saw Rayleigh Lucas, same result in the previous race. There's some ruts there on that bottom. You come in a little hot, and you just can put it up on the side. And, man, tough break there for Brody Klein, who was leading this race. Just not able to put it all together. He's going to get her looped around.
Seems like the car is still in working great order for him, so they're going to regroup. He's going to get back over there. I wouldn't put it out of him. You never know exactly what's going to happen, like we've been talking about that little rut that's been in that same exact spot.
Yeah, the other driver that's going to be a beneficiary of this with the caution coming out with only a handful of laps remaining, Mason Atterbury. She was very fast early, got into it with Elliott Brooks. She got spun around, dropped to the back, needed a caution to get back in this thing. Mason Atterbury going to make a charge for a podium. Now, I will be watching this young lady there in the 696 because I think there's something up her sleeve. I think she's got a shot at a podium here.
Absolutely. Mason Atterbury also won round 5 when we headed over to Glen Helen. So she knows what it's like to be under the pressure, but I have talked to some drivers past, some like to set the pace, especially here, and then some like to what we call hunt down the front drivers for them. And I think Mason Atterbury, not really sure, but I feel like she's a person that's like, hey, give me a challenge. I'm going to rise to that occasion for it, and I'm going to hunt these guys down and see what I can do.
All right, so going to be a couple laps remaining here, 250 modified, and we've got 4 drivers all capable of a podium sitting here, top 4 spots. So in running order is Murphy McKay, Elliott Brook, Mason Atterbury, and Brody Klein. That is going to be your 4 drivers in order as our 019 pace car going to pull off, and it is going to be Murphy McKay taking us to the green flag. Look at that, Mason Atterbury all over the back of Elliott Brook. We go green flag racing. Mason darting to the right. Look at that. Mason Atterbury taking everybody from the 3rd spot. You got to love it. The young lady coming out, swinging, going, boys, you better catch me.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. When they don't have the full comp yellow or anything, this is the opportunity. These are the opportunities that they have to be able to take. Now she's going to be able to set her race, set her pace on there, and then we've got Elliott Brook right behind, hunting them down. So this is exactly what they needed for this class, and especially for Mason Atterbury.
Well, and I think something's got to be wrong with Murphy McKay's car. Went from 1st to 4th. You may give up a position, but to drop all the way to the back and be as far back as Murphy McKay is now, that car, our leader who was leading, may have a problem. Yeah, it looks like just off the pace.
Is that
it's a flat.
Yeah.
You're right. Good call, Tiffany Stone. Right rear flat there for the number 98 of Murphy McKay.
And I'm wondering kind of where that happened. If there's something else on that track that is, making that, we didn't get to see where that happened, but if he makes that podium, I'm definitely asking him about it.
Oh, a little carnage there. Looked like Elliott Brook trying to come down under the bottom. Mason Atterbury cutting down on Elliott Brook. You got to say, Elliott Brook spun Mason Atterbury there in lap number 1. So Mason Atterbury not going to give him any room. He's cut down. She cut down back on him, said, hey, you banged me on lap 1. I'm going to bang you on lap number 7.
Well, and then right there, what we saw with the Brooke McKay situation, unfortunately, it looks like McKay's finally pulling off because of that flat. But I bet you if he didn't have that, it would have given them that opportunity to move up back into 3rd and then maybe hunt down some more.
Yeah, well, and you got to remember, Elliott Brook really just needs to finish here to wrap up this championship. So as much as he wants to take a victory here, it really doesn't matter. Sometimes you go settle in and just take home that championship. But Mason Atterbury leading right now. Brody Klein in the 2nd spot. Elliott Brook back there in 3rd. McKay pulling off, as well as Sperry. But you got to give a lot of credit to Mason Atterbury on that restart, jumping up from, I believe, 4th all the way to 1st in the first corner. I mean, great bit of racecraft. This is Brody Klein in the number 18. White flag out for Brody Klein. Mason Atterbury in the second spot. See if she's got something here on this final lap for Brody Klein. Brody had the flip earlier, coming back to take a win. That would be quite a remarkable feat. You see Mason Atterbury coming down the big ski jump, trying to chase him down with a couple corners remaining. Really quick. Look at her close the distance. Mason Atterbury very, very fast. Brody Klein with a couple corners remaining, going to have his hands full with Mason Atterbury. I mean, she has narrowed the gap tremendously in 2 corners.
I know, talking to her at the beginning of this, when she was starting in this class around round 5, she was super excited to be here. One of the best classes. She said it was fun to kind of step up into it, and you're seeing why she loves it so much. Just the competitiveness that's there, the drive that's there, and like you said, just closing the gap little by every single corner, every single turn.
Yeah, I think another lap she may have had a shot at it, but it's not going to happen out here today with the Maxxis Tires checker flag flying. It is going to be Brody Klein in first, Mason Atterbury in second. And it should be Elliott Brook. Oh, Elliott Brook, our champion, just needs to cross the finish line, parked over there by the K-rail. I think regardless, he's going to wrap up the championship, but tough way to finish the season. Looks like car is rolling. Don't quite know what's going on here. Not the way you want to wrap up a championship with a DNF on the last lap, but regardless, Elliott Brook, the number 16, will be your champion.
I wonder if he's having a little bit of car troubles, what's going on. But the best thing about me leaving the booth right now, Jim, to head down to the podium is I will be able to get that story for you.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get pushed here to the finish. Tough break there for Brody Klein. Elliott Brook, excuse me. It was a tough break for Brody Klein also with a roll earlier. I mean, this one between Murphy McKay, Brody Klein, Elliott Brook, and Mason Atterbury, every single one of them had an incident today. This was no short of storylines in this one in the 250 modified division as Elliott Brook going to get pushed across the finish line to take home the 2025-2026 season championship. Great way to finish. Elliott Brook, your champion this year with his Maxxis Tires checkered flag flying. Congratulations goes out to Elliott Brook. We're going to take a short commercial break, and we're going to crown our champion out here at Chandler when we turn to round number 10, the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver here in the booth, calling the action at Firebird Motorsports Park. And round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. It was a crazy, eventful race. It ended up being Brody Klein with the victory. It was Mason Atterbury in the second spot. Elliott Brook and Murphy McKay were rounding out your 4-car field. But Elliott Brook taking top honors with the championship. Getting pushed across the finish line. We had Brody Klein rolled over. Mason Atterbury spun out. We had Elliott Brook with issues. Murphy McKay with a flat tire. I'll tell you what, there was all kinds of stories in this one. Brings us to our Rugged Radio's 250 modified results. But in the end, Brody Klein battled back from an early lap rollover to take the victory. Mason Atterbury finishing up in the second spot. Elliott Brook finishing in third and taking home your championship this season. Murphy McKay, Slater Sperry, I believe Jenna Sperry as well, filling in for Slater in the fourth and fifth spot. So that was your Rugged Radio's 250 modified results here. And I tell you what, that was an action-packed 8 laps. And we are going to send it down to Tiffany Stone to dissect everything that happened in that race.
Thank you so much, Jim. Yes, down here, we're down with Elliott Brook. Now, Elliott, we're just going to talk about round 10 right now. We're going to talk about the championship in just a little bit. But for today's race, obviously, a lot of crazy things were happening out there. You know, you were up front, you were a little in the back, then you worked your way back, and you made it all the way here to the third-place podium. Tell me about your day.
Yeah, it was definitely a very hard race, but I threw my chain.
You threw your chain, that's what was going on. We were wondering what was happening with your car. Well, even with a little bit of a mechanical difficulty, you still did it. So who would you like to thank specifically for round 10?
My dad, my mom, my grandma, 2X Motorsports, the American Legion Post 35, State 48 side-by-sides, 518 Designs, and the Schusters.
Wonderful, nice job. Congratulations on 3 for you in this class. Heading over here to our second place finisher, Madison Atterbury. Mason, sorry, why did I call you Madison? Mason, oh my goodness. We've been chatting so much. I have all the Atterbury stickers. I am so sorry. I don't know what is going on with my brain today. Mason, I am sorry about that. Listen, that jump that you got after the restart, Jim and I were sitting in the booth and we were just talking about it. It was crazy. I said, don't put Mason out of it. Sometimes I feel like she likes to hunt those guys down, and then you did exactly what we were talking about. Let's chat about this. Talk to me about round 10.
Yeah, it was a very great day. I had lots of fun, and thank you for the opportunity.
Awesome. Mason, now let's wrap up the season for you. You moved up here halfway through, and you were really excited to be here, Mason. Who would you like to thank for helping you out here for the 25-26 season?
My mom, my dad, Carson Greco, 2X Motorsports, Lone Star, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixens, Evolution Power Sports, 518 Designs, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Kirky Racing Seats, SRI Performance, SPA Technique, Elka Racing Suspension, Roma Ventrica.
Mason, nice job on that. Congratulations once again on second in round 10. Heading over here to Brody Klein. Brody taking the top spot one last time here for the season in round 10. What we were talking about, same thing with Elliott and Mason, that there was a lot of back and forth throughout there. Talk to me about your day.
After I rolled, it was a double caution, so we had a restart. So if I didn't flip, I couldn't got up here.
Well, it was good that you got up here. You know, didn't want to necessarily talk about your flip, but that's a part of racing. It's good to see you up here. Who would you like to thank for round 10?
My mom, my dad, these guys, Mega Desert, Desert Earth, and 2X, and everybody else.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. A big congratulations once again to your top 3 finisher, 250 modified. Back up to you, Jim.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, that was definitely an eventful race talking with these 3 drivers. And I do have to say, I'm digging the gloves Mason Atterbury has. I have a set of those I use on my dirt bike with the skull hands. And I'm feeling the vibe there with Mason Atterbury. But great run by her. And like Tiffany said, you know, the jump she got there on that restart to go from 4th to 1st, I mean, that was a great bit of racecraft. I think the guys are going, what just happened? She just slingshotted past them on the outside. And great bit of driving by her, and that was definitely a fun championship to call and to watch all season long. Different drivers every single round emerged as a fast driver. That's what you love to see out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, is a very competitive field of drivers. That being said, Tiffany Stone standing by with our champion.
Thank you so much. Yes, our 250 modified champion, Elliott Brook. It's so good to see you up here. I know throughout the whole entire season, you guys have worked and battled very, very hard about it. Tell me exactly how the season went for you. Obviously, you were able to finish out a podium for round 10. Doing really nice job here at Firebird Motorsports Park. From your perspective, how did the season go for you?
It was good. I'm competing against some very fast people, and all the races were hard, but I somehow got up here.
Well, you somehow got up there because you showed that consistency, hard work, and making sure that you get that checkered flag all the time is what makes you win championships. You don't always have to be on top of the box, but making sure you're at the podium in the top 3, and you've definitely done that over here. Who would you like to thank for the entire season here for CORR?
My dad, my mom, my grandma, 2X Motorsports, the American Legion Post 35, 518 Design, State 48 side-by-sides, and the Schusters.
Well, you've done it here, bud. Put that up. Show everybody that you're the champion for this class. It's really good to see them, especially all the smiles that they have after they know that it was a hard-fought battle of a season. It's really good. Nice job. Once again, congratulations, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, it was a great run there for him to take home that championship. You know, did what he needed to do today, even though he got pushed across the finish line, took home the championship, and that's all that matters. As we have a look here at our pit area here with all of our teams. See the R&R Steel Camp there. You see 2X Motorsports, a lot of RVs, semi-haulers, easy ups, and look at that, spraying a little Martinelli's. Little sparkling cider there. Gotta love that. Cleaning his hands now. Had a little fun there, though. Big congratulations goes out to Elliott Brook, that champion for 2025 and 2026. Got the big wreath. Great effort by him. You know, that class was all about consistency. A lot of different drivers emerged as potential winners in that one, and we saw a lot of different changes throughout the season, and really, really cool to see him walk away with top honors. As we continue on throughout the morning here in Chandler, Arizona, this is Championship Sunday for the CORR Series. We got 2 down. We got quite a few to go yet today, but we've got the 170 Limited that's going to be coming up next. Looks like the breeze really starting to pick up out here at Chandler, so we're going to see how that affects track conditions later on today. Wind traditionally dries the track out, but some of our drivers tend to like a dry track out here. Say it runs a little bit faster, so we will see how that plays into things as we continue on throughout the morning and into the afternoon. As we look there at our 019 Pace vehicle, getting these 16 drivers stacked up for the 170 Limited division. See there, that bright orange vehicle, that is a Zeppelin Ledbetter. One of the drivers you definitely want to watch out here, running in, I believe, 4 divisions out here today, Zeppelin Ledbetter. So kid just bouncing around and pretty much anything with a steering wheel wanting to drive it. And yeah, you got to love that, just getting seat time, and definitely going to be a driver we keep tabs on in the years to come, that's for sure. But always easy to spot that bright orange car with the chrome wheels. Got the interstate in the background on a Sunday morning. Lots of traffic heading between Phoenix and Tucson. I'm gonna try and get these drivers gridded up as we get some of these beautiful drone shots. Gotta love the wraps on these, on all these cars, different wraps and different designs. Makes it easy to spot the various racers. I feel like every wrap gives a little bit personality to different drivers. Drone pilot gonna have his work cut out for him if the wind continues as well. I tell you what, wouldn't want to be a drone pilot in the wind, Tiffany.
No, definitely not. But loving all of the views that we get to see. That this is one of the best classes. You know, talking to Jarrett Brooks earlier, we can see that his son Roxon is right out there on the second row. And Jarrett was just saying, if you want to come race a 170 Limited class, this is where you definitely want to do it. And Jarrett Brooks is definitely being a 3-time ProLite champion, a 3-time Pro 2 champion, 40-plus wins, 70-plus podiums, for Jarrett Brooks to say this is, if you want your kid to come out and race in one of the most competitive classes, you would think that it'd be, the pro side-by-side, the youth restricted. No, he said the 170 limited class is where you want to start your kid off, Ed.
Yeah, well, and I'm not disagreeing with him in the least. And we saw Roxanne Brooks yesterday just narrowly, by a few, I don't even say a few seconds, a few feet miss out on the podium. I think Roxanne Brooks today, now that he's got his swagger, I think this was the first time racing this track. I think he's going to be a force today. I don't just mean for a podium, I think for a potential win.
For a potential win, absolutely. And what we were chatting about for round 9, if you've got a team owner, we'll say, not just a dad, but a team owner who has so much experience, knows how these racetracks, Jarrett was saying when he won his first championship, it was here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So it feels good to be home. Now, if his son can get that top win in the last round, that's going to probably be a little tip to the cap for Jarrett Brooks, showcasing maybe this next lineage. We got something here.
Yeah, well, and I think it's good for them, too, when we start looking forward at next season to come out here. We saw him at the Glen Helen round. Now we're seeing him out here at Firebird, and I think, getting seat time in these various tracks definitely going to benefit a driver like Roxanne if he comes and decides to run for the championship next year. He'll have all that data, that experience on this track, so it won't be something new the first time he comes next season.
Absolutely. And, going back to what we were talking about with the win and drying some stuff out, once again, favorite for the track. I do predict this one in particular to be a little bit faster. What we were still talking about is you need that momentum. You have to carry that momentum into the corners. Make sure that you pick the correct lines. But this one right now, when we're looking at the points, I know they're going to show us the points in just a little bit, but second to third, even first, they're separated by such a small amount right here. Looking at that Grayson Gentry, 333. That's what it takes to win because he won a lot of the season.
All the way back there in sixth. Going to be an interesting start for him. He's going to have to battle through a lot of traffic to get back into this points chase. But really, this one up for grabs. Anybody, Grayson Gentry, they're going to have to hope for a little luck and maybe some struggles out of him, which doesn't happen very often. Brings us to our Liquid Molly starting grid for 170 Limited. Grayson Gentry, points leader, inside row number 1 on the pole. Kason Stowell, third in points, 12 points back, outside row number 1. Then you've got Zeppelin Ledbetter, second in points, 11 points back, inside row number 3, inside row number 2. So our top 3 drivers are sitting 1, 2, and 3. We got Roxanne Brooks, the newcomer. Great run by him yesterday. Be watching for some magic out of him today. Tomasi Hopkins, Murphy McKay, Mason Atterbury. Then we go to Ryan Jones, Madden McCormick, Carter Cadwell, Banks Bodden, Braden Lucas, Mason Dolgarian, Knox Penrod, and Stetson Wyman, fourth in points, all the way back in 16th position. Look for that young boy to be charging hard from the drop of the green flag. Stetson Wyman, multiple wins on the season. This kid is going to be pushing.
Absolutely, and what we've been seeing throughout the first 2 races of the morning is that anything could happen. What we think and what our predictions are going to be, sometimes that's just thrown outside the window. And then we're seeing different things, especially with the back and forth and the different lead positions that we saw for the first 2 races.
All right, so we're going to be watching Grayson Gentry. Just got done, wrapped up a win and a championship. We're going to see if he can do it again here. Green flag flying. Grayson Gentry going to take us to the green. Kason Stowell, the 194 on the outside. Stowell into second. Look at Roxanne Brooks running up the outside on Zeppelin Ledbetter, trying to get some momentum. Oh, he's going to drop back to 5th. Got hung out to dry there was Roxanne Brooks. Looks like Tomasi now going to drop back. Roxanne Brooks might possibly get it back. He's going to have the run on the outside. All right, so your running order, it is Gentry, it is Kason Stowell, Zeppelin Ledbetter, Roxanne Brooks, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Seems like that Roxanne's taking a little bit different lines. He was a little pushed out that way, but brought it back in, closed the gap that we saw right there on Tomasi as well. So he's still holding his lines, figuring it out, but a lot of clean racing right now.
Definitely clean racing through the first couple of corners, especially with 16 cars out on the track. This one's slated for 8 laps. There won't be a competition caution. But right now, unlike the previous race, Driver's keeping it nice and tight there with Grayson Gentry. He's not getting the breathing room that he got in that previous event.
No. But what we're also seeing is that 1, 2, 3 right now, those are the top 3 that are only separated by 12 points right there. Gentry does have the lead plus 12, but then you've got Brooks right behind him, Tomasi right behind him, and both of those drivers are great drivers. Tomasi already has a little seat time out there knowing what the track is doing.
Look at that, the 194. That is Casey Stillwell, third in points, trying to make a move on Grayson Gentry. Gentry goes down, blocks. Getting a little sideways there. Going to go up and over the flyaway. You're going to have Casey Stillwell going to be able to get a run down this table, or down this flyaway. Don't think he's going to have anything there for Gentry. Look at that, running up the inside. Going to drift to the outside, try and carry in some speed. Looks like they're gapping Zeppelin Ledbetter just a little bit. Oh, we got a car over. Tire's still spinning there. Looks like we've got a replay. We're going to go to replay, see what happened here. Looks like Atterbury got into it with the 222 there. That is Carter Cadwell. It's Cadwell going over. Atterbury going to get turned around, going again as well. And the caution will come out here for that incident that involved Cadwell and Atterbury. So we're going to regroup all these drivers, get your running order here momentarily. Able to get about 2 in the books. That means we're going to have about 6 remaining when we go back to green flag racing. Everybody a little bit on edge today with the championships yet to be decided. So your running order as we sit under caution, it's going to be Grayson Gentry, Cason Stowell, Zeppelin Ledbetter, so top 3 in points, sitting in the top 3 positions. Roxon Brooks in 4th, where he started. Then we got Bryce Tomasi and Brooke Hopkins. So pretty much running order was how we started in the top 6. Then we go to Matt McCormick, Ryan Jones, Murphy McKay, Braden Lucas, Stetson Wyman making his way up from 16th all the way to 11th so far. So great run so far for Stetson Wyman. This is definitely going to benefit him with a caution. We're going to have Banks Bott in the 12th spot, Knox Penrod, Mason Delgarian, Carter Cadwell, Mason Atterbury. So Grayson Gentry running a relatively event-free race so far through a couple of laps. Leading, that's what he needs to do. A lot tighter of a championship in this one than it was in the 170 production class. Grayson Gentry really going to have a lot of pressure put on him. We had that top 3 breakaway pack with Gentry, Stowell, and Ledbetter. Brooks right outside of that as well. So definitely be watching that when we go back to green flag racing. Grayson Gentry taking us back to the green. Going to see if Cason Stowell got something in turn 1. Tries to dive to the bottom. Looks like he's going to try and get a tire on a fender. Nope, he tucks back into Grayson Gentry. Nothing there. As Zeppelin Ledbetter running up the outside there of Cason Stowell.
What I really like about Ledbetter too is usually he is in the top 3 for most rounds, and what I feel like right now he's just trying to set up, see what's happening between these two, taking this inside. Is he going to be able to take this inside away from Stowell or also block it from Brooks? And it seems like he did a lot right there, blocked it from Brooks.
Yeah, look, Brooks trying to get a run up on the side there of Zeppelin Ledbetter, trying to get into this. Brooks just outside the podium yesterday, would love to put it on the box today. Got to give all these leaders credit, running each other very, very clean here. A little like a little over rotation there for Grayson Gentry, just enough that Cason Stowell now on the rear bumper of the 208 of Gentry.
And this is where I'm wondering if Ledbetter is just sitting back just a little bit. Obviously, he's still out there pushing, but seeing what's going to be happening between these two, because any little mistake, he could be able to come right in between, squeeze through. You know, he had that early win in round 1, so he knows what it takes to dominate in this race.
Definitely knows what it takes to dominate in the race. 208 now, getting a lot of pressure. Look at that, Zeppelin Ledbetter looking to the outside, nothing there. I mean, these three drivers, almost identical lap times this last time by, actually for the top 4 drivers.
And it also looks like each one of them is taking a different line each time, trying to figure out how they can do that. Case and Stowell right there. Gentry went a little bit high, but he was still able to block him off, set himself up for this nice one right here too.
Yeah, top 3 drivers all within about 0.2 of a second of each other. Look at that, Stowell looking to get around Gentry. Gentry continuing to play great defense. 194, just a hair faster last lap than Gentry. And now Zeppelin Ledbetter emerging as well. Roxon Brooks kind of sitting back, trying to see how this thing plays out as we hit the midway point here. Should be a bonus point there for Gentry.
And just like we were talking about yesterday with the momentum and the speed, not only are they having that, but they're also making themselves very, very wide. You can see Gentry right there trying to block off Stowell, trying to block off Ledbetter, and each one of those respective drivers are trying to figure out where to go. Even Brooks mixing himself now into the mix, going a little bit high though, and seeing if he can come back around and kind of stay out of that.
Yeah, definitely running a unique line there for Brooks, and you know, it's one of those, he's not defending any position because he's got, the people behind him are quite a ways back, so he can experiment. He's actually in the ideal position to experiment here.
1,000%, but each one of these drivers we keep talking about, they keep picking different lines. So, in order to be somebody that's passing, you can't do the same exact line. You got to pick the line, but when Gentry keeps picking different lines each time, it's kind of hard to read what he's about to do.
Yeah, Stowell going to try and stick his nose in this corner all the way to the bottom. Stowell, don't know if he's going to have the run to make it stick. He momentarily takes the lead, just didn't have the run and the momentum. Grayson Gentry did on the outside. They're going to draw even, almost coming up through the home stretch. Look at that, Zeppelin Ledbetter now getting around Stowell.
Cutting in right there, and he's going to close off that line. Blocked a little bit.
Great run there for Zeppelin Ledbetter. Now with the speed, going to go all the way to the outside, draw even with Gentry. Now watch this, he's going to set up this pass 2 corners in advance. Zeppelin Ledbetter going to give up the lead here, but he's going to have the momentum on the outside. We're going to see if he can slingshot past Gentry. Nope, over-rotates a little bit. Tough break there for Zeppelin Ledbetter, not able to make it happen. Now he's protecting his position to the 194 of Stowell. Roxon Brooks still sitting back there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a mistake from one of these leaders.
And that's exactly what you're saying. He's in the correct position to be able to do this. Sit back a little bit, can experiment a little bit, see what lines they're kind of trying to take. This is his second time out on this track right here, but he's staying up there in position with our top drivers, the top 3 in this class, so it's really good to see that from Brooks.
Yeah, his dad probably keeping him calm. They're experimenting with some stuff, hoping something happens up here with these leaders. They're running each other hard. We got a championship on the line. Right now, though, Zeppelin Ledbetter really needs to get around Grayson Gentry to have a shot at this championship. Look at that, all the way to the bottom. I think Rooster may have a shot at it. Grayson Gentry able to seal him off. Rooster now looking to the inside. Grayson Gentry running a great race here. Oh, big over-rotation there for Zeppelin Ledbetter, going to allow Stowell to get back in the mix.
But I think he's also set up with this line right here to be able to come back a little bit in, set himself up, little high push out there.
What a race here for the championship. Top 3 in the championship or top 3 in the race. We got a lap and a half remaining in this feature to determine who's going to be the 2025 and 2026 champion.
And their lap times that we just seen were just so close. About a 45-second difference between all of those. Or I'm sorry, a little under that. And, it's amazing to see how these drivers are all coming together. Gentry's out there. He's won the last 3 rounds, looking to add that one. Already secured a championship earlier this morning. White flags coming out, Jim. I feel like this last lap is going to be a crucial one, but a long one, even if you're in that driver's seat.
Oh, it definitely is going to be a long one for Grayson Gentry. He knows these drivers are going to throw everything at him. Oh, a little over rotation there for Grayson Gentry. Allows Stowell to narrow the gap. Look at that. Zeppelin Ledbetter getting the run up the outside. We're going to see if he's going to try something. Nope, he's going to tuck in. Big over rotation there for Grayson Gentry. Stowell not able to capitalize on it. You know, these drivers really going to have to, I think, send one in and get a little rough here if something's going to happen. Got to give them credit. They are running each other clean to this point. I wonder if that's going to go out the window with 3 corners remaining. So Gentry, your points leader, leading. Stowell third in points and second. Zeppelin Ledbetter second in points and third. All right, we got one final corner remaining. Does anybody have anything for Grayson Gentry? Grayson Gentry protecting that low line. Nobody's got anything there. Drivers are going to come down in the front stretch. Grayson Gentry going to take the checkered flag and be crowned your champion. Cason Stowell second, Zeppelin Ledbetter third. Only 2 points separating them. I don't know how this is going to play out for the second spot in the points championship. Wow, what an effort for Grayson Gentry. A lot of pressure. That was one heck of a race out here at Chandler, and he is your 2025 and 2026 champion. We come back here to the track. Tiffany Stone is going to be catching up with our podium finishers.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing. Double E Racing. We help build champions.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back here to Championship Sunday, and we are crowning champions in the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park, just getting done with 170 limited action, crowning yet another champion on the weekend. And I got to tell you, the young man, Grayson Gentry, who we're getting ready to crown, it's already taken his second championship of the day. Brings us to our Rugged Radio's 170 limited results. It was Grayson Gentry, top honors in the race, top honors on the weekend, and top honors on the season in 170 limited. Cason Stowell second, Zeppelin Ledbetter third, Roxon Brooks in fourth, and then was Tomasi, Hopkins, Ryan Jones, Stetson Wyman coming from 16th position all the way up to 8th. Great run for him. Then looking at 11th through 16th, Banks Bodden, Carter Cadwell, Mason Dilgarian, Braden Lucas, Knox Penrod, and Mason Atterbury rounding out your 16-car field. Those results courtesy of our partners at Rugged Radios. Beautiful casino there in the background. You see the American flag flying. Got a little bit of wind coming at you. Got that R&R Steel Racing water truck putting some more moisture in, that wind drying things out. But right now, it sounds like Tiffany Stone standing by with our top 3 in 170 Limited.
Thank you so much, Jim. Yes, down here, we're going to talk to our third place finisher in round 10. Rooster, nice job out there. All 3 of you guys drove very, very clean. Talk to me about round 10 for you.
It was good. I passed the wheel on the back straight, and then on the next lap, he just got me on the next straight after the back straight.
Well, you've done it here. You guys all showcased really great veteran moves. It was really cool to see that. It was back and forth, back and forth. You didn't give up. You pushed all the way through for the season. Nice job. Who would you like to thank for round 10 and, of course, the entire season here?
I'd like to thank my family, Andy, Atlas Shippaport, Rev 6 Plow Sports, More, A Better Plumber, and I'd like to thank Ignite for keeping me strong all season long. And I'd like to thank all my other sponsors who helped me get here.
Nice job. Absolutely love that, Rooster. It's really cool to see you come up. Nice job to finish off the season as well. Many podiums here in this class. Congratulations. Kaysen, nice job once again adding another podium over here. Like I was just telling Rooster, between you, him, and Grayson, phenomenal job out there. It was watching some veteran moves going back and forth, super clean throughout. For round 10, how did you see everything play out?
For the first lap, stayed in second, then Rooster passed me, and tried to get Gentry, couldn't, passed Rooster back, and tried to get first for my last race in the UTVs.
Well, you've done it here, bud. Round 10, very nice job out here. Who would you like to thank for today and then, of course, the entire season?
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, Connor Maxwell, Lone Star Racing, XTC, Quick Lift USA, Pro Vice, Pro Strip Power Cutting, and that's it.
Nice job. Once again, congratulations on the season for you, okay? And taking that top spot 4 in a row, round 7, 8, 9, and 10, Grayson Gentry. Nice job over here, finishing off the season very, very strong. Obviously, we saw some clean racing like we've been mentioning. You were able to hold everybody off, pull out some speeds outside of the corners. Nice job. Talk to me about round 10 for you.
It was good. It was good. I would like to thank my teammate a lot, and yeah.
Nice job over here. Anybody else you want to thank for round 10?
My mom, my dad, 2.
Nice job. I love seeing you up here. High five on that. Number 1 over here. Top 3 finishers in your 170 Limited. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great race there. I mean, that's one, you got 3 drivers, and they are just battling it out. I mean, actually 4, you cycle Rocks and Brooks into the mix there, but amazing way to crown a champion when your top 3 in points are top 3 in the race, and they're just battling back and forth. That is the way you crown a championship here in CORR, and that's what we love to see is, 3 drivers just putting it all out on the track and leaving it all out there, and definitely nothing to be disappointed in all 3 of those drivers. Just a very, very great race, and one that was really fun to call. But speaking about crowning champions, Tiffany Stone is there with our champion.
Thank you so much, Jim. Yes, crowning another one over here for Grayson Gentry. Grayson adding another season series championship win here for you. Nice job. You are pretty much just dominating the 170s. Talk to me about the season for you here at CORR.
It was good. I'll thank my teammate and for helped me really good. This good, and yeah.
Well, you've done it there, and what you're showcasing is it not just about you, but it's about the entire team, your teammate as well. Great job out there. Tons of wins. Specifically in this class, you just finished it out with 4 in a row, showcasing a lot of veteran moves. You're very clean out there, very fast. You know exactly what you're doing. Who would you like to thank for the entire season here at CORR?
Jimmy and Tyler, my dad, my mom, my stepmom, my grandma and grandpa, my uncle and my aunt, and my teammate, and that's about it.
Nice job. Absolutely love that. Put up the plaque right there. Put up number 1. You're looking at your 170 limited season champion, Grayson Gentry. Nice job, Grayson. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Grayson Gentry, amazing season. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say if they had something as like a driver of the year series overall, if that was an award, Grayson Gentry would definitely be in the conversation. Lots of wins, 2 championships, great future ahead for this young driver. Great to see Grayson Gentry there on top of the box, and going to get a little of his. My daughter calls it kid wine, but some of that Martinelli's apple cider there. Great celebration for him. Good to see him, and looking forward to seeing him back for the season kickoff here this fall. But congratulations goes out to him and the entire family and team. Between him and his teammate Bryce Tomas, they've had a phenomenal 2025 and 2026. So we're going to shift gears. Cars are going to get a little bit bigger. Lap count is going to be a little bit bigger moving forward. But before we get to that, we want to catch up with one of our partners in the series, 019, who lends itself to the pace car. All right, we've got Joey here with 019 Wraps out here trackside at Firebird Motorsports Park. Tell us a little bit about the involvement with these side-by-side racers and the series here.
Yeah, so I mean, we've been out here. Our shop is based out of Tempe. We've been doing some work here with CORR for the last few years, wrapping the side-by-sides, wrapping their trailer, and just, trying to help out as many racers as we can out here with side-by-side wraps, trailer wraps, event tents, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, in addition to wraps, they also have full tent. You guys do easy ups. What else do you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. Full automotive and commercial window tint, residential window tint, keep your homes, and then the vehicle's cool too. So do all of that. Anything that you really need printed, we can get it done for you. So, but that's signs, banners, tents, vehicle wraps, you name it.
Well, things are heating up out here at Firebird Motorsports Park and 019. They're going to keep you cool all summer long. Yeah, big thanks to 019 for all their involvement out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Looking at the grid here, that's going to be the 800 Open Division. Got that Jones Ford pace truck now, taking over for the 019 side-by-side pace vehicle that we see in some of the divisions. So great to have Jones Ford on board as well. We got some amazing partners in the series. I mean, Cactus Splash Pools and Spas doing a great job with us. Looney Cooling, obviously Rugged Radios, doing a phenomenal job. Maxxis Tires. We got that Maxxis Tires checkered flag. It's Tiffany Stone sitting down to rejoin me in the booth to call some of the action. K&N Filters. I mean, just some amazing partners. Liquid Molly. In the series, and big thanks to all of them for all the support and being able to have this amazing championship weekend and championship Sunday. So you're going to look at the grid there. That number 66, Addie Atterbury, been darn near perfect all season long, just really in a class of her own this year. But that number 29, Bryce Tomasi, showing a lot of speed as of late. Wrecker Earp there, you see him. We're waiting on Zeppelin Ledbetter. He just got it done with the last race. Going to jump in this car, come here, and he was our pole sitter yesterday. Fast qualifier on the weekend. That's why we're having a slight delay. We're trying to get Zeppelin onto the grid. Wrecker Earp, though, great run by Wrecker. Was right in the podium picture the entire day yesterday. And Chloe Hearn been very, very fast. Lots of podiums this year. Had some struggles yesterday. Had some mechanical issues, so she got cycled to the back. She's going to be starting there in the last row, but looking forward to seeing what she's got up her sleeve today as well. So definitely five, 6 cars that we're going to have today, but all of them capable of a podium. So going to be a fun one to watch.
Jim, I just realized how incredibly difficult it would be to race not only one class, but 2 classes and put in 4 classes. With me coming back up and down over here, I don't know how these young ones reset their mind, get in a different vehicle, showcase what they can do, especially when we're looking at it with Bryce Tomasi. I mean, this is going to be his 3rd race of the day, and that is an incredible feat itself. So kudos to anybody out there, not only racing 1, but 2, 3, 4, 5 different classes throughout a day in different vehicles. That is amazing.
Yeah, I know we've got some drivers doing 4. I think isn't Zeppelin doing 4?
Zeppelin, and I think Banks Bodden was going to do 4 too.
I was going to say, we've got a couple of them doing 4. And I'm like, that's just insane.
And I'm just trying to run up and down through the booth and the podium over here, and I'm in the same exact spot doing the same exact thing, and these ones are going into a different vehicle, different setup, different horsepower, different everything, and then coming back out and still making that top of the podium.
They're crushing sugar. They got Red Bull and M&Ms. They're just popping in between races.
They have to have something because
caffeine and sugar.
I think I need caffeine and sugar as well over here to make it up those stairs.
I'll tell you what, I got to give a shout out to Johnny Holcher, but they brought us up some Herbalife electrolyte like tea yesterday. It was like almost like a Kool-Aid. Stuff was phenomenal. So I'm just shouting out to Mama Holcher. If you want to bring those to the booth today, we are definitely saying yes to those.
Definitely. I feel like I need those extra electrolytes going through here, but I absolutely love this class right now, watching the 800 Open, watching this, and like you were talking about with Bryce Tomasi coming in, giving Atterbury a little run for her money, showcasing what could happen. Atterbury, she's been on it. I came through here yesterday, and with everything that she won, she was at an 87% win percentage. I think that after round 9, she's got to be up into the 90s now.
Yeah, she's definitely, she has put on a clinic this year. I mean, she has been a class of her own. We've had a few people who've challenged her here and there, but it really has been Addie Atterbury's season. She deserves this championship. I mean, it's locked up at this point. But really looking forward to seeing next year what this young lady can do, because I think she's going to graduate out of this class. She's going to move on to some of the bigger and faster cars. And I think she's one that I've really got my eye on to see what's the future hold for Addie Atterbury, because the effort she's seen out here in this class, I'm like, I'm looking forward to seeing her in faster cars.
Well, and you're looking at it right now, 393 points, but right behind that, Chloe Hearn, she has just down 54 points. Did see her out this morning putting down a few laps out there, so it's really cool. And Chloe, she could come back at any moment.
Yeah, that brings us to our Liqui Moly starting grid. Addie Atterbury, current points leader. Inside row number 1, Bryce Tomasi. Lots of speed as of late. Outside row number 1, Zeppelin Ledbetter was our pole sitter on the weekend. Could sneak in there and possibly sneak a victory. He is inside row number 2, Wrecker Earp. Great effort by him yesterday. Chloe Hearn, watch for her to charge from that last row. Jamison Olsen there in the number 21 car outside row number 3. Looks like Jamison Olsen not going to make the grid, though, so we are going to be down to 5 cars today. But all 5 chance to take a podium. Yesterday, we saw some challengers early to Addie Atterbury. She was able to battle back, get the lead, and then never looked back. But I think we are going to see some challengers in the first corner, in the second corner. Addie Atterbury gets out front, gets a lead. There's nobody touching her. She doesn't make mistakes. So I think if something's going to happen, it's going to happen very, very early in this one. Watch for our challengers to try and get a jump off the green flag and try and get around here early. They need to get around her so they can block and play defense. She gets that breathing room, it's all over.
Definitely, but what we're seeing right now, like we talked about earlier with the different classes and the different drivers jumping in there, the 29 and the 747, they've already been out here a handful of times. They know exactly how the track's developing, what's going on, where to stay out of. They've seen those ruts that are out there, so they have a little bit of advantage knowing that those certain little gotchas are already out there on the track.
All right, green flag out. Addie Atterbury taking us to green. Look at that Zeppelin looking to the bottom, looking to sneak in there. Oh, little tire tap there with Bryce Tomasi and Zeppelin Ledbetter. Saw a little tire smoke when they rubbed there.
Checked up, though. Very nice to keep the car.
Yeah, both of them, Zeppelin Ledbetter saw the contact and backed out of it. Nice bit of racecraft from him. Too early to start that, but look at that. Addie Atterbury already getting 3-4 car lengths on the field. As he's seen, this girl just doesn't make mistakes either. She knows this car so well. Whoa! Zeppelin with a big loop there. Up, runs into the tire thing. We're going to see if he can get her backed up and turned around. Well, what happened there? Yep, he's going to get it backed up. We're trying to not pull out the caution. This one will have a competition caution, though. Chloe Hearn there, up into 4th spot. Zeppelin Ledbetter, he's back running again. See if Rooster can get back into things. Like I said, we will have a competition caution at some point. Right now, though, the battle for second. Wrecker Earp trying to put a little pressure there on Bryce Tomasi. I'm loving the chrome wheels on these cars. See Zeppelin Ledbetter and Tomasi, both of the polished aluminum or the chrome wheels. I love that look.
It makes it stand out a little bit easier as well to see which car they're in.
All right, so Wrecker Earp looking to the bottom. Look at that, Chloe Hearn now going to put a little pressure on Wrecker Earp. Uh-oh, Tomasi with a mistake. Drifts up high, Chloe Hearn to the bottom. She's going to try and make a run. Oh, Wrecker Earp coming back in, cutting off Chloe Hearn.
And what we were talking about with Wrecker Earp, and we kind of saw it yesterday, don't put him out of it. He is a seasoned driver as well. You know, the best finish he had was round 7, second place, so that gives you a little momentum going into round 10.
All right, so Chloe Hearn now trying to look to the inside. Oh, contact! That was Tomasi coming over into Wrecker Earp. I don't know what happened. It was just like he just turned right and just drilled into the side. I don't know that he knew he was there. It's like he didn't know. He thought he was clear, and he wasn't clear, and he drifted over and just kind of drifted over into Wrecker Earp. Allowed Chloe Hearn to narrow the gap, though.
And we always talk about Chloe Hearn being able to be a second half driver. As soon as that comp yellow comes out, they restack them. She's got a great view of what the track's developing into. She usually comes into her own, and then she makes her move in her podium spot. Another methodical driver.
Yeah, you were talking earlier in one of the earlier races, you've got those drivers that like to lead, and then you've got the drivers that like to hunt. Chloe Hearn, definitely a hunter.
She's very much a hunter, and what we talked about in round 9 is that even though she is not always at the top, she knows what it takes to be a champion out there. She's a champion in a different series. She had to miss that, but she didn't miss the points. She had a driver fill in for her, and she knows how to hunt down Tomasi.
All right, so Tomasi, Earp, Hearn. This is the battle for the second spot. Addie Atterbury out front. Big lead for Addie Atterbury. We're 3 in. This one's going 10. Throw the competition caution at the midway point. Zeppelin Ledbetter quite a ways back after that big spin. He's going to wait for that competition caution to fly. All right, so Tomasi hitting his marks. Chloe Hearn kind of settled in there in the 4th spot, waiting for something to happen in front of her.
I always feel like Chloe knows when that comp yellow is coming up. She's podiumed every single time, top 3 every single time for all of these rounds. So she's waiting for that, saving the car, getting that jump, I think, on the restart. Then she'll be able to capitalize on there. Like you're saying, you feel like she likes to hunt them down, and exactly that's what I think about.
And we've got a little bit of lead there for Tomasi over the 3rd spot as we go back up with the number 66 of Addie Atterbury, currently dominating this field, just as she's done most of the season.
But when we're looking at the lap times are very similar between Atterbury and Tomasi right before it switched over. So they were all sitting in that 107, 108 mark. Atterbury's just so comfortable in this car, absolutely says it's her favorite car to drive out there, loves being in the 800 Open class, and her numbers and her stats definitely show that.
Yeah, Tomasi not far off Atterbury's pace, just a little bit down now. Now he's got some breathing room. He's going to try and narrow the gap. I think he's kind of waiting around for that competition caution. We're about a lap away from that. Going to get real interesting after that competition caution, I believe. Keeping it nice and tight there, Bryce Tomasi. Kind of working on some working on some lines for the second half of this race.
Track seems like it's drying out just a little bit. The wind is very constant right now, blowing everything around. I'm wondering if this is the type of track that Tomasi likes. Seems like he knows where he wants to go, knows his line choices, making a few moves here and there.
Making a run here up the front stretch. Excuse me, up the back stretch. Gonna go up and over that big flyaway jump. Look at that. I feel like he's narrowed the gap a little bit there to Addie Atterbury. Running about half a second off her pace though. She's kind of tiptoeing her way through. You know, she's not getting a lot of pressure, and that competition caution going to be popping out here just in a few moments. Save that car for the second half. Competition caution flying for Addie Atterbury. And speaking of Addie Atterbury, we were able to catch up with our points leader earlier this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Addie. Now, if you're talking about a stellar driver in the 800 class, we're talking about Addie. Now, Addie, you've won 7 rounds here, and it seems like for rounds 7 and 8, you were a last-minute endurance kind of driver because you got your fastest laps on those final laps in rounds 7 and 8. So we're back here for rounds 9 and 10. What do your predictions look like for the weekend?
Hopefully, I can secure the winning for both of these races.
Well, it seems like you're on the right track. You've got really great consistent lap times. You know exactly what to do. You're a seasoned driver when it comes to this class. Is there anything specific that you love about this class that keeps you coming back each round?
I just feel so comfortable in my 800. So, yeah, that's why I keep coming back because I love doing it. It's like my favorite.
I absolutely love that. Well, we're going to see how this rounds 9 and 10 really work out for Addie Atterbury. If she gets that top spot, she gets that whole shot, she's going to be unstoppable. We're going to see what happens. Back up to you guys.
All right. Well, that was Addie Atterbury. She's our current leader and our points champion. Well, yet to be crowned points champion. She's pretty much got it locked up here. Just needs to finish this race. I think even if she doesn't finish, she's still going to get crowned champion. But right now, I mean, that number 29 there, Bryce Tomasi's been very, very fast, running very close lap times to Addie Atterbury the last few laps. So I think he might have something for her on this restart. Might be a little wishful thinking because Addie has been so phenomenal this season. But Wrecker Earp been very quick as well this weekend, and don't count out Chloe Hearn. She's a second half racer, so I think she's got a lot of car left. She might play into this. So podium yet to be determined. Green flag gonna be flying. Addie Atterbury taking us to it. Look at that, Chloe Hearn down to the bottom. Nothing there, trying to get around Wrecker Earp. But Tomasi all over the back bumper there of Addie Atterbury, going to drift to the outside, run up the outside on the back stretch. Addie drifting over, blocking Tomasi, nothing there. Look at that, Tomasi late braking all over the bumper of Addie Atterbury. Tomasi trying to make it racy here.
And this is what you're talking about. You know, when we first start or have the restart, you have a few corners before Addie Atterbury kind of carries it away, so you have to make that move. Looks like Tomasi's putting a little bit of pressure on her, staying with her, a little bumper, closer than what we've seen before the competition yellow.
Yeah, look at that, Tomasi. I mean, Addie hasn't had to drive with her rear view mirror very much this year, and I think right now she's having to play a little defense with Bryce Tomasi, something she hasn't felt very much.
And now we're also looking at Chloe Hearn and Wrecker Earp right there before.
Look at that. I mean, she just can't shake Tomasi yet. Oh, a little squirrely there for Addie Atterbury. Chloe Hearn now trying to get around Wrecker Earp for that final podium spot. Look at that. Tomasi going to get a run up on Addie Atterbury. She just can't shake Bryce Tomasi. You got to give this young kid credit. He goes, I don't care if you're going to be the champion. I'm going to make you earn it.
And this is what we were talking about. If Bryce Tomasi came in, earlier into the season, what could it have been like? Addie Atterbury puts a clinic on all the time, every time she's out there. But this is pushing it just a little bit. And then you've got Wrecker Earp and Chloe Hearn. It looks like Chloe took the inside. Yeah, Chloe was down to the bottom there. We'll see if she can make that stick. But look at that, Tomasi. I mean, Addie has never all year had this kind of pressure. You got to give the 29 of Tomasi a lot of credit here. Are yet to be crowned champion, Addie Atterbury. She is going to earn it here in round number 10. One little mistake, and Tomasi's going to step through the door. Going to have a couple laps remaining here. White flag out, 1 to go. Can Tomasi put enough pressure on Atterbury? Chloe Hearn did get around Wrecker Earp. All right, so Tomasi going to get a run into this corner. He's been late breaking into this corner. May try and carry some momentum on the high side, just like he does. Running the higher line. He's going to have some speed coming out of this corner. Going to try and make a run down here into turn number 3. All the way to the bottom. And it's taking a couple car links out. And it seems like just right there, every time he gets a little closer and closer to her, she's got a little bit more speed on him, but absolutely killing it and keeps closing the gap. Like you were talking about, this is the closest that we've seen between Addie Atterbury and anybody else in the rest of the field. Yeah, he's got 2 corners remaining. Does Tomasi have something for her? Drifting to the outside. He's going to carry some speed going into this final corner. Might try and carry the momentum down the front stretch and outrun her. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Addie Atterbury going to come down. She is going to take the Maxxis Tires checkered flag. She is your champion. A lot of credit to Tomasi taking on that second spot. And Chloe Hearn going to get a lot of pressure from Wrecker Earp. Wrecker going to be right outside the podium. Chloe Hearn going to take that final podium spot. What a run there. I like that. Bryce Tomasi making Addie Atterbury earn the championship today, but she takes the victory yet again, and we're going to catch up with these top 3. We'll turn out here to Chandler and Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly. More performance, more driving pleasure.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the Crown Town Group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, 1 powers the Starlink, 1 powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
And welcome back here to round number 10, Championship Sunday of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver, been calling the morning action along with Tiffany Stone, just wrapping up the 800 Open Division, where we will be crowning a champion here momentarily. Brings us to our Rugged Radio's 800 Open results. It was Addie Atterbury taking top honors, and she will take top honors on the season as our 2025 and 2026 champion. But Bryce Tomasi coming in, putting a lot of pressure on her all the way to the wire. Chloe Hearn battling from the last spot on the grid to take a podium as well. Wrecker Earp just outside the podium yet again. Great effort by him this weekend. Zeppelin Ledbetter rounding out in 5th place. And Jamison Olsen not able to take the green flag here in 800 Open racing today. This season, the story of this class was all the number 66 of Addie Atterbury. Young girl has got quite a future ahead of her behind the wheel of some off-road cars, and really excited about the future and what that holds for her. But speaking of Addie Atterbury and our entire podium, I'm going to send it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, Jim. Down here with Chloe Hearn. Chloe, so good. Earlier this morning, I know you were putting down some laps, probably doing a little shakedown on the car, which was a smart move because it brought you all the way back up to the podium. Now, for the season, you've been one of the most consistent drivers in this class, always on the podium, always in the top 3, so it's good to have you back up here. Talk to me about round 10 and how it went for you.
Round 10, we had problems before, but we managed to fix them late. It was pretty late, but we fixed it. And it just brought me back here, and I'm really happy to be here.
Well, it's always good to see you come back up here. You know, we always have been mentioning that you're a second-half driver, showcasing it once again here for round 10. After the Comp Yellow, you're able to gain a spot, put yourself on the podium, close out the great season over here. So who would you like to thank for today?
I would like to thank VP Racing Fuel, Lone Star Racing, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixens, Synfab Racing, Flying High, AM Soiled, Maxxis Tires, Extreme Machine, 2X, and Double E Racing.
Well, you've done it here. It has been an honor to be able to chat with you, especially in this class, every single round up here for the season. Nice job here, finishing out the year. Congratulations once again on 3rd. And heading right over here, who has been shaking things up in this class, Bryce Tomasi. That smile says everything. We were sitting in the booth. You were really giving Addie Atterbury a run for her money, making sure that she earned this championship. Nice job out there, making some veteran moves, doing some really cool, clean things out there, bringing it into the corners. Nice job. Talk to me about round 10 for you.
It's really fun. I just really like to thank Jimmy because he's been helping me get faster, and Tyler for working on my car every single time, and Garrett Gentry because if he didn't ask me, I wouldn't have been here.
Well, there you go. Sometimes you just need somebody to ask you if you want to do it, and then you take that opportunity and say yes. Nice job. Hopefully we can see you again in this class next season. It would be great to see you out there. Great driving. Who would you like to thank for round 10?
My mom, my dad, Herman Trucking, Jimmy and Tyler, Garrett Gentry, Gentry Motorsports, Louis Gong, Warrior Machinery, and everybody that's come out here today.
Well, you've done it here. Hop up on number 2. Nice job over there. And taking that top spot once again, 9 rounds in a row. Pretty much from round 2 all the way to round 10, Addie Atterbury. You can tell that the wind is getting a little bit crazy out here. It dried out the track a little bit, but from your perspective, was it a perfect track for you? Because it seemed like it did. You had a little pressure from Bryce behind you. You were able to close them off, pick the great lines, showcase why you're a champion. But let's just talk about round 10. How did that go for you today?
It was pretty good, but my steering was a bit off, so I was kind of babying the corners because I didn't want to lose it all.
Well, for somebody whose steering was a bit off, you made it seem like it was pretty nice out there, flawless. Who would you like to thank for round 10?
I'd like to thank my dad for everything and spotting me. I'd like to thank my family and friends, and I'd like to thank 2X Motorsports, Atterbury Motorsports, Off-Road Vixens, Roma Venture Company, Mazzanti Motorsports, and whoever else I forgot.
Well, you've done it here, closing out a great 25-26 season with another win, showcasing why you're a champion. Hop up on number 1 for me. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in 800 Open. Back up to you, Jim.
Yeah, what a great race for 800 Open. I mean, probably one of the best races we've had all season in that division, and you love that when you wrap up the championship with the best race of the year. We had the same thing happen in one of the 170 divisions earlier on today. Great to see Chloe Hearn back on the podium. Big fan of her and how far she's come this season. and obviously see Bryce Tomasi in there to be able to put the pressure on Addie Atterbury, who's been darn near flawless all season long. And then, obviously Addie Atterbury, the story of the season has been that young lady in the number 66, just pure dominance. And like I said earlier, looking forward to seeing what the future holds for her. So we got the fans coming out, a little wind, but that's not affecting the fans. But sounds like, speaking of Addie Atterbury, Tiffany is standing by with her.
Thanks, Jim. Down here, Addie Atterbury, congratulations for you. You are our season champ for 800 Opens. 9 wins in a row, completely dominating everything. I can't tell you how many times the booth has said you have put on a clinic, showed up every single time, put in every single lap, took every green flag, every checkered flag. Nice job. Talk to me about the season.
It was a really great season. It was really fun, but that was my last season. I'm moving on to RS1 now.
Wow, we were just talking about that. I think I got some goosebumps over here. It's 80-some degrees out, and I got goosebumps. It has been so great to watch you this entire season. What's the most memorable thing that you've taken away from here that you're going to implement now into that new class?
I just love the track, and yeah.
Wonderful. I absolutely love that. Who would you like to thank for your entire 25-26 season here at CORR?
I'd like to thank my dad for spotting me, helping me through all the races. I'd like to thank 2X Motorsports for helping my car, and my family and friends for supporting me. And then those are who kept watching me live over and over again. And Off-Road Vixens, Rome Adventure Company, and Mazzanti Motorsports.
I love it. Addie Atterbury, well, congratulations. Way to finish out your last race, your last season in this class. Nice job. Show everybody out there that you are a champion. One more round of applause. Your 800 Open season champ, Addie Atterbury. Back up to Jim.
Thanks, Tiffany. And yeah, I mean, great to hear she's stepping up into an RS1 next year. Really looking forward to seeing her do battle with some of the faster drivers in the series, and going to be really, really exciting to see what's in store for her. But speaking of that, obviously this series takes a village, to get us to the track, and a lot of that is our partners here. And one of those partners, Rugged Radio, stepping in a big way. And earlier on this weekend, I was able to catch up with Rugged Radios. We're here with Rugged Radios, one of our big partners in the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Now, Rugged has been here trackside at every single round, keeping our racers serviced. They have a wide array of products, everything from headsets to intercoms to Nitro Bees. We got Reed Nordine here with Rugged Radios, going to be able to tell us about what Rugged is doing out here at the track.
We're here happy to support the racers, whether they need tear-offs, radio programming, pieces for the radios, push-to-talks, whatever. Racing takes its toll on equipment, and we're here happy to support the racers that need us.
Well, you heard it here. Rugged Radios keeping our racers dialed in with communications and safety. All right, yeah, Rugged Radio's doing a lot behind the scenes to keep our racers and our teams dialed in, as well as the staff here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Right now, we're going to shift gears. We got our R&R Steel Racing Youth Production points. Kyle Niner, 377 points. Tatum Forrester, 19 points back. Harper McKinney, 68 points back. Great run this season for Harper. Little struggles yesterday. Vincent Weaver, Ryland Gahn, Wyatt Schmucker, Evan Atkins, Liam Cadwell, Desi De La Cruz, and Brenna Gorky. But I tell you what, right now the storyline is Kyle Niner, Tatum Forrester, 1 and 2 on the grid, 1 and 2 in the points championship. That's going to be the one to watch. Tatum Forrester needing to get ahead of Kyle Niner and put some traffic between the two, let's say. But they've been running each other strong all season long. Brings us to our Liquid Moly starting grid. It is Niner in row number 1 on the inside pole position. Tatum Forrester outside row number 1. Then we've got Wyatt Schmucker and Harper McKinney, row number 2. Braden Penrod, Liam Cadwell, row number 3. Ryland Gahn, Cooper Hoganus, row number 4. Moving to row number 5, Desi De La Cruz and Brenna Gorky in row number 5. And then we've got row number 6, Luke Dawson. There in the inside of that be Vincent Weaver and then Banks Bodden rounding out things. We're going green flag racing. Niner going to be taking us to the green flag. Niner and Forrester, 1 and 2. Look at that. Forrester all the way to the outside trying to get a run on Niner. Nothing there. All right, so Niner down to the bottom. Look at that speed. Forster's going to carry around that top side. Well, one up into the K-rail. That was the 245 there of Brayton Penrod. Penrod going to back it up, get her spun around. Don't quite know what happened there. A lot of traffic, a lot of speed going into that second corner. This looks like he was a casualty of a racing incident. Got a little bit of dust. Looks like that corner number 4 there drying out a bit. Right now, though, that's the battle for the points championship. Look at that. Tatum Forster going to get around Kyle Niner. Exactly what Forster needs to do. Whoa, little contact there. We got all kinds of stuff happening out here, Tiffany Stone. But right there, that is the story of the day. Tatum Forster needed to get the lead, needs to put a gap between him and Niner, and needs Niner to have some cars get around him.
Absolutely, and when we keep looking at them, this entire season it's been either Kyle Niner or Tatum Forster. Kyle Niner took those first 4, Tatum Forster took the next 3, and then Kyle Niner took the next 2. So if Tatum Forster can take this, it's going to be a very, very tight gap. I know that Kyle Niner is looking forward to this. Both of them have been battling back and forth, but Jim, let's talk about the weather. We can see that dust is starting to linger a little bit around those corners coming in, so if you don't have clean air, say you're 4th, 5th, 6th, you're going to be eating some dust.
Yeah, definitely going to be eating some dust. Some wind picking up out here. Definitely causing some drying out the track faster than we thought. I mean, we're here in the booth, and we got some wind blowing around. Like you said, course drying out. Starting to see some blue groove come in because it's getting dry so quick. But like you said, the dust is going to become an issue depending on what direction you're going on this track.
Well, and then looking at the numbers, you know, with Tatum Forster, we got another person over. But with Tatum Forster taking the rounds at Glen Helen, he loves the fast technical tracks. With this blue groove coming in right now, it's going to be that. You're going to have a little different drive style. You're going to have to see what goes on.
Yeah, that looks like that is the 918, I believe.
Of Cooper Hoganess.
Cooper Hoganess.
Oh, a little squirrely right there for the number 5 of Wyatt Schmucker.
Yeah, Wyatt Schmucker. Currently sitting in the 3rd spot. Going to get Hoganess pulled back over.
And Jim, while we watch Hoganess get pulled back over, for those who don't know about Blue Groove, somebody who's experienced it before, exactly how does that change your drive style and your craft once you're out there? Because it seems a little bit more slipperier.
Oh, look at that. We do have a little issue there. That'll be it for Hoganess for today. But yeah, going back to the Blue Groove, yeah, it does get a little bit slipperier. Those of you that watch a lot of dirt track racing, sprint cars and that, you'll see that Blue Groove come in. It's how they're really able to back it in. A lot of drivers like that Blue Groove because you really don't have to worry about ruts, things like that. You get into that Blue Groove and you really just plant the car around the corner, back it in. It's when you get those beautiful sideways shots and things like that. But it also, once you get to something like that, tire choice needs to change. There's a lot of different tire pressures. There's a lot of different benefits to Blue Groove, but also drawbacks to Blue Groove as well, depending on the setup of your car. Looks like we are going to be under caution here for a few moments. This will take place of our mandatory competition caution. Earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with our points leader, currently sitting in the 2nd position, Kyle Niner.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Kyle Niner. Now, Kyle, you and Tatum Forster have been battling back and forth all season long. You've won 5 out of the 8 rounds. Majority of them have been here at Firebird. You were able to capitalize once again in round 8, but that margin over Tatum was crazy. It was like 0.127 seconds or something along those lines. So going into rounds 9 and 10, how do you think you're going to battle not only yourself, but Tatum Forster?
Just got to stay consistent, quite frankly. If we can bring home P2 consistently throughout the weekend, we'll get the championship, and I'll be super happy with that. But if we can get the win, we'll try and go for the win, but it's going to be close no matter what happens.
And with round 9 specifically, we're back here. You're coming off of that consistency of winning for round 8. That gives you a little bit more confidence going into the last few rounds. It's a little cooler, but it is warm again. How are you going to capitalize on the weather, the track? Obviously, it's probably going to dry out a little bit more than what we've seen in past rounds.
Yeah, we changed up the tune a little bit in the car, added a little bit more fuel to accommodate for the heat. But other than that, just focus on keeping myself cool during the race, and nothing much changes. It's Arizona. It's hot always.
I love that. It is Arizona. It's hot always. And yes, it is. So we're going to see what happens to Kyle Niner for rounds 9 and 10 and see how everything shapes up for him.
Well, that is Cooper Hoganess getting put on the forklift. That is definitely not what you want to see as a race car driver, but I believe we do have a replay of what happened there with Cooper Hoganess, who was further back in the field. We weren't following along the action when that happened, but looks like we do have a replay of the incident that occurred. It's going to play back here. Looks like Cooper Hoganess kind of got into it with another driver, went for a little tumble there. Looked like Cooper may have cut down. I don't know. Just looked like a racing incident, but Cooper Hoganess, a couple little rolls there. Wasn't a hard crash, but enough that ruined the right front of that car, and it'll be calling it a day for the 918 of Cooper Hoganess. Yeah, but look at that track, Tiffany, just like you were saying. Not quite blue groove yet, but the way that's drying out, it's going to get there really quick.
Which, you know, with this happening so early, having that full course yellow, how is that going to set up the rest of the strategy going into this? Because we have so many laps going on. Obviously, we see Tatum Forster out there. Kyle Niner's right behind him. But the battle that has been happening between both of these two drivers for the entire season is so close. When we looked at round 8, the margin that was separating the two from the winners was only 0.78 seconds. So when Kyle Niner took that over, less than a second did he beat Tatum Forster, showcasing the drive craft, the style of both of these drivers. They know what it takes to win. Both of them have had a handful of podiums this season, so it's going to be an interesting rest of the race, especially with this happening so early in the beginning of the race.
Yep, Jones Ford pace truck off. Tatum Forster going to bringing us to green. Look for Kyle Niner to make a move early. Forster, a little bit of a gap there. Got the jump on Kyle Niner. Forster likes that outside line in turn number 1. Carries a lot of speed coming out of that down the backstretch. Kyle Niner now going to have to take the high line, getting dusted out. This almost looks like a desert race. Look at the dust in that corner. You see the wind just blowing that dust off immediately. Oh, Kyle Niner getting a little pressure there from the bottom. That is Schmucker. And this is what Tatum Forster wants. He needs Schmucker to get around Niner. Little gap that narrows the points lead. It's exactly what Forster wants, excuse me. So Niner now wants to get into battle with Forster, but got his hands full with third place.
Well, this is exactly kind of what we were talking about yesterday. As Kyle Niner's in that position, not only is he trying to hunt down Tatum Forster, but now he's trying to hold back Wyatt Schmucker. So he's got to play that defense-offense thing that we talked to him yesterday about. It's a little bit tricky because you're trying to see what's happening. The track is developing a little bit differently than what we saw yesterday, really getting dusty out there and creating that blue groove. So as a driver, you've got so many things going on.
Yeah, all kinds of things going on here. That is the number 62 of Rylan Gaughan now up into the top 5. Great run by him. Seeing that young driver come on strong. Harper McKinney there in the 4th spot as well. Rylan Gaughan now starting to put a little pressure on Harper McKinney. Harper McKinney currently 3rd in points.
And talking about McKinney as well, McKinney's had 4 different podiums throughout the season, knows what it takes to get out there. And if he could go ahead a little bit of Schmucker gets ahead of Niner, that's also going to put a big gap that Forster needs.
And look at that. I mean, Rylan Gaughan on fire out here today. Would be great to see Rylan make a push for a podium. And this is exactly what Tatum Forster, who's leading, needs. He needs all of these drivers to get in the way of Kyle Niner to be able to have a chance at this championship. Kyle Niner been really strong this season, not making a lot of mistakes though. Right now, Niner hands full with Schmucker in the number 5. Tatum Forster, a little bit of gap back to Niner, a little bit of breathing room, not a lot. Look at that, all the way to the bottom. Schmucker taking a peek to the inside of Niner. Niner shutting the door. Schmucker a hair faster than Niner the last lap. Actually, Schmucker, fastest car on track the last lap.
And I'm wondering if this is the type of track that Schmucker likes, like we talked about. A lot of them kind of like it when it dries out a little bit. Don't know if this is exactly what they wanted as a dried out track, but it's giving them some momentum. And then you got Rylan Gaughan right over here, who used to race in the desert, so this dust and this type of track isn't a stranger to him.
Yeah, Rylan Gaughan, I mean, a very strong effort for Rylan, but look at that. I mean, Schmucker just all over the back of Niner. Forster obviously quite a bit faster at this point, gapping the field, but Niner getting a lot of pressure, and, you know, this is exactly what Tatum Forster needs. I mean, we're going to see an outside-inside here by Schmucker. Beautiful. Oh, look at that. Schmucker going to do it. Schmucker getting around Niner with that outside-inside over the triple. And look at this. We got Harper McKinney now. Niner seeing this possible points championship slip away. Trying everything he can. He knows he's got to get back around Schmucker.
And this is the time I'm wondering what Tatum Forrester's spotter is telling him in his ear, knowing that he's got that big of a gap, knowing that Niner now is just a little bit behind.
Yeah, and Forrester picking up that crucial midway point, extra point. So Niner now really trying to battle back. Looks like he's on a bit of a mission now to get back around Schmucker. Meanwhile, Tatum Forrester out front, not making any mistakes.
And these are the last few laps that you can't make mistakes with the track conditions like this, how windy it is, the dust, every little mistake, every little bobble, every little rut is going to change it for you.
Yeah, and we look at Harper McKinney there in the 4th spot, 3rd in points.
Seemed like Kyle Niner went out a little bit too far on that one.
Yeah, he's trying everything. Look at that, Harper McKinney looking to the inside of Niner. Harper McKinney gets around Niner. Niner's going to be really hard-pressed to win this championship. Look at that, McKinney all the way to the bottom. Niner cutting over, slamming the door on Harper McKinney. This championship going to go down to the wire.
And then in these last few laps, we got to see Kyle Niner. He's got to pick a different line than what he's been choosing right now. Everybody seems like they're getting out just a little bit more. Seems like the faster lines are just a little bit more, pushing outside towards the cushion on that, changing what we've seen from yesterday. They were so close for the inside right here on those turns, but Niner pushing out, cutting it off right there across McKinney.
Lots of dust here, looking like the mid-400 out here in Chandler. That wind really drying this course out.
And that's what we were talking about, Tatum Forrester having a little bit more clean air out there. I'm wondering if that's affecting the way Niner's having to drive, because he's not going to be able to see as clear as he's used to, especially with the wind picking up right now.
Yeah, look at that. Harper McKinney really starting to take a peek there at Niner. Harper McKinney gets around. This is not good for Kyle Niner. McKinney looking to the inside. Look at that. I mean, McKinney really getting a run up on Niner with about a lap and a half to go. And Tatum Forrester just a big lead up there in the lead. Trying everything he can do to win this championship and steal it away from Kyle Niner. Beautiful bit of driving today by Tatum Forrester. Backing it in there, really getting her looped around. Look at that blue groove starting to come in. That's the blue groove. That is blue groove.
There it is. Now looking at the track, Jim, from your perspective, does it look very similar to the fast technical side that we see from Glenn Helen? Because if so, Tatum Forrester said Glenn Helen was his favorite.
Yeah, and this is definitely turning into a bit of different track here than these drivers have had at Firebird all season long. It's definitely morphing in the way they're going to have to drive this track, and I think that's why we're seeing Niner start to struggle. Drivers like Harper McKinney coming in, look at that. I mean, Harper all over the back of Niner, really challenging our points leader. Oh, and that's what Niner needs. He needs to get around Schmucker. Is Schmucker going to be able to keep it held? Yes. We're going to have a touch. Oh, look at that. Harper McKinney to the bottom. That is not what Niner needs. He lost another position. Tatum Forrester now may have a shot at this championship.
Well, it just seemed like when Kyle Niner went out a little bit too far, got pushed out there, that was where McKinney was able to come in.
Wow. I mean, I wouldn't have written this script today with this race. It is the checkered flag, Max's Tire checkered flag for Tatum Forrester. It is going to be Schmucker and McKinney. Niner off the podium. This is going to have to go to our mathematicians to figure out who is the champion out here. I have absolutely no idea, Tiffany Stone.
Absolutely not. And if anything, like you said, we didn't think that we were going to be able to write this, but I'm going to go down there, grab some driver interviews, see what was kind of going on. Intensity's got to be super high. Tatum Forrester has got to be super ecstatic, showcasing that he can win mid-season, come back and finish off the season strong and showcase why it's been between him and Niner the entire season.
Yeah, what a phenomenal race. We're going to come back with our podium finishers and crown a champion who I don't know who it will be quite yet. We'll return here to Championship Sunday of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Double E Racing, engineered for performance.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Built to get more out of every mile. For what you pull, what you haul, and what you refuse to leave behind. When the load gets heavy, you don't back off. You push forward. Trusted for generations because performance matters. More air, more power, more response. Engineered for the demands of diesel drivers, ready for wherever the road ends. K&N Performance Diesel.
And we are back here to Championship Sunday at Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And youth production was an absolute barn burner that we just witnessed. I don't even know how this championship is going to shape up. Tatum Forrester, who was second in the championship, ended up taking the victory. Kyle Niner, who was first in the championship, ended up in fourth. That leads us to our Rugged Radio's results for youth production. Tatum Forrester, top honors. Wyatt Schmucker in the second spot in the number 5. Harper McKinney, third in points now, finishing up third on the podium. Kyle Niner, not often you see Kyle Niner off the podium in fourth. Rylan Gahn, amazing effort there by him to finish up in the top 5. Then it was Weaver, Gorky, Banks Bodden, Desi De La Cruz, and Brayton Penrod in your top 10. Wow, what an effort. I don't know if Tatum Forrester was able to bring home the championship. It's going to be a nail-biter with the points, but he did everything he possibly could and left it all out on the track, and you got to appreciate that. So you get a glimpse here at our fans. Fans starting to come in, and they are witnessing some amazing racing action today. Yeah, and I am getting word that Kyle Niner is our champion by a mere 11 points. So Tatum Forrester, left it all out on the track. What an amazing weekend for him, and what a great effort. As we see here, the track, definitely drying out. We saw that blue group come in. Got one round remaining here this morning in our youth morning, and then we're going to switch to pro classes this afternoon. Pros are going to love this track come this afternoon. This wind starting to pick up out here. It's definitely drying things out, but not often we see some blue groove like this early on in the day. But speaking of that amazing race, Tiffany Stone is standing by with our podium.
Thank you so much, Jim. Yes, an incredible race. I know it was quite dusty out there for you. So we're going to start with our third place finisher, Harper McKinney. Harper, a lot of things were going on in that race, back and forth, back and forth. You were kind of in the middle, waiting for that with the second half. Last few laps going on, you were being able to take over, capitalize over what we see for Kyle Niner, which is a feat in itself. Great driver. So you got to be super proud that you were able to drive, make sure that you were right there at the right time. Talk to me about round 10.
It was great. I saw Wyatt and Kyle battling the whole time, and I was just either going to sit there because I got third in points for the championship. So I was either going to sit there and wait or wait for them to make a mistake, in which they did, and I capitalized on it.
Well, you've done it here. Let's talk specifically around 10. Who would you like to thank for today?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Sneaky Tunes for tuning my car, Allcoat, and all my friends and family that came out to support.
Nice job. Big congratulations to you. Wyatt, we're coming over here. Nice job. It's so good to chat with you once again on the podium. Finishing the round 10 for the season. Nice job over there between you and Tatum. It was really good watching. A lot of clean racing out there. Actually, between all four of you, between adding Kyle into that as well. How was your season? How was your race?
Yeah, we had a rough season. We went through ups and downs, just learning different cars, and it was fun. I'm glad I got to finish the season off with a second, and, Mikey, big thanks to Mikey for spotting for me. He helped me out yesterday. I mean, I got off the track, and I made my way all the way back up to fourth or third now, I guess. And we were trying to catch Tatum at the end, but we had a flat tire, and so we just kind of rode it good, and, yeah, it was fun.
Well, it was really good to see you out there. Nice job. Who would you like to thank for the season and, of course, round 10?
Yeah, most importantly, God, my mom and dad for everything they do. It was a rough season, expensive season, so thank you guys. You're the best. The Forrester family for everything they do. Everyone in the pits, everyone that helps me out, thank you guys. Wayfinder BK, 2X Motorsports, Connor. That car was great, and anyone else that I'm forgetting.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Way to finish out the season. And taking that top spot, you and Kyle Niner have been battling back and forth all season long, adding another win over here for you. Great driving out there. I know that we spoke and you said that Glen Helen actually was your favorite. It was fast and technical, but now adding the wind, the dust, the blue groove, it seemed like this track right now, these conditions were your favorite. Talk to me about that.
I don't know. I still love Glen Helen. I don't know what it is, but that track's my favorite. I think the race went really well. I just knew Kyle's fast. I had to get around him in the start, so the first few laps I knew I had to be on it, and I completed that, and then from there I just needed to hit my lines and win.
Well, let's talk about spotter chatter a little bit. Once you got around Kyle Niner and then you started seeing that he dropped back 1, he dropped back 2, he dropped back 3 spots behind you, what was going on with your spotter, your chatter, and what your drive style had to be?
My dad's just telling me to stay clean and keep it consistent and don't make any big errors so that you can stay out in front and keep that gap and just keep pulling. And towards the end, I was getting a little squirrely. The blue groove was really loose and the whole track was loose, so I was sliding all over the place, but I just needed to keep it together, and that's why I'm up here.
Well, you've done it. You made a lot of great veteran moves. Nice job. Who would you like to thank for round 10?
I want to thank my mom and my dad for everything, my siblings, everybody that helps out, the Schroeders, the Schmuckers, everybody that comes out and helps and supports and gets this program going. Economy Plumbing, 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, Lone Star Performance, UPR, Valor Wheels, Rugged Radios, and I think that's it.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Hop up on number 1 for me. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in youth production. Back up to you, Jim.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And you want to talk about exciting? That was exciting. I love calling races like that where, you got a championship on the line. You don't know who's going to take home the championship. You got, 4 or 5 drivers. You can't count out Rylan Gahn, who was getting in the mix there in the top 5 as well. And it goes down to the wire, and everybody's just running each other so clean and so strong. And, man, that one, it was exciting. That was a nail-biter. That's why we love short course racing, was that race right there. What an amazing effort by all these young drivers, and looking forward to seeing what the future holds for each and every one of them, because let me tell you, you don't get races like that very often that go down to the wire like they did. And big shout out there to Tatum Forrester for doing everything he possibly could to try and seal up a championship. Just narrowly missed it, but that being said, Tiffany Stone is standing by with our champion.
Thanks so much, Jim. Down here, it's a little emotional right now. Kyle Niner, throughout the season, you prove why you are a champion in here. I've got goosebumps down here. It's 80 degrees, the wind's kicking, but the emotion that is coming from you right now, you were able to get a handful of wins, battle back and forth, move all the way through here, celebrate a birthday during this season, coming all the way to the very, very end. You put your heart and soul into this. I can see the emotion that's coming from here. Just give me a rundown about how your season went for you.
I mean, it's been a phenomenal season. I mean, I've been working my butt off for the last 3 years of my racing career trying to chase a championship, and I've had nothing but bad luck the last couple of years, and this year it finally worked out, and there's no words to explain how I feel right now. This is what I've been waiting for all these years.
Well, going off of that, obviously, you've been working hard for this champion this season. Are we still going to see you move up? What classes are you thinking about doing? Because now you've got this confidence. You've got everything together. Like you said, it's clicking. Are you ready to make the move into a next class?
We've been talking about pro, but we'll see how it goes.
Awesome. I love hearing about that. So let's talk about the season for you. Overall, who would you like to thank for helping making you a champion for 25-26 season here at CORR?
First of all, I would like to thank God for keeping me safe and making sure that everybody out here just races clean the entire season. My mom and my dad for supporting me no matter what happens. My little brother for coming out to every single one of the races. All my friends and family back home that support me. JG Racing, Hurley Motorsports, Sandcraft, Kinetic, Sneaky Tuned, everyone. I'd like to thank my uncle for coming out. I'd like to thank my girlfriend and my girlfriend's family for coming out. I'd like to thank my spotter Oliver with Golding Motorsports and Bobby for spotting me today. And if I forgot anyone, I'm so sorry. I'm just full of emotions. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you guys so much.
I absolutely love this story. Nice job, Kyle Niner. Show everybody right there, the champion, Kyle Niner, taking it away. I absolutely love this storyline. It is wonderful to see this. Nice job once again, Kyle Niner. Back up to you guys.
Oh, definitely well earned there for Kyle Niner. I mean, it was fun to watch him all season long. Kid is just crazy quick, and I love the idea of seeing Kyle Niner in a pro class next year. So definitely watch this space because I don't think we've seen the last of Kyle Niner in the 999. So definitely looking forward to seeing that as he crushes some sparkling cider there. Some of our CORR sparkling cider for our champions. Good to see that. Yes, I mean, great effort by him. And one thing I'm looking at here is you see a lot of our staff there, the red shirts, you see the black polos I'm wearing. Well, all of that is being brought to you by one of our partners, and our partners not only have our staff dialed in, but they also have a lot of our fans dialed in as well, and that is our partners at Traders, who's been at every round this weekend or this season, and Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with Traders earlier on this weekend.
Thanks, guys. You are absolutely correct. If you are here at Firebird Motorsports Park, make sure you come on down, grab some of the best swag and merch that you can find in short course. We've got tees, we've got tanks, we've got hats. You guys, I know it's going to be a little warm out here, so you're definitely going to want this tank top over here, but my favorite thing is going to be the fanny pack in the checkered print. I use this all year around. It makes it super easy, but yes, make sure you guys come down here, grab some great merch. They can do some custom things too. I've seen them make some hats and some patches. Just talk to them. They've got everything that you need, and it's going to be right here at the merch trailer. Back up to you guys.
Well, that was a great piece of artwork you did there, Tiffany Stone, talking about Traders. But as she joins us in the booth, I got to say, you've got a knack for bringing out the emotion in people on the podium. I know I've been seeing it over the last decade, but Niner, I mean, the kid put in the work this year.
Very much so, and I feel the emotion as well. Every time I'm up there, they start crying. I kind of want to cry as well because you put so much heart, soul, hours, days, months, and like you said, even years. So it's great to see that.
All right, that brings us to our R&R Steel Racing Youth Restricted Points. Ryder Greco out front, 376 points. Crew Hart, 31 points back. Not out of it, but it is going to take quite a mishap for him to factor into this points battle. Ryder Forrester, Jackson Cotter, Lathrop, Triton Lawrence in there in the 6th spot. Addy Atterbury, Nixon McCormick, Timothy Jones, and Blaine Proctor rounding out your top 10 in the points. Got a little moisture into the track, it looks like, during that break. You know, drivers talking about the blue groove coming in. I'm sure this one's going to dry out as well. Maybe not quite as quick as last time. The wind has died down just a hair. Brings us to our Liqui-Moly Youth Restricted starting grid. Row number 1, Ryder Forrester. Hayden Barler, a newcomer with a great effort yesterday to find his way to the podium. Been watching for great things out of him today. Ryder Greco, Crew Hart, row number 2. And then inside row number 3, it's Nixon McCormick and Lath Earp on the outside. And then it's going to be BJ Hawthorne and Blaine Proctor. Got our drivers coming. See that Arizona flag breeze. Liqui-Moly starting grid, row number 5, Lariat Lawrence and Brayton Penrod. And then it's Carly Warpius in row number 6. Hudson McCormick outside row number 6. Addie Atterbury and Triton Lawrence row 7. And Carter Hoganess inside of row number 8 for Youth Restricted. All right, we got 2 corners remaining. 2 corners remaining, and we are going to be crowning a champion here. Jones Ford Pace Truck just easing them away and around this track. All right, coming into this last corner, we're going to look for that green flag to go racing. Greco, your points leader, he is sitting in the 3rd spot. Pretty much got it all but locked up. All right, green flag out, Ryder Forrester. Oh, look at that. Ryder Forrester getting past. That was Hayden Barler. Big move by the newcomer to the CORR Series. Gotta love that. Look at Greco there into the 3rd spot. Forrester in the 2nd. There's Hart there, it looked like, in 4th. One of the cars looped around. That was the 245 there of Brayton Penrod. All right, they're going to make the run up here to that step up. Barler leading, Forrester 2nd. Down here, a couple technical tight corners. Barler going to get a little pressure there from Forrester. All right, Forrester trying to make the run up on Barler down the front stretch. Looks like he has. Darting to the outside. Going to try and do it the hard way around. Outside turn number 1. Nothing there. Going to try and carry some speed. Diving to the bottom. Barler blocking. Now going back to the right is Forrester. Looks like he does have an edge on Barler. He's going to break. Tuck in. Down low. Outside, inside. Barler slams the door.
And that's exactly what we keep talking about right there. You have to be able to pick a different line, showcase what's going on. I like watching Greco back over here, the 151, just kind of sitting back, knowing what he's got to do, letting those two kind of go with each other. Hayden Barler coming out, though, right now and saying that this was his first race of the season in round 9 was really good. Kind of shake things up, give the drivers a different perspective as well.
Yeah, you know, and Greco, as much as he wants to factor into this, he really just needs to lay up and just take home the finish, take a podium, take a top 5. You're going to be crowned champion. Don't do anything crazy. And that's hard to say as a race car driver.
I was just about to ask you, if you were in that same position, Jim, would you be able to do that? But you also now have to throw in the track conditions and knowing what's happening with the track developing with the wind picking up.
Yeah, Greco, I think, doing the smart thing, sitting back there in 3rd. If there's an opportunity, he's probably going to take it, but I don't think he's going to force the issue.
No, and this is kind of what we've been seeing for the people, for our champions who know that they kind of got it wrapped up. Usually they're sitting back 3-4, letting everything kind of develop in between them, seeing what they can do. If they can capitalize on a mistake, take it, but I don't think they're going to create the mistake.
Yeah, this is a stacked field here. I mean, you got Crew Hart there in the 4th spot as well. Look at Addie Atterbury making her way through traffic. You know, she's figuring this class out this year, and this is probably one of her best performances so far, up into 7th. Addie going to get a little pressure there from the 909 of McCormick. Good to see her kind of right here on the edge of the top 5.
She's really using each of those corners, the entry and the exit, make sure that she's blocking it off. But now we're seeing a little drag race right through here, through the fast section.
That looks like that is going to be McCormick getting back around Addie Atterbury. See if Addie can battle back here. Look at that outside, diving to the bottom. Nope, nothing there. He's going to tuck in behind. All right, back up to our leaders. Barler currently leading in the 98. Forrester in the 2nd spot. Greco in 3rd, your points leader. Just needs to finish here. Going to wrap up the points championship.
Really nice driving by the top 3 that we see right there. Track's developing just a little bit more. You can start to see a little bit more of the dust come up, showcasing that it's drying out. I can see that the wind is picking up very much so based on the way the flags are going right there, Jim.
Yeah, flags definitely. We're getting wind gusts come in and out, and get windy for a couple minutes and dry, and then mellow out. I know we're supposed to get some high winds about midday today. Those of you tuning in at home, kind of painting the picture of what's to come. But right now, what's to come is Hayden Barler, the newcomer, leading, trying to get a victory here. I almost said Tatum Forster. Ryder Forster in the second spot. Tatum winning the previous race, trying to make it an all Forster sweep of the 2 youth production and youth restricted classes.
And I know the Forster family puts a ton of work into this, showcasing what their kids can do in the side-by-side. And right here, which we keep talking about, you can't keep following Barler. Forster's going to have to pick a different line some way, somehow. But if you keep following the leader, you're never going to be the leader. You got to pick it up. But with this class, Jim, how many corners do you really need to set up before you can make that pass?
Generally, just a corner or 2. They're quick enough that you're able to do that. And I almost wonder if Forster might be sitting back for this competition caution. He's going to have a shot when we go back to green to jump the gun there and possibly get a shot at Barler. But Barler's been really strong this weekend.
He's driving pretty flawlessly, picking the correct lines, knowing where those lines are. I'm wondering if his background is a little bit more of what this track is developing into, a little bit drier track, used to it. If he's a desert guy out there, obviously you're never grooming the desert, so this is probably something that he enjoys.
Yeah, look at that Forster looking outside. Darts to the bottom. Great job of protecting by Barler. Just nothing there for Forster. Forster a hair faster last time by, but not by much.
And Greco and Hart, same thing. They're still right there. Greco and Hart put down the same exact lap time on that last time down, 1:03.97. And looking at that, too, throughout the whole time, Hart's been able to have fast times, taking away 2 different wins at Glen Helen.
Yeah, Hart had a great run there at Glen Helen. Competition caution is out. So you're going to pump the brakes on this one. Get everybody regrouped. Speaking of Ryder Greco, currently sitting in the 3rd spot and our points leader, we were able to catch up with him earlier this weekend.
All right, down here with Ryder Greco. Now, Ryder, you are super consistent when we're here at Firebird. Throughout the season, you've won 5 out of the 8 rounds. You've never placed lower than 3rd, but in the round 8, you were able to come back with that top spot again. Now, coming back to Firebird, did it seem like you were a little bit more confident in yourself, or was it just kind of like coming back home?
Probably more like coming back home. We race this track a lot, so it's not really that new compared to Glen Helen.
Well, when we talk about this class and how consistent everybody's been, you've got some great drivers out there for you. You've got Tatum Forster coming up. You've been battling him back and forth all season long. Going into rounds 9 and 10, what do you think it's going to take to get that top spot against Tatum Forster?
Keeping a consistent pace, running fast lap times, and just not getting in my own head.
Well, there you have it. For somebody who knows what consistency will take, he's our top driver right now. We're going to see how things shape up in the second half for him.
Well, Ryder Greco there, currently a commanding points lead, really just needs to finish out here, and he's going to wrap up the points championship. Make sure he keeps his nose clean and doesn't really finish in the last spot. I think that would really be about the only chance somebody had to step in and challenge him. But right now doing a fine Forster go at it.
And what's really nice about Ryder Greco, he's won 5 out of the 9 last rounds, podiumed every single time, which goes back to the consistency. And the consistency wins championship single time.
Yeah, absolutely. Consistency wins championship. And we have, and it will be Hayden Barler. Something on this restart, all over the rear bumper there of Barler. Nothing there though. Forster looking down, nothing, taking peeks. Barler just not making mistakes, really hitting his marks, doing a great job of playing defense. Hart looking there at Greco, trying to get around. Look at that. Greco making a little mistake, pushing up high. Hart able to get almost even with him. Right now, though, Forrester looking to the inside of Barler. Barler's been really strong today. This is lap number 7 of 10. Blue Groove not quite coming in as much as it did in the last race in this one. They put a lot of moisture in the track, ripped it really good. I talk about ripping, it's breaking things apart. So that Blue Groove, you're really ripping it up. Right now, Forrester drifting to the outside, trying to see if anything's there. There's not. Barler really down low protecting. Not opening any doors there for Forrester.
And it makes me wonder what would have happened in this to shake things up if Barler came in earlier in the season, showcasing what he can do, because he's making a lot of great moves here, picking the right lines, staying inside, closing the door in those corners, making great entries and exits, holding him off, and Forrester's trying everything that he can do right now just to get around him.
Yeah, I mean, Forrester all over the back of Barler, but Barler, I mean, great piece of racecraft from him, and like you said, you love to see him out here, first weekend of racing in the CORR Series this year and really challenging these leaders. So, looking forward to possibly having him full-time next year in the season. I think he can shake things up for sure.
And I kind of love, too, exactly what Greco's doing back behind our two leaders right now, just holding off, knowing he's got a few more laps to finish out this season, to finish out the championship. But this battle right here has been going on the entire round of round 10 and trying to see what's going on.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, Greco, this is some great race IQ. Knows he has a championship in the bag. He's currently sitting in a podium spot. Let these guys go out and damage themselves. Worst case, he finishes on the podium. Best case, they get into it, make a mistake, and he walks away with a first or a second. But he really, at this point, doesn't matter. He's just in the perfect position right now. It's just being a smart race car driver for Greco. But right now, Forrester, I mean, you got to give Barler a lot of credit, Tiffany. There hasn't been one mistake. Forrester's all over the back of him.
Very much so, and that's what, we talk about how important spotters are to you, especially when you're out here. You're a newcomer to this. You're going against the guy who just won yesterday in round 9. So kudos to the spotter as well, because you got to keep your driver calm, let him know kind of what's going on. And if this is your second time at the track, really know how it's going to develop.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, little bump there. Forrester had the run on the outside. Anything had to do the pass the hard way and just didn't have enough speed. Now he's looking to the inside. Only a couple corners remaining in this one. Barler now protecting. Up, going to drift up. Oh, look at that, getting into it. Got a little bumping and banging, let him know he was there. So Forrester now, almost thought they were going to connect bumpers for a minute. Forrester, look at, it's kind of drifting. Had to brake check there. I think Forrester's a hair faster right now, but Barler doing a great job of defense. Look at that, Greco just lurking back there, waiting for an opportunity.
And if Barler can hold this off, it is a complete flawless race for him. Absolutely.
Winner is going to be Forrester in second, Ryder Greco third, and going to take home that championship in 2025 and 2020. Checkered flag. Hayden Barler, victorious. Is Ryder Greco going to be victorious on the season? And with that, we are going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, Tiffany Stone is going to have our champion as well as our top 3 finishers here in Youth Restricted when we return to the Championship Sunday here at the Championship Off-Road Racing.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing cruising through the desert, or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona, round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Bieber. I've been calling the action with Tiffany Stone. She had to step out of the booth momentarily because she's got some podium interviews to get to, but look at that beautiful track. Getting a little bit of moisture in there with that R&R Steel Racing water truck because our racing has been absolutely electric this morning. We are crowning champions, and we are going to crown another one here in Youth Restricted in just a few moments. But before we get to that, we got to get to our Rugged Radio's Youth Restricted results. The newcomer, Hayden Barler, second yesterday, first today on top of the box. Great effort by him, but it wasn't easy. Ryder Forrester, who was your pole sitter and winner yesterday, a lot of pressure every single corner, nothing there. But Ryder Forrester finishing up in second. Ryder Greco, who will be your champion this season, finishing up at third. Sat there in that final podium spot and waited for a mistake to happen from our top two. Never did, and played the smart game. Took home the championship and a podium on the day. Crew Hart putting a lot of pressure on Greco, never able to get around. Lather, Brayton Penrod, Larry Lawrence, Hudson McCormick, Blaine Proctor, and Addie Atterbury. Great run by her to finish up in the top 10 in Youth Restricted as well. All right, well, you want to talk about 11 through 15. It was Carter Hoganess, Carly Warpius, Nixon McCormick, BJ Hawthorne, and Triton Lawrence rounded out your 15-car field here in Youth Restricted. Those were your Rugged Radios results. Big thanks to Rugged Radios for everything they're doing for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Yeah, you want to talk about a couple of great races. We had Youth Production and Youth Restricted, and both of them going down to the wire. Great battles for the podium. And speaking of our podium in Youth Restricted, Tiffany Stone is standing by with our top three.
Thank you so much, Jim. Down here, all smiles. We're going to talk to Ryder Greco for just a moment. We saw you pulling away a little, just kind of watching what was going on with 1 and 2. Obviously, what we were seeing on with Hayden and Zoe up front. Zoe's filling in for Forrester. Talk to me about round 10 for you.
That was a pretty crazy race. Saw Zoe go up into the back of Hayden a couple times, scared me a little bit. Didn't want to get involved if there was a wreck, so I took a step back, just watched, waiting. Didn't make a lot of mistakes, so happy with third.
Well, talking about that, you know, we said that you made a lot of veteran moves with that. You kind of knew that you just needed to make sure that you finished this to fill out the season, to make sure that you got that championship. Nice job on that. Nice drive craft as well. For round 10, who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Bryson and Jacob, Racecraft, Parker, R&R Steel, EVP Mode, 518 Designs, Kirky, SRI, SPA, Hoosier Tires, and all my friends and family came out to support me.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. We'll talk about the championship in just a little bit. Heading over here, filling in for Forrester. Zoe, nice job once again. Like Greco was talking about, that you were getting a little bit, pushing some more with Barler, showcasing what you can do as a driver. Talk to me what happened in round 10 for you.
I got pushed down at the start, and I was just trying to get back there because I was running faster lap time, so it was just kind of holding me up, and I wanted my spot back.
Deserved over there. I know exactly what you're talking about, holding back a little bit. You know, being a fast driver and showcasing what you can do, you've really put a mark on your name and being able to fill in. Hopefully we can see you in your own car for next season. It would be really good to have you out here. You're a phenomenal driver. You kind of know what lines to take, holding off some of the drivers behind you. Who would you like to thank for round 10?
The Forrester family, my mom and dad, God, R&R Steel, and any of the other people.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Congratulations. Be very proud of yourself for what you've showcased for rounds 9 and 10. And taking a top spot, moving up from second in round 9 and taking the one in round 10, Hayden Barler, sorry. Nice job over here. Talk to me about round 10 for you.
It was fun. I just had to make sure that I kept my spot, even though she was putting a lot of pressure on me. Just had to make sure I closed the inside, didn't let up, didn't give any mistakes to her.
Well, you've got a great spotter in the Ledbetters that kind of know exactly what the track is doing, what's coming out. The track was a little bit different than what we seen yesterday. From your perspective, did you like round 9? But it kind of seemed like you liked round 10.
I really liked round 10 when like all the gravel's up on top. It makes me slide a lot more.
Well, you've showcased a nice ride out there. You are being able to play defense really well throughout the entire race. Who would you like to thank for round 10?
I'd like to thank Mom, Dad, CCP, HBR team, RC Art and Craft, and everybody else that helped me.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. A big congratulations to you. You guys can all hop up on the boxes. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers and Youth Restricted. Back up to you, Jim.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And I keep forgetting that it is Zoe filling in for Ryder. I know we called the race there, but Zoe, great effort by her to come out and just 1 and 2 on the weekend. Amazing effort by that young lady. Yeah, great bit of racecraft there for Ryder Greco, protecting some points and finishing up on the podium. And get a look there at all the RVs in the paddock area and the pits. I'm going to rally style, calling it the paddock. It's the pits in off-road, it's the paddock and rally. Yeah, great look there. And missing the swimming pool we had here about 3 weeks ago, but always fun to walk around the pits and see all the teams and the new wraps on all the rigs and everything else. But we still have a champion to crown in Youth Restricted, and it sounds like Tiffany Stone is standing by with our champion.
I am. Thank you so much, Jim. Down here with Ryder Greco. Now, Ryder, we've been talking all season long. You have podium every single round. Let's talk about the season from you from start to finish. Towards the end, you were really coming into your own, getting a little bit faster. In round 10, you were making a lot of great veteran moves. Knowing that you had this championship, holding off a little bit, letting to see what happened. But for the season, it seems like you've been doing that all year long, showcasing how great of a driver you are and why you're a champion. Let's talk about the season.
Had a great start to the season. Got first every single race for the first 6 rounds. And then in the end, when we hit Glen Helen, had a little bit of a mess up. And then, yeah, now we're here on top.
Well, it's good to see you back over here at Firebird. I know that you enjoy being in this class. You've dominated in this class, showcasing what you can do. So for throughout the entire season, who would you like to thank?
My mom and my dad, Bryson and Jacob, Web Media, R&R Steel, Sandcraft, EVP Mode, 518 Designs, Kirky, SRI, SPA, Hoosier Tires, and all my friends and family who support me.
Well, you've done it here. Show everybody your champion plaque. One more round of applause for Ryder Greco, your 2025-2026 CORR champion in Youth Restricted. Back up to you, Jim.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yep, great run there by Ryder Greco and all the kids that we crowned champions this morning. And you know what? We got a lot more champions yet to crown because this afternoon, Pro Class Racing is on tap. I'm going to be joined by Ken Stout in the booth. Tiffany's going to go back to her day job of actually doing podium interviews, but it is going to be one fun afternoon. We're going to kick things off with Pro NA at 12:45 Pacific time, 3:45 East. That's right. We're going to take a short break, short intermission. We're going to get the track re-prepped, regrouped. We're going to be back here in about 50 minutes, 55 minutes, just shy of an hour. So those of you tuning in on the Racer Network at home, Racer Plus app, we will see you back here at 12:45 Pacific time, 3:45 East. We're going to crown some champions this afternoon in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. This is James here. 1, 2, 3. Hello, James. Hello, you. I'm trying the mic, and of course it's going to work. And then when they get up there, it won't work. 1, 2, 3. Three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hey, 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 1, 2, 3.
Welcome to Championship Weekend and Championship Sunday. We are here for round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series at Firebird Motorsports Park. I am Jim Beaver, joined by the legendary Ken Stout. And Ken, we are getting ready to go pro-class racing out here at one of the most iconic off-road venues on the West Coast, my friend. I mean, we are crowning champions today.
Yeah, look at that beautiful overhead shot there. You can see down in the pits. Nice turnout here for this final weekend of the 2026 season. We will, of course, crown champions here today. It's going to be busy up on the podium. I'm sure it has been all morning long. A little breezy this morning as well. We'll see what the conditions bring to us. A little bit warmer than it was yesterday. It's about 90 degrees up here today. Density altitude a little bit higher than it was, about 600 feet more. So, yeah, we'll look forward to it. We had some great racing one day ago. We look forward to all the battles that will take place today, and a couple more positions could change in terms of final positioning for points. So we'll see. Maybe not a championship, but jump up into the top 3 from the top 5. Who knows?
Yeah, this morning, I mean, we had a couple of them go down to the wire to the last lap to determine a champion. So really, the stage has been set for some amazing racing action this afternoon. You want to talk about the weather and the conditions? I mean, we'll get into that in a little bit, but Blue Groove was starting to come in because of the wind, and drivers were really quick. So lots of storylines happening out here today. But with that, I believe we are going to toss it down to the third partner in our team, Miss Tiffany Stone, standing by with opening ceremonies.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, it feels great to be here. It's been a long season, and I know the drivers are feeling the same. It's round 10. We're back here at Firebird Motorsports Park, and we are ready to crown some champions. Like Jim Beaver was saying earlier, classes, we saw some Blue Groove. We saw the wind pick up, and we also saw some drivers getting a little bit faster because of it. It looked kind of like a desert race out here for our second, third, fourth guys out there on track because they were just getting hit with dust. Now the wind should be picking up just a little bit more. And if this morning was any indication on how racing's going to be, it's going to be close. There's going to be a lot of battles out there. We're crowning champions. It's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to the checker flag. Now, I'll be here all day long talking to our top 3 finishers in each class, and then, of course, talking to our series seasons champions after that as well. So if you are here at Firebird Motorsports Park, would you please rise for the playing of our national anthem? Thank you to everybody here at the races with us. Now, we've got a lot of great storylines, but one in particular that happened in round 9 that we're talking about again in round 10 is Mikey Childress. Mikey Childress was able to capture the championship in youth side-by-side. So with that being said, he actually moved up to Pro NA. Mikey Childress is a force to be reckoned with, and in his very first race in Pro NA, he was able to capture a podium. We're going to see what happens for him in round 10 and the rest of our drivers. I know the Pro side-by-side class is really shaping up, and then later on the ProLite class, there is a bounty, a $3,000 bounty for Johnny Holter. Anybody who can beat Johnny Holter in that will get an extra check. We've got a lot of racing going on, so I'm going to send it back up to the booth to the guys to get this started for everyone.
Well, yeah, there's definitely a lot of storylines in that Pro NA class with both Mikey Childress, Ryder Van Beekum, and Ryder Chapman been very, very fast. But before we get to that, Glenn, I mean, you and I have been around this sport for a very long time, and there's a lot of people behind the scenes that sometimes don't get their due. But I know I was able to catch up with them in this feature piece, but want to get your take on this. But before we roll the feature, but Glenn Banta, I mean, you've got to know him, and I know behind the scenes has been doing a lot to keep racing alive on the West Coast.
Yeah, Glenn's an outstanding individual. I mean, right off the bat, just the fact that he invests his hard-earned money here in short course off-road racing. He could go anywhere. He could do whatever he wanted to do with that money, but he chose to put it back here into our sport. So we can't thank him enough for those efforts right off the bat. And a large part of it is he wants to develop the future racers that will carry on the tradition of short course off-road racing. And that's exactly what's going on here. He's put all this together. We have a ton of young talent that's out here and already developing, and they will be the future of our sport, thanks in large part to Glenn.
Yeah, well, and that being said, we were able to catch up with Glenn Banta earlier this weekend. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park that is home to the finale of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series for 2025 and 2026. Right next to me, I've got Glenn Banta, one of the owners of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Glenn, I mean, let's talk a little bit about this series, but, more importantly, how did you get involved with owning a series? I know you've got a background of racing off-road trucks. What led you down this, the path of series ownership?
Yeah, so I've always been passionate about racing since I was a young person, a very young person, fascinated with cars, loved racing, and it got to a point where I was racing myself. I always helped other people. My kids raced, my friends raced, and I always helped them. And then I had an opportunity to come race myself, and I've just always loved racing and driving in general. And then, there were some things that happened with, COVID and things of that nature, and racing had some challenges. And I didn't want to see this way of life, go by the wayside. And I really wanted to keep racing alive in the Southwest. And so there were some things that were going on, but I just felt like there was a need, and I wanted to have that continue. I grew up with it. My kids grew up with it. My grandkids are growing up with it. And so I just want to keep that same type of lifestyle and the way we do things, keep that going and alive. And so that was really my passion to start the series and to keep it going and keep trying to build it and provide great customer service to all the racers, and give them a place to call, home.
Well, and it's got to be a little bit gratifying. I mean, we're into the fourth season of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. To see all the drivers. I mean, obviously now we've got the amazing TV package of Racer Network. To see kind of you and your wife's baby come to fruition, I mean, that's got to feel really gratifying.
Oh, yeah, it's really amazing. To think where we started, I think we had 12 people on staff and 2 Easy Ups and a trailer. And to think now that we're like almost 60 people on staff, the Racer Network package, and all the talent, you guys have helped make this something more real than it ever could be for us. And so, yeah, I tell people all the time, I pinch myself, like just the fact that we're here and it's this big and it's this popular and everyone loves what we're doing. Yeah, I can't believe it's going this well. I'm super excited.
All right, so wrapping up here, I mean, obviously we're at the end. This is the season finale. I mean, what can people expect this weekend and in the future from CORR?
Yeah, so this weekend, obviously, a lot of battles come into play, and so we're excited to see how those turn out. And then we're headstrong into 2027, 26-27 season, and looking to potentially expand the series. We really would like to see CORR be the Southwest home for short course racing, and Southwest is more than just Arizona. So we're looking and find ways to make the series bigger and multi-state, and really take this to the next level.
All right, well, I appreciate everything, Glenn, and thanks for taking the time.
Absolutely, thanks.
Well, as you said before we went to break, I mean, Glenn Banta, just a guy that's really, put his blood, sweat, tears, and, finances into this sport to keep it alive on the West Coast. And, you got to think, off-road racing world would be better off we had a few more Glenn Bantas in it.
Well, no question about it. I just love his passion. He got into it. We heard the story yesterday where I think it was back in 1998, the first year for CORR, and Marty Reed was running it at the time, and he was one of the corner workers or just supporting the series when it went to Glen Helen. So he's had the passion for a long time. He's got behind the wheel and drove a bit as well out in the desert and really loved that aspect of it. And then obviously professionally, he's done a fantastic job there and has chosen to come over here and spend a lot of that money on what you're looking at right there. I mean, just a beautifully prepared track and everything that it takes to put on one of these series. As you know, Jim, this is no small task.
No, you think you know what it takes to put on a series, I think, until you take that first step into doing it, and then you get a rude awakening. Oh, wow, this is actually a lot.
Yeah, it's a big animal.
I think I love that story. They started out the first race, a handful of people, and they are up to like 60 staff now, and just an amazing job as we're getting a look here with the drone of our track. Looks like we're going to get that fly around here. That is that turn number 1 that is really one of the most exciting corners we've got on the calendar.
Yeah, I was sitting outside of the fence here in turn number 1, and it looks so different. I never even see the fence whenever I raced here, to be honest. You're just so busy looking at the apex and your eyes up and forward where you're going down the back straightaway here. You go uphill here so you can really charge into this turn and rotate down on the bottom. You can use a lot of braking there deep into that turn over the big flyaway jump here. Sail it down deep. There you can go outside in. You can go down to the bottom and hug the bottom all the way around. A couple of different lines, another good passing opportunity, but that right-hander can't get tricky towards the end of the race. Little step up right here, coming to a left-hander, a much tighter left-hander than what it used to be back in the day. There used to be a split lane up here, and then it turned into a long, sweeping left-hand oval, but now they've made it a very tight 180, and you come back into another right-hander, and then hopefully you take it a lot better than that drone just did right there, because you don't want to go out over the K-rail. And then you come back up into this final left-hander here, turn 6, and head back towards the straightaway. Fun track.
Yeah, I think that turn number 6 for me, I feel like that is one of the most important corners on the course, because you make a mistake on that, it punishes you that entire front stretch.
Yeah, it's so important to get a run down or out of that last turn. And we talked about it yesterday. If you can get any sort of run, and we saw it a couple of times, it'll start off very small. You can hardly tell. They'll have a very small run, call it maybe a half a mile an hour. But by the time you get to turn 1, it's 2 miles an hour. And you've got a good run, but you don't really get the payoff until the entry of turn 1. And then you have to be smart in that turn. Adjust your line, whatever it may be. If you start off down low, you know you're going to wash out wide. And if you wash out too wide, it doesn't take much there and you're into the wall.
Yeah, that is for sure. And we saw a lot of excitement, just like Ken had said, in that turn number 1 in the opening rounds. And I got to tell you, though, turn number 3 was really one of the most technical corners this morning with the way the track has come in, with the wind and everything else. Saw a couple of tip overs by some of the leaders and the podium contenders in that turn number 3. So anxious to see how that comes into play this afternoon. Obviously, we've done a lot of track prep during that intermission, so we're going to see how things shape up. But speaking of shape up, we got about 6 drivers going to be on tap. This is Pro NA. We're going to decide a champion as we're starting to get the grid put together. But it really has been one driver, Ryder Van Beekem, that's been top of the heap so far.
Ryder's done a great job. 4 wins here on the season. 3 times he's finished up in second place. So a total of 7 podiums in 9 rounds. That's how you get it done. Oddly enough, no number 1 qualifiers in this category for him, but very, very talented driver. Of course, his father, legendary guy, long-time professional racer here in the side-by-sides. And as you talked about it yesterday, he could have gone anywhere, but he just has a real passion for the side-by-sides, talking about his father, Robert. And still out here battling today, and actually did a great job. Speaking of qualifying number 1, he did qualify number 1, so put one together.
Yeah, it's funny. I just ran into during the intermission Bob Van Beekem walking through the pits, and I looked over and and he came over and shook my hand, and I said, "Hey," I said, "you got to hold down for the old guys." I said, "You haven't had a victory yet this season." I said, "We need one before the weekend's over." And he goes, "Oh, I'm planning on it." So he's not really a factor in the points in either divisions he's racing this afternoon. And as you and I know, a guy like that with that kind of speed that really has nothing to lose,
dangerous.
It's dangerous. But Bob is very confident, and he thinks he can bring home a victory in one of the 2 races this afternoon.
And he can still race. His racecraft is absolutely on point. It is extremely good. He's just had a ton of mechanicals, so very, very capable of winning. Of course, he is also the man behind R&R Steel, which is a massive supporter to this entire series.
Speaking of, this is our R&R Steel Racing Pro NA points. Ryder Van Beekem, your points leader up front, 364 points. Ryder Chapman in the second spot, 26 points back. I don't know that he's going to have a chance to catch Ryder Van Beekem. It's going to take a bit of a miracle, but still a great spot there in second. TJ Sievers third. Only 2 points behind Sievers is Brian Willett in the 4th spot. And then we've got Bob Van Beekem, Trent Ouellette, Colton Kryjek out of the Midwest, Spike Farrell, and Young rounding out your top 10 in points. Speaking of R&R Steel Racing, They've got an extra $5,000 on the line for anybody who can take the championship. And right now, our Liqui Moly starting grid, Ryder Van Beekem, he is in the catbird seat to take home his dad's $5,000.
Yeah, we'll find out how that shakes down. I'm sure he'll hold him to it, no doubt. But we saw a great race between Van Beekem and Chapman, Ryder Van Beekem, I should say, and Ryder Chapman one day ago. The two young guns put on quite a show.
Yeah, you know, I love watching these two riders race because they're best friends and they're teammates, and they race each other hard, but it's really clean and it's great racing. Mikey Childress, the young gun coming in, moving up after his championship in youth side-by-side, decided he wanted to try his hand at Pro NA because this is where he's going to be racing next season. And you know what? Found his way to the podium in his first ever race. You got to appreciate that.
Yeah, and you were talking about the power plants probably down a little bit on power in comparison to the other cars that are here in this category, but his racecraft was on point, did a great job. As Tiffany talked about, won the championship in his class, decided to step up here. We are going to crown him as a champion at the end of this race for that category that he won in. But it's cool to see him step up in here and race with the big dogs in this category. He's going to be a real problem next year for everybody else.
Yeah, well, you know, he's got that lineage, you know, and I hate calling his dad Mike because I've always known him as Mikey Childress because I've known him my whole life, but his dad, Mike Childress, I mean, a legend when it comes to desert racing on a bike, just a phenomenal hand. I mean, he's won all kinds of races in Baja, and then obviously we've seen what he's been able to do in unlimited class vehicles as well. He's spotting for Mikey Childress, so he's got an absolute, legend, calling the races for him because his dad is no stranger to desert racing or short course.
Yeah, and I'm sure he has a ton of seat time out here on the sim and helps hone that racecraft. I mean, it does play right out.
All right, so our Jones Ford Pace truck's going to be pulling off. It's going to be Van Beekem and Chapman front row, Mikey Childress, TJ Sievers. Then it's going to be Willett and Van Beekem in that third row. Our points leader, Ryder Van Beekem, going to be bringing us to the green flag. And they are off and running, heading into turn number one. It is Ryder Van Beekem.
Side by side they go. Chapman trying to get a run around the outside. Just might get it done. Nope, here comes Van Beekem down on the bottom. Childress coming with him.
Yeah, Childress almost sneaking in there, trying to get around Chapman. Chapman able to slam the door on Childress, but look at that. Childress all the way to the bottom trying to sneak by.
It looked like a mechanical there for Robert Van Beekem in the back again already. Ryder's going to take the lead here.
Yeah,
Ryder with a big mistake.
Well, pushed way wide, came in a little bit too hot. Ryder Chapman going to sneak by, take the lead. We'll see if he can hold it into this corner.
He's going to have position there. And you talked about those guys being very respectful, and that's what Ryder Van Beekem was right there. He could have put a wheel on him and did not.
Yeah, now he's going to have to chase down his best friend, try and get that spot back. As we've seen before, Ryder Chapman with clean air out front. That is very bad for the rest of the field.
Yeah, and we didn't talk about it, but this first lap, you can see the moisture in the track, and I think that's what bit Van Beekem when he got into that turn 3 and washed up. It was just a little bit wet.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit wet, so right now your running order through that first lap, it is Chapman, Van Beekem, Childress, Willett, Sievers, and Bob Van Beekem in the 6th spot. Willett been really strong the second half of this season, starting to chip away at the points. I feel like he's really hitting his peak here in rounds 9 and 10.
Everybody kind of settling in here, front half of this race. Not an all bad idea. Just put some laps in, let the track come back to you. The back half, of course, we'll bunch them up with a mandatory caution. Looks like problems there for the 57 car.
Yeah, that looks like Sievers pulled off to the side in the 57, and I'm assuming that's going to bring out the yellow flag at some point.
Finished up 4th a day ago, 3rd in the points for him. With that said, Willett could actually pass him in the points. Willett only 2 points back. Could jump up from 4th to 3rd in the points, and so Sievers in trouble there, and Willett still going.
Yeah, a couple laps in the books now. Chapman had a big lead there over Ryder Van Beekem. You got to think, too, Ryder Van Beekem at this point knows he just needs to finish this race. He takes home the points championship. So he may just let his friend run away with this thing and sit back and take a podium.
Yeah, certainly not a bad idea. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about Sievers doing anything here. Chapman is really the only one.
It looks like Sievers, he's going to be pushed off, and don't quite know what happened. The way he stopped like that and didn't look like he hit the wall, the car looks fine. Might have been a belt or something.
Disappointing, certainly in your last race of the season. You want to finish strong.
All right, so look at our current running order. Behind that Jones Ford Pace truck, it is Ryder Chapman sitting in the number 1 spot. Points leader Ryder Van Beekem in the 2nd. Mikey Childress in his debut weekend in this class sitting in the 3rd spot. And then we've got Brian Willett is going to be in the 4th spot. And Bob Van Beekem sitting back there in number 5. And you know what? With Bob Van Beekem, is Bob still in this race? Did he pull off? Did we miss something?
I think he pulled off.
Yeah, it looks like Bob may have pulled off, so we're down to a 4-horse race here.
Yeah, and Willett's going to make 1 lap here, and he'll have a better finish than Severs, and he'll grab those 2 points and be able to bump up and finish up in the top 3 in the points. So you were talking about him coming on strong here in the back half of the season, and looks like he's going to grab another one and finish up inside of the top 3.
Yeah, we're getting word here from resident pit reporter Tiffany Stone, but Bob Van Beekem lost a rear tire. So that is why, I'm sure knowing him, they're going to get it swapped out. He'll rejoin the field, but he's not going to have a shot at this win. He's going to be a lap down. As we're going back to green flag racing, Ryder Chapman take us into turn 1.
Chapman with a good line, a little over rotation there for Van Beekem. He'll lose a little bit of ground to him.
Now look at Mikey Childress pushing hard. You know, he's down on power, but you wouldn't know it. I mean, he is hitting his marks.
I'm not sure he's down on power. I mean, he is hanging right there.
Yeah, I've been hanging out in the youth classes all season long, taking home that championship. We should have seen him in Pro NA. This kid is flying.
I think that's where you see the power right there. The top end is probably good, but that grunt to get up off the tight turns is where they start to drive away from him.
Yeah, great bit of driving, though, by Mikey Childress. And they got the teammates, Ryder Van Beekem trying to chase down Ryder Chapman.
Look how tight Van Beekem's car was right there. A lot of wheel in that thing, trying to get it to rotate. It just really did not want to turn. It cost him a lot of real estate.
All right, so Ryder Chapman through turn number 1. They're running down the back stretch. Looks like Ryder Van Beekem able to narrow the gap just a bit. Going to late break in.
We don't talk about drafting too much, but I do think there's a little bit going on there. If you can exit 1 and stay right in line, you see him close up a bit.
Well, and
nice job right there for Van Beekem, man. Beautiful turn.
Well, look at that. He's had a look at it, wasn't able to seal the deal, but you know, I would say, Ken, especially on a day-to-day like today with the wind, if you get a headwind and you're in the draft, I think it definitely benefits you.
Yeah, and they are driving into it going up there to turn 2, so great point.
All right, Mikey Childress now dropping back a little bit in the number 84.
That right-hander starting to develop a few ruts, which we've talked about before. When we won our championship out here, the final qualifying round, Robert had never flipped, and he flipped in that right-hander. You talked about it happening a little bit earlier today as well. That right-hander can be really, really tricky.
Yeah, and especially that low line starts to get really rutted up, and it's able to hook a rut, put you up on the bike. We saw a couple of drivers do that. A couple were able to save it, and a couple just laid it over on its side.
I apologize, as Robert said, he flipped in the final practice and then came back out and qualified. Barely made it. They ripped up a bunch on the front end, had to replace everything, came out and qualified the car on pole. And again, the points that you earn in qualifying can win you a championship, and he went on to win the championship by about 3 points.
And we see quite a few of these come down to the wire, so every point matters, and we're giving away a point at the midway point here. Looks like Ryder Chapman most likely is going to be the beneficiary of that point, leading at the midway point. Willett now in the 951, currently in 4th, trying to chase down Childress.
Looks pretty, really not rotating on.
Yeah, I was going to say. Looks like he's trying to initiate there, but it's just quite pretty clean turn number 1. Willett. I don't believe we're going to have a mandatory competition caution, as we had that early caution earlier in the race. So if that's the case, Ryder Chapman going to keep it green all the way to the checkers, and he's going to be tough to be caught.
Yeah, more than a second quicker that last lap. Chapman putting one down here. Feeling pretty sporty today. Driving a great line. Car looks like it's working perfectly.
He's going to come down. Big jump over that tabletop. not having to burn any tear-offs. You see that clean face shield. That's what you like to see as a driver.
Yeah, Chapman did qualify number 1 for rounds 5 and 6, so he does have a pole there to his credit for the season, and a couple of wins to go with it. A total of 6 podiums, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds, and looking to make that 3 wins here today.
Ryder Van Beekem about 0.3 of a second off Ryder Chapman that last lap by, so Chapman slowly extending that lead. They're both about 2.5 seconds faster than Mikey Childress.
Childress getting some good laps, and one day ago this race was very tight, and Childress was right in the thick of it, showing his racecraft off. Did a great job, fabulous job. Here today they're kind of strung out a bit.
Yeah, especially that young kid making his debut in this class with the pros. He's doing a great job for the first time in this class. And like you said, getting some great experience for next season.
Nice setup there in turn 1, able to straighten it back out and charge hard up the back straightaway, up the hill, hard in the braking zone.
Look at that, Ryder Van Beekem. Looks like he's taking a little bit different line than Chapman, really trying to reel him in. Looks like he may have taken a couple car lengths out of him.
Yeah, look at that last lap. Chapman lost some. So a 58.7 to a 57.8. So Van Beekem put nearly a second on him and for sure has closed it up.
All right, so we're going to see with a couple lap and a half remaining if Ryder Van Beekem can chase down his friend. I mean, he lacked nothing more than to take a championship and a victory in this last round.
It's so easy to be out front, and I'm not going to say you get complacent because that's not what it is, but you don't want to make a mistake, and so you don't charge into the turn quite as hard as you typically would if you were chasing a guy. So you just want to be careful. You don't want to make that mistake and cost yourself a race. A little over-rotation right there, and Van Beekem's going to have a run into turn 2.
Yeah, we got about a lap and a half remaining now, and Van Beekem going to have a real shot at chasing down Ryder Chapman. Chapman,
he's there,
mistake.
Man. Yeah, he's got to get back on point. You can't worry about it. Just go for the win here, man. The points are already done. Just go for the win. There, a nice turn there. Turn 3, and stretches it back out a little bit.
Ryder Chapman nice and tight, protecting that inside. Going to make Van Beekem earn it if he's going to have a shot at getting around him. Nice rotation by both cars.
I've talked about turn 1 being tricky, and you just, when you look at it, you don't think it would be. Chapman doing a good job in the tight 180s, but turn 1 is where he struggled a little bit. You carry so much speed in, white flag out last lap. You carry so much speed in, it's over to rotate on the slick right here and then kind of park it. But he ran it a little bit wider on the exit there, should have good momentum.
Yeah, looks like he can have a lot of momentum, and Ryder Van Beekem's been able to take this turn number 2 really high up on the edge of the cushion, just like he did there. Man, did you see how rough that corner's getting?
Yeah, open the entry way up and then chops down for that late apex. It's the fastest way around a turn if the track will allow you to do it.
Ryder Chapman hitting his marks, making it tough for his best friend Ryder Van Beekem to chase him down. Down low, protecting the inside.
Oh, he's driven a great race. Much like we saw Van Beekem do a round ago. You know, Chapman had to sit back there in second, just couldn't do anything with him.
No, these guys have driven each other so much. They know each other so well. It's really hard to get around somebody. As the Maxxis tires, checker flag flies. It is Ryder Chapman victorious. Ryder Van Beekem in second will take home the 2025 and 2026 championship. And it should be Brian Willett on the podium, or excuse me, Mikey Childress on the podium in that third spot, waiting for him to finish here.
And who gets the $5,000, Van Beekem or Chapman?
It should be Van Beekem, I believe, because he took home the championship. And I think it was for the overall championship, not necessarily the race win. But we will sort through things when we return out here to Chandler in the Championship Sunday here for the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Starstream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and date from anywhere on the planet.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream, powers of Starstream, the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds for the sport.
Built to get more out of every mile. K&N's lineup of performance diesel products delivers the airflow, protection, and endurance diesel drivers demand. From performance air intakes, engine and cabin filters, to oil and fuel filters, engineered to unlock your diesel's potential, mile after mile. Built for the highway. Proven on long grades. Ready for wherever the road ends. K&N Performance Diesel.
Welcome back to Chandler, Arizona, round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. It is Championship Sunday, and we have champions to be crowned in the Pro NA division. Just wrapping up with a great race between two guys that are very close friends, Ryder Van Beekem and Ryder Chapman here in the Pro NA division, which brings us to our Rugged Radio's results. It was Ryder Chapman on top of Ryder Van Beekem. Won the battle, but Ryder Van Beekem gonna win the war and take home that championship. Brian Willett sneaking by into the third spot in the championship with that, as TJ Sievers had some issues. Mikey Childress going to wind up in fourth in one of his debuts here in the class. Finished third yesterday, fourth today. Great debut from Mikey Childress. And then Bob Van Beekem down there in sixth spot. Wasn't able to finish the race, had a flat tire, and decided to call it a season for the Pro NA division. But great race, especially up front with the two riders doing battle. I know we are going to get to some podium finishers here momentarily. Do have an interesting bit of news for those of you tuning in at home. We have our youth side-by-side division. They didn't run this weekend, and the reason why they didn't run this weekend is all points had already been decided for the top three heading into this weekend. So all three drivers decided that they were not going to race. They're going to go and run their other divisions. So we're going to be crowning our youth side-by-side champion right after Pro NA, because the youth side-by-side champion is one Mikey Childress. So hang tight. We got a lot of stuff to get to, and the person who's going to bring it to us is Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, Jim. Down here with Brian Willett. Now, Brian, you were able to drive all the way to the checker, able to get that third place podium spot here for the last round. Talk to me about round 10 for you, and how's it been?
Yeah, first I'd just like to thank Mikey Childress. He let me by on the last lap so I could get third for points. And I just appreciate that a lot. And my car wasn't perfect.
Well, I love seeing the sportsmanship, especially in this. You know, Mikey Childress knows what it's like to win championships and what it means to somebody else to be able to move up in there, especially since we've seen TJ Sievers pull back a little bit, and you guys were so close and close for that. So with the season being done, round 10 being done, there's got to be a bunch of people you need to thank for all of this.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my family, my mom and dad, Willett Motorsports, Braden Baker, Benchmark Performance, and Mikey Childress.
Wonderful. Well, it's good to see that. Great to see that shout out towards Mikey as well. True sportsmanship on your end. I love seeing this. Nice job. Congrats on the entire season for you, Brian. Heading over here to our second place finisher, Ryder Van Beekem. Now, Ryder, I know you probably wanted to finish off the season on top of the box. Second is not so bad. We seen that you made a little bit of mistake. You opened the door for Ryder Chapman. He was able to take that. And with that comp yellow so early into the race, you weren't being able to get that restack back up here. Let's talk about round 10 so far.
Yeah, you know, going into turn 3, I definitely didn't expect it to be that slick. Tire hooked that wet spot, and Ryder got around underneath me. And yeah, Ryder just ran better lines than me the whole race. Struggled, and towards the end, my tire started getting in, and I started catching him. But yeah, a rough track. It was a good day on top of the, on the podium.
on top, or on the podium. I almost just followed into your words right there. But Ryder, you know, with the season, you've done so incredible over here, and I know it's got to be difficult sometimes racing one of your best friends out there because you race together, you're under the same awning, you work together, you know what's going on. But nice job for that. I do want to give you another piece of hardware. Once again, you do get the Maxxis Tire Fast Lap once more time. I'm hearing in my ear back here, Ryder Chapman saying it's rigged, but it's not rigged. You are doing it. Nice job. Let's look at the times for you. 56.736. Ryder's still over here. You know what? Ryder Van Beekum, nice job on here. We'll get some more numbers for Chapman. He may be on top of the box, but you got that fast lap. Anybody you need to thank for, you know, the season and, of course, round 10?
Obviously, my mom and my dad. I don't think everybody at CORR. I don't think God for keeping me safe. R&R's still racing. Yaw Power, Injector Dynamics, PPI, 518, XMF, Kevin and Matt, obviously, and everyone else I'm forgetting.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. We'll talk about the season championship in just a little bit. Heading back over here, Ryder Chapman, nice job adding another win to the season. That makes 3 for you. You had a few wins earlier, capping off round 10 with that top of the box. I know you're looking for that fast lap, especially against your best friend, but he left that door open for you. You took those lines. You were able to hold them off. You did all the blocking. That was a great sense of driving out there. True sportsmanship as well. Talk to me about round 10.
Yeah, it was great. It feels good to be on top of the box finally. It's either him or his dad on top of here, so still running the fast lap. Feels good to have the car a little bit more figured out. Finally went to his tires, so that's why I'm inching closer and closer. But the track was it was rough, but it was definitely fun. Man, I wasn't expecting to take off out of 3 like that. He just hit the wet spot, and I was just there, and we were just gone. Yesterday was for sure fun being side by side. It was a lot of action. It was definitely fun. Me and him got to show the true level of pro racing that you can do without being in dirty contact and having fun. So, yeah.
Well, I love it. Who would you like to thank for round 10, top of the box, finishing out your season for you?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, R&R Steel, Extreme Machine Fabrication, E2R Shocks, Muzzy, Rugged Radios, Kevin and Matt in the pits, and Bob and Meredith for making it all possible, and CORR and Misadventure.
Well, I love seeing this, and you know, you had prom yesterday, taking the top of the box today. Nice job. All 3 of you hop up on there for me. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro NA.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great race there. And, you know, like you said, Ken, I love seeing what we've seen out here this weekend. And you were talking about it yesterday at our show close. But the sportsmanship we're seeing and how close these drivers are driving, but they're keeping it clean. And that's what you love to see. Driving each other as hard as you possibly can to the limit, but they're not crossing over that limit.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I'm very impressed with what I see out here. If you remember going back and to the day a little bit, the kids would run in the mod carts, and they were violent with each other, and they would carry that violence right up into the next categories, and you would see it. If they stepped up into ProLite, they were bashing into each other, and it just wasn't a good way to train them to race. If you train them to race like they're racing here now, they'll carry that respect up into the professional levels, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that. And, you know, speaking of our champion in Pro NA and $5,000, we're going to let Tiffany Stone give it away.
We know who's buying dinner.
Absolutely buying dinner down here. Nice job. I should have just said chicken, winner, but let's talk about this a little bit. Ryder Van Beekum, Pro NA champion. And like Ryder Chapman was saying, if it wasn't you, it was your dad. There was a Van Beekum on top of the box majority of the season down here. I always love chatting with you. You've got a great smile. You're excited down here. Multiple wins, multiple fast laps from Maxxis Tires out there. Talk to me about the season, because for you as somebody who's been growing up, you know, we always talk about Bobby Van Beekum, but now we're talking about Ryder Van Beekum, and it is so great to see you come in your own. You had a birthday this season. You're stepping on up. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, you know, started off the season a little rough. Won Saturday on round 1, blew my motor on Sunday. You know, we had some issues the next round, and by round 4 or 5 and 6, got the car figured out. Car started running great. Obviously, the past few rounds have been awesome for me. Awesome for the whole team here. Definitely glad to be on top of the box here.
Well, it's really good to see that. And talking about that, you were just getting faster and faster every single round. And what was really impressive is laps 9 and 10, those were becoming your fastest laps out there, where sometimes you kind of slow down because you're trying to figure out, you're making the correct plays. Nice job on the entire season here in Pro NA. Who would you like to thank for 25 and 26?
obviously, my mom and dad, without everybody here at CORR, none of this would ever be possible. I want to thank God for giving me safe throughout this whole season. R&R Steel Racing, Yaw Power, Injector Dynamics, XMF, 518 Design, Kevin and Matt, obviously. Kevin works on our cars every day of the week. Kevin spots for me. So without them, this wouldn't be possible either.
Well, you've done it here, and I know the guys in the booth were mentioning, so you're going to get some extra money from R&R Steel. You're going to get that at the award banquet. We're going to add some more money to you, but put that up, show everybody that you are the 2025-2026 Pro NA champion here for CORR, Ryder Van Beekum. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, taking Dad's money, that always got to feel good, Ken Stout.
Yeah, 100%. You know what? Such a respectful young man, though. I love his attitude as he moves forward. A ton of talent there as well. They were talking about him and his dad, between the two of them, 5 wins on the season. And now Chapman with 3 of those wins. So between those guys, 8 wins in this 10-round race, 10 series. Very, very impressive between those two teams.
Yeah, it's definitely very impressive. We got the champagne flying there. You gotta love the celebration going on. Got those beautiful wreaths they're putting on. Gotta love that. Makes you feel good as a race car driver when you get that. Makes you feel like you're an Indy 500 champion. Now that'll be the next race that we've got coming up after Pro NA. We still got one more award to give out here before we shift gears and move into Pro-Am. Yesterday, Pro-Am had some very exciting racing, and we've got a lot of that to come. Those drivers getting ready. They're on the grid. They're getting ready to roll. But we've got one more champion yet to crown. I know we're working on getting them set up and ready to go, but it'll be Pro-Am running up next. And speaking of that, we are going to crown a youth side-by-side champion who happened to step up and run in the Pro NA division. We're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much. And yes, great sportsmanship by Mikey Childress. Brian Willett was giving you a big shout out, knowing that he was going for the points. You let him take that podium. I absolutely love seeing that because you know what it's like to be a champion. You know what it's like to be up here. So big congratulations. Youth side-by-side at champion for CORR. And it's really great to see this because not only do you have a great father like we were talking about, you're coming into your own as well. You are Mikey Childress now in the short course racing, moving up to Pro NA. But let's talk about you side-by-sides. Handful of wins. Not only here, but also over at Glen Helen, showcasing the versatility. Mikey Childress, how did the season go for you?
Yeah, it was a good season. We just gotta stay consistent, honestly. I think I was only off the podium one time because of car failure. But other than that, I was just smart all season, kept the car together, and had some tough races there at the start with Cash and all them. But no, it was a good season. I'm ready for next year in Pro, and hopefully we can run it back.
Well, as somebody who celebrated their birthday as well during this season, many of you guys did, you moving up from youth side-by-side up to Pro NA, what do you have for the suggestions for the other guys out there that are saying, hey, I think I want to move up? What are your thoughts on that?
Definitely moving up. Definitely make sure your car's good because it's a lot faster lap times, a lot gnarlier racing, so you definitely got to have your hands ready because it's constant war, I can tell, just by the 2 races I've done.
Well, we enjoy seeing you in Pro NA and moving on up. Once again, big congratulations to you. Youth side-by-side champion here for CORR for the 25-26 season, Mikey Childress. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, Mikey Childress, great to see him with the points championship, and just such a classy kid. I've known his dad for a long time through all of his victories in Baja and desert racing and that, and just a great family, and great to see the next generation of Childress coming up here, and definitely lots of good things yet to come for that young man as he's working on getting there we go. We got the champagne popped. He's throwing it out. Going to get him a towel, get him all cleaned up there. So next up, we are already gridded up. We're going to have Pro-Am racing yet to come. Right there, that 155. He is our current points leader. Pretty much has the championship locked up at this point. I think he just basically has to take the green flag, and it's locked up for him. Commanding points lead there for Carson Greco.
It's over, baby. He came in here with a 93-point lead over Cash Hart today. So an incredible season there for Carson Greco. What a solid run throughout the entire season with 7 wins so far and an opportunity for one more. 12 podiums on the season so far.
12 podiums.
Well, I take that back. That includes poles. He has 3 poles. So take those away. And, I mean, he's been on the podium every single round, and he's won every round except for round 3 where he finished 3rd.
Yeah, great season for him, and we've had a phenomenal season here in the CORR Series, and one of the reasons we've had such a phenomenal season is our partners at Liqui Moly. We are trackside here at the finale weekend of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I've got Jason Hess with Liqui Moly, one of our partners on the season. Now, Jason, you've been here trackside all season long servicing our racers. One of the big questions we've got is what makes Liqui Moly better than your OE oils and lubricants from the factory?
Yeah, so obviously it's been a very good season, a lot of support, and when it comes down to the Liqui Moly oils, one thing that you're going to find different is the additive packs inside these things are much, much stronger. Even though it might be the same viscosity that engine needs, what you're going to gain is out of our additive pack, and the temperature control will be much, much higher. And that's the biggest difference when it comes down to these products, right? When it matters, you're smashing the gas, you're out there, temps are high, you want to protect that thing, and it's the additive packs that were made in-house in Germany from us that are going to give you that protection.
Well, Jason Hess and Liqui Moly, they have you dialed in, whether you're a weekend warrior or you're out here trying to win a championship in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Well, big shout out to Liqui Moly for all the support this year, as well as R&R Steel Racing. And R&R Steel Racing bringing us our Pro-Am points. As Kenneth said, Carson Greco, 386 points. A commanding lead over Cash Hart, 93 points back. Then you got Michael Bernstein, 112 points back. Cummings, Childress, Centers, Schmucker, Declan Shields, Jaden Manchester-Kuhn, Alex Renulio. And I think just by rolling onto the track today, Carson Greco is pretty much going to take home this championship.
Renulio up there on the podium, 1 round to go. He had a couple of really good races, including a win in another category. We'll find out how things shake down for him. But, yeah, Carson Greco, incredible effort here. Great run for sure this entire season.
Well, that brings us our Liqui Moly starting grid. Carson Greco on the pole, won yesterday. Phenomenal season. Pretty much our champion waiting to be crowned. Cash Hart, though, been very strong this season, sitting outside row number 1. Alex Renulio, as you had said, coming on strong as of late. Casey Cummings, Centers, and Bernstein in row number 3. Declan Shields and Wyatt Schmucker in row number 4, excuse me.
Yeah, and a quick correction for me. I said Carson won every round except for round 3. It was round 3 and round 7. He finished 3rd and he finished 2nd, but still an incredible season so far with 9 podiums, 9 consecutive podiums in 9 rounds, including 7 wins.
Yeah, Cash Hart ran him pretty strong yesterday, just couldn't quite get around. So we're going to see if Cash Hart here can make something happen. I think Cash is going to really have to push on this first lap, especially the first corner, to try and get around him and then play a little bit of defense.
Yeah, Cash Hart, no slouch. I mean, he has 5 podiums as well, and that one round 7 where Greco finished 2nd, it was Cash Hart that won it. So he certainly has the capability of keeping the pressure on and standing on top of the box. Number 2 is Cash Hart.
Going to be the outside there of row number 1. That is the battle to watch there. Hart and Greco. 1 and 2 on the track, 1 and 2 in the points.
A couple of RS1s. You see that big Yamaha sitting right in the back. Looks like a monster truck compared to those RS1s.
Jason Cummings having a strong run the last few rounds. As it is Greco taking us to green. Hart going to slide into 2nd, but look at Renulio trying to run up the inside.
Yeah, he had a good run one day ago, and he's going to get a run on Cash Hart here.
Look at that, drawn even with Cash Hart. Hart may have the edge, but Greco slingshotted out front. Look at that, Renulio. Oh, bumping Hart off to the side. Hart's going to get cycled to the back. Renulio going to take that spot.
Yeah, and that was on Renulio. He came in a little bit too hot, washed up at least 1 lane, if not more, and tagged Hart. So they get away with it here. I don't think he'll get an infraction for it, but he definitely overdrove it just a bit. Cash Hart now trying to pick up a spot.
We got Tatum Forrester there in the 195.
Trent Center's in there as well, the number 55, that red car. And that's who Hart had a chance to get into his left rear and checked up. Drove him clean. Oh, is that a problem? Is that Carson?
That is Carson Greco just pulling off to the side. It didn't look like anything happened. Maybe a belt issue. Car just pulled off to the right and stopped. Didn't flip, nothing, no contact, just pulled off to the side.
What a shame here for what is going to be our season champion. Good thing he had that 93 points coming in.
Oh, wow. I mean, it's definitely going to eat into it. But like we said, he just needed to take the green flag, and he was going to clinch things up. But that means it's all bets are off for the rest of the field. They smell blood in the water as we're going to get a look here at what happened to Greco. And look at.
And presence of mind, too, to get out of the way immediately. Appreciate the respect for the other drivers. But, yeah, mechanical there will take him out early.
Yeah, that could have been a belt possibly. I don't know. But Renio out front. Got Forrester taking a victory earlier on this today in one of the youth divisions out here in Pro-Am. Good to see him out here.
That puts Renio out front, the number 117. Talked about him being on the podium just one day ago. Had a couple of third-place finishes going back to rounds 5 and 6, and then did not see him in 7 and 8. And then back on the podium one day ago, and now looking for what would be his first win in the category. A lot of racing yet to do.
Yeah, a lot of racing. We are lap 3. It didn't look like we were going to throw the caution, which is great. So it is Renewal, Forrester, and Centers 1, 2, 3. A couple of names we don't normally talk about in this division.
Yeah, Centers looking for his first podium of the season. Oh, look at that move.
Hart, that is trying to get around Bernstein there, I believe.
Cash Hart diving back down to the bottom. Bernstein with a couple of good races a day ago.
Yeah, Hart trying to find a way around Bernstein. Nothing there yet. Looking to the inside. You got a little over rotation from Bernstein. All right, they're going to come around. Look at Hart. A little over rotation from him as well.
Yeah, and Hart following him so closely, eyes up. You kind of go where your eyes are, and it's not uncommon to make the same mistake the guy in front of you makes.
Like you said, almost in that draft as they're going up the backstretch. Got a little bit of a headwind, so might be beneficial.
He stepped out to try and get to the bottom. Oh, nice job. Really got the car rotated well.
That Hart just outbroke him, went to the bottom and slammed on the binders the last minute, was able to hold the line at the bottom and able to sneak around.
So Hart picks up another position and is back inside of the top 4.
Is that Bernstein?
Oh, Bernstein in trouble.
Bernstein pulling off. I don't know if he's off the race line enough that he's back on now.
Looks like he might be pulling off the track.
Yeah, he was trying to get off in a safe way. You know what? That's a great bit of sportsmanship for Bernstein. He would have just stayed what he was. The yellow flag would have come out. He waited till things were clear, cut across the course, got off. So we're going to stay green flag racing.
Yeah, spotter helping him out there as well. Thank you. Special effort right there to be respectful to everybody else. Nicely done by that team.
All right, so Renouillo up front. Forrester in the second spot, trying to chase down Renouillo. We will have that competition caution in another lap. All right, up and over that big, look at that big jump there for Forrester. Like I said, Forrester taking a victory in this car earlier on today. Decided to run it here in Pro-Am. It's the end of the season. You got no more races. Why not?
Yeah, I'm trying to prepare for these races, and these guys are throwing me curveballs and sticking a car in there that I haven't seen inside of the class. That's great, though. I love it.
Well, it's all these youth racers now stepping up into these pro divisions that are going to be in next season, and you gotta appreciate that, trying to get their feet wet a little bit early.
Look at our leader. Renouillo driving in nicely. Gets it right through the exit of the turn. Big flyaway jump here for Forrester.
You know, Renouillo is really running some strong lines here. I mean, I'm looking at his racecraft, the way he's approaching these corners, and he's really doing a good job, Ken.
With that said, Forrester stepping up into this class as we watch Centers and Hart do battle here. Looks like Centers was just passed by Hart as Hart jumps into the top 3 after falling back pretty good ways there.
Yeah, Center's looking to the inside to get it back, and Hart going to pull him down this stretch.
But I was looking at lap times before. Forrester within a quarter second of Renouillo.
All right, competition caution is going to fly. We're going to get everybody restacked and regrouped which I think a lot of these drivers are going to be really happy about. But as we are under competition caution, we are going to cut to a feature we caught up with Carson Greco, our points leader, earlier on this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Carson Greco. Now, Carson, you have a winning percentage of 75%. Every time you step out onto that track, you've got a handful of wins and overall wins. You're dominant in the second half. We've all seen it. Now we're back here at Firebird going in with 86-point lead. What do you think it's going to take for you to wrap up that championship in round 9?
It's definitely going to be a challenge. Cash Hart's going to try and push it and get as ahead of me as he can if he can keep up with me, but if he can't, then it's going to be interesting.
Well, we still got round 10 on Sunday as well. So being here at Firebird for round 7 and 8, it was really unseasonably warm. This weekend it seems a little bit cooler. The wind is picking up, probably not as much as we've seen before. How do you think the track conditions are going to play out if the wind continues what it's doing this weekend?
I hope they're going to be good. It was really good for qualifying. Some of the pro guys said it wasn't really good for them, but it was good for me. So I hope it's going to be really good for tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. And like we were talking about, Carson's going in with an 86-point lead. We're going to see how the rounds 9 and 10 shape up for him and see what happens. Back up to you guys.
Well, Carson Greco, not his day on the track, but it's going to be his day on the season because he is going to take home that points championship. But what that means is we are going to have a winner here, possibly that we haven't seen before. You know, we got Cash Hart sitting in the 3rd spot, going to try and battle back. But Renulio, Forrester, Cash Hart, Centers, Cummings. I mean, all these guys would love to notch a victory here to wind up the season. So we're going to see with 4 laps remaining. So go back to green flag. And look at that, Cash Hart all the way to the bottom.
Making a charge, gets out of the throttle. He's going to get past in the process by trying that move. Nope, he hangs on to it. Centers was right there, but could not capitalize on it.
Look at that, Cash Hart running up the outside on Forrester. Outside, inside. Forrester coming in a little hot. Looked like Centers getting in the back of Hart.
Gave him a little love tap right there. Come on, baby, we got to go. Yeah, all good there. Good, tight racing. That's exactly what these kids want to do when they step up into this category.
Yeah, Forrester trying to chase down Renulio, and to Renulio's credit, he's just hit his marks today.
Forrester hanging right there with him. Oh, good turn there by Forrester.
That corner's getting pretty rough there in the bottom, too.
Centers and Cummings. That's Cummings in the Yamaha. Back there just behind Centers. Centers losing a lot of ground here in this first restart lap.
Yeah, looks a little off the pace. He was quite a bit quicker the first half. I don't know if something's going on. Maybe some heating issues, something like that. Belt's starting to slip. But Cummings really pushing. We got wide line, trying to slingshot outside.
Cash Hart right there on the back bumper of Forrester and not able to get around. We'll show you the racecraft that Forrester has developed.
Yeah, Hart hugging there. Oh, we got a little tap there with the tires. No harm, no foul.
It's all good. More importantly, not rattled. Drives it right down in there. Rotates the car hard. Didn't make a mistake. Feeling all that pressure from Hart.
Yeah, Hart really applying the pressure to Forrester. Come down in front of the.
And I like the racecraft there. We keep talking about racecraft. You can see where Forrester placed that car. It was a perfect position. He didn't pinch himself off on the entry of the turn, left himself enough room to rotate it, but he put Hart on the outside.
Hart, a little over rotation, a little bobble there for Hart. Not something you see very often. We got Forrester now able to stretch it out another car length. But Hart down to the bottom, carrying a lot of speed coming out of this corner. Going to try and make a run up over the triple. Forrester almost with that little Scandinavian flick trying to get the weight transfer to get that car rotated.
Yeah, and if you can get it rotated that early on, it's great, man. With the all-wheel drive, you don't have any push. You can go right back to throttle, unwind your hands, and put it right on the floorboard. I mean, he's doing a fabulous job, and Hart trying to make something happen has not been able to do so.
Nope, so Renulio taking the white flag. You got one to go here. It is Renulio, Forrester, and Hart. We've got Center and Cummings in the 4th and 5th spot. Hart pushing way wide there.
He did. He'll get a little momentum up the back straightaway. It won't be enough. He'll close up a little bit, but it won't be enough to make a run at a pass.
Look at Forrester. I mean, he's initiating those turns so strong. Whoa!
Wow. Is that a...
That's something broke on Hart, I think. Something's got to be broke. He just... Full 360. I mean,
that was really
I've never
weird.
seen that happen before.
When he landed, it just sent him, man. It was really weird.
Well, I'll tell you what, somebody was riding along with him there because...
Right rear. Something's bent or broke with the right rear, looks like.
For him not to roll over in that situation, I mean, coming down over that jump, I mean, that's a lot of luck involved there. It is going to be Renulio taking the Max's checkered flag. It's going to be Forrester in the 2nd spot. You're going to see who's going to hang on to that 3rd spot.
Hate to see that for Hart. Such a good, strong run. I thought they were bringing us a replay to see that again. But double checkers here.
Double checkers is going to be Case and Cummings taking home that 3rd and final podium spot. And we do have a replay before we go to break. And look at that. Cash Hart comes down off the flyaway. And he just,
I don't know, man.
Something happened on the landing, and he just did a full 360.
Really weird.
Tried to get into it and turn. Trying to get back over the berm. He's a racer. He's going to drive it till he can't drive it anymore.
That was really strange. I didn't see anything crazy there on that replay, did you?
No, he didn't touch anything. He just landed. I mean, I'm sure we will find out after this break what happened, but man, now that was a wild one there for Cash Hart. We're going to catch up with our podium finishers and turn out here to the Championship Sunday of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by K&N Filters. More air, more power, more response.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the Countdown Group up. That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Welcome back out here to Chandler, Firebird Motorsports Park, and Championship Sunday of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Ken Stout in the booth, just getting done with Pro-Am racing on track. Going to be crowning a champion, and the podium, man, that one was a wild one there at the finish, Ken Stout.
Yeah, pretty cool, and a couple of different names there. Of course, Carson Greco, our champ, went out on lap 1 with a mechanical, and then Hart had a little bit of contact with Renulio. He went to the back of the pack, started picking his way back forward. Then he had a big moment over the flyaway in the last lap. So kind of crazy, number 1, number 2 in the points, having their issues, and that opened up the door for 3 other people to get on the box.
Yeah, and that brings us to our Rugged Radios Pro-Am results. Renulio on the top spot. Forrester and Cummings there, 2nd and 3rd. Center's just outside the podium. Cash Hart with that crazy 360 there to finish up in 5th. Then it was Bernstein, Shields, Schmucker, and Greco rounding out your field. But I believe Tiffany Stone is standing by with our podium finishers.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, incredible racing down there. Kaysen, let's talk to you. Taking the third place finish over here. Like I always tell everybody, you drive all the way to the checker. You never know what's going to happen. There was a little mistake that was made by Hart. You were able to maneuver through it, capitalize on that, drive it all the way to the third place podium here for round 10. Tell me about the day.
It was good. I started off, I just didn't have any pace. I think it was just my setup. But I got by Trent, and then I was keeping him behind me, and then I saw Hart spun out. Like, okay, well, now I'm in third. So this got more important. So then I look at my mirrors. I was watching my mirrors the whole way through. Somehow kept them behind me, you know. It worked out.
I love how you said, you know, I got myself in third, and you're like, all right, this is important. Time to put my head down, time to make sure we're in this right now for the race. Great job out there. Who would you like to thank for round 10?
I'd like to thank my dad and mom first off, my grandma for making it out here, Maxxis Tires, Method Race Wheels, and Rugged Radios.
Wonderful. Nice job right on there. Anybody else you need to thank?
My brother, I guess, yeah.
Awesome. I saw you be a little hesitant on that. You always got to thank the brother. You got to thank the family. Nice job on that. Congratulations on the season, of course, and for round 10. We're going to head over here to our second place finisher. Now, a familiar face, not in this class. First time really stepping it up over here, Tatum Forrester. Obviously, this race this morning, it was incredible. You got to see how the track was out there. So I do want to talk about the track conditions because it's been a few hours later. How was it for you? Because when we saw you out there, it was like you belonged in this class. It was really cool to see it. Getting yourself a second place podium finish.
I appreciate that. Earlier today, the track was super loose. The blue groove was out. It was super slippery. And right now for this race, it was really rutted, but not as much blue groove, so you could actually drive it in there harder and use those ruts to your advantage and just stick it in there.
Well, seeing you come up into this class, we've been seeing a lot of the youth guys make their way over here into the pros.
For sure.
For sure. Awesome. Who would you like to thank for round 10, helping you out on a second place podium?
My mom and my dad, first of all, and all my friends and family that come out to support. The Schmuckers, the Schroeders, everybody that helps out. 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, Economy Plumbing, Lone Star Performance, UPR, Valor Wheels, Seal Savers, Rugged Radios. It's good.
Awesome. Nice job. Congratulations once again to you, Tatum. We're going over here to Alex Renulio. Alex, yesterday you took a third place. Today you're moving on up, taking top of the box, showcasing what it means to be in this season and series and what you can do. I absolutely love this. Now, we saw you halfway through, starting around 5. You got a few podiums there. Adding one more for the season is a nice way to finish this out. Talk to me about today in round 10.
Well, I didn't know that I was actually going to win today. It was just for practice, and then Carson had problems, and I was able to keep my lead.
Well, I know you've probably heard the term on any given Sunday, and you absolutely did that here. Nice job. It's great to have you here. I know that, like we said, halfway through the season, we'd love to have you back out here. I know a bunch of these guys would love to race. Who would you like to thank for round 10 and finishing out this season super strong?
My mom, my dad, Podium Suspension, 2X Motorsports, Maxxis, Sparco, Union Graphics, Rugged Radios. I think that's it.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1 for me. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers here in Pro-Am. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, some great young racers there. All of them speaking pretty well there too, Ken.
Yeah, great job, man. Forrester really speaking very, very nicely. So it's an important piece of the puzzle. You got to get up there. You got to take care of your sponsors as you develop, and he gets up higher in the classes and gets to those pro-level classes and picks up some sponsors along the way. You want to make sure that you speak well and take care of all the people that supported you along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the people we didn't catch up with in that class, though, is the points champion, because a little mishap, but he had such a commanding lead, it really didn't matter. But right now, Tiffany Stone standing by with our champion.
Yes, I am. Standing down here with Carson Greco. Now, Carson, we're going to talk about a few stats for you. 7 wins, 9 podiums. I know that you definitely wanted to add one more podium for this. We're going to talk about round 10 first. We saw you have such a strong lead out there. What exactly happened? Heard something about a battery. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that for round 10?
Yeah, we started off strong, got into the last corner, and then the car just shut off. The guy who tunes my cars said he went and looked at it and said it was the battery. So hopefully when we come back out, it'll be good for next season.
Well, I absolutely love that. Now let's talk about the Pro-Am Championship and the season for you overall. We started with that 7 wins. You were the most consecutive wins out there. Very, very nice. Your technical, your speed, your methodical, everything that it takes to bring to home for a champion you encompass. And it was really good watching you race this season, grow this season, and of course finish out this season. Who would you like to thank for the entire 25-26 CORR season for you?
My mom and dad, Jacob and Bryson Place, for working on my cars and making them this fast. Brandon from EVP Mode, Arnar Steele, 518 Designs, and my friends and family who came out to watch me.
Well, I absolutely love that. You should be super proud of yourself. Once again, you've got your Pro-Am champion right here, Carson Greco. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, just a dominating effort by Carson Greco. Great to see him there. Obviously, today didn't go the way he needed, but when every other day this season's gone the way you needed, it really doesn't matter at this point.
I happened to catch the hat he was wearing, Forster Family Racing. How about that?
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Kind of cool, yeah. They're obviously racing against each other out on track, but friends off it. That's one thing I love about the CORR series. You go back there, and these kids are all battling with each other on the track, and they're chasing each other down with the
that is
trying
the
to
fun.
spray each other. But that's the fun. They're competitors on track, but out in the pits, they're the best friends, and they're all hanging out, playing video games together, driving RC cars. I think we saw here a couple weeks back there was a swimming pool in the pits, and all the kids were in the swimming pool.
Me a bit. Yeah. Well, it was 110 that weekend.
Yeah, it was a very warm weekend. Swimming pool was definitely in use, let's put it that way. But, that's what you love about the CORR series. All these kids, they're growing up together, and they're probably going to be lifelong friends.
Yeah, a couple of categories in the books as we keep working our way towards the end of this day, and a lot of fast classes yet to come.
Lots of fast classes yet to come. And you know what's keeping them fast? Well, our partners at Maxxis Tires are. And earlier this weekend, we were able to catch up with them. All right, we are standing here with Maxxis Tires, one of our partners in the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Adam, Maxxis has been here trackside. I know you guys have been selling tires. I got to tell you, last round on the podium, I saw a lot of orange hats. Tell us about your involvement in the series and how things have been going.
You know what, that was absolutely a beautiful thing to see all those orange hats up there. Those are our special podium hats, and so any chance we get, we love to see them there. We're happy to support CORR. I was a little sad that this is our championship weekend, but we can't wait to see the next season and see what happens.
Well, if you're a racer and you need tires, Maxxis has you dialed in. And if you're just a weekend warrior, they've got something for you as well. Yeah, Maxxis is doing a lot for us behind the scenes. Obviously, we've seen those Maxxis Tires fast laps. We've also got the Maxxis Tires checkered flags. And I know was talking with Adam yesterday, last time we were here in Phoenix, Maxxis brought the hauler out. They brought a bunch of tires, sold out of tires. So Adam says, you know what, we doubled the order. He goes, come in, and he goes, we sold through double the amount of tires by the time we dropped the green flag on Saturday. He goes, we could have brought triple and probably sold them. It's really great to see the support. One, the racers are giving Maxxis, but two, what Maxxis is giving back to the racers, and I think that's important. It's a very mutually beneficial relationship, Ken.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, and great to see Maxxis jump out here and support a series like this. It's only going to grow, and they'll get some support out of it. These teams out here, these young teams, are so happy to have people like Maxxis out here for a resource to go and buy some tires so easily.
Yeah, well, and I think, they're doing some mounting and balancing here on site. We've got our friends at Rugged Radios keeping everybody dialed in as well, so lots of stuff going on behind the scenes. Well, as we're sitting here waiting to go green flag racing with this dual feature of Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo, we're also able to catch up this season with our friends at 019. All right, we've got Joey here with 019 Wraps out here trackside at Firebird Motorsports Park. Tell us a little bit about the involvement with these side-by-side racers and the series here.
Yeah, so we've been out here. Our shop is based out of Tempe. We've been doing some work here with CORR for the last few years, wrapping the side-by-sides, wrapping their trailer, and just, trying to help out as many racers as we can out here with side-by-side wraps, trailer wraps, event tents, and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, in addition to wraps, they also have full tent. You guys do easy ups. What else do you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. Full automotive and commercial window tint, residential window tint. Keep your homes, and then the vehicle's cool too. So do all of that. Anything that you really need printed, we can get it done for you. So, but that's signs, banners, tents, vehicle wraps, you name it.
Well, things are heating up out here at Firebird Motorsports Park in 019. They're going to keep you cool all summer long. Yeah, 019 doing a lot behind the scenes for us, too. You see a lot of the branding around the track and signage and, wraps on cars and stuff like that. Doing a lot to support us out here. So we got a dual feature coming up next. This is going to be both Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo on track at the same time. We got 2 classes going to be hitting the track, and they're going to be a staggered start. It gets a little bit chaotic, but it's a whole lot of fun because you not only have your drivers racing for their own win, but then you get the drivers that want to get dicey and try and go for that overall victory. So it really doesn't mean anything in the big scheme of things but bragging rights, but sometimes it gets a bit interesting.
It makes the offseason much better if you can grab that last win of the season. Looks like we're going to give you a nice onboard shot here as well. Yeah, looks like Dan Hearn there. He is going to be carrying our Starstream onboard. That is Troy Horick in the number 2 ahead of him. But Dan Hearn, his daughter Chloe, taking home a podium finish earlier on this weekend in the 800 Open earlier today. So big shout out to Chloe Hearn. And we're going to see if her dad Dan can bring home a podium as well. Jeremy Spears leading in the points here for Pro Production. One day ago, actually got a little bit of help from Jeremiah Wagner. Yep, got a little bit of help. So it brings us to our R&R Steel Racing Pro Production points. Jeremy Spears back in the cockpit today at 343 points just by taking the green flag. I believe he's going to cinch this up over Rylan Lane, 59 points back. Rylan Lane's credit, she was on top of the box yesterday, so she's not going to go down without a fight. Mia Chapman, she's been doing some Red Bull projects. She's not out here racing. She is 3rd in points. They got Olette and Bodden. Gerber also, we saw him out filling in for Spears. He's not going to be racing today, I don't believe. We'll have to take a peek and see if he's going to be out here. But, we've got a ton of other drivers here on the list, but only a handful of them out here today. Some of them elected not to run this weekend, but those are R&R Steel Racing Pro Production points. Deep in the points there, 8th and 9th, Matt Rhodes and Todd Whitman. We saw them out here in the category the first time yesterday, and both of them up on the box, so they had a great run. Yeah, Whitman had a great run for I think he said, coming out of a 26-year retirement or something in short course? Yeah, and he qualified on the pole. Well, Rylan Lane almost spinning it out there on the pace lap. Looked like she gave it a little gas and the car came around. Might be a little bit slick. We did some heat in the tires. Well, we did see a pileup on the pace lap in one of the 170 divisions, 10-car pileup on the pace lap earlier today. So it does happen out here. Liquid Molly starting grid. It's Rylan Lane, Todd Whitman, 1 and 2. Matt Rhodes, Jeremy Spears, and then Stephanie Warapius in the row number 3 spot. She had a tough luck yesterday. I think didn't make it through the first lap, so great to see her back out here. Row number 5, that is going to be our Pro-Am Turbo division start. That's going to be Michael Bernstein and Troy Horick, 1 and 2. Moving into row number 6, Dyer and Hearn. Hearn will be with that Starstream onboard. And then Ryan Denny, local favorite, back here out of her semi-retirement, who's entered a couple rounds this year. She's going to be out there in row number 7, leading yesterday until she had a little bit of a mishap. So I would expect Ryan Denny to be charging hard early on and possibly trying to take home a victory. That is Jaden Gerber there in the 15. So we got Jeremy Spears back behind the wheel of his car, running his number. He had to miss yesterday with a commitment. Jaden Gerber running his number yesterday for the points for Jeremy Spears. They're good friends. Gerber now back in his car. So we've got a full field here. And it's going to be Rylan Lane taking us to the green flag. And Spears. Looks like getting into it with Rylan Lane is now we got Pro-Am Turbo taking the green as well. Yeah, split start there. And my apologies, I said help from Jeremiah Wagner, and I was talking about Jaden Gerber for Spears. Yeah, good clean start here for both categories. Yep, Spears and Rylan Lane, they've been going back and forth all season long. Look at that Spears snaking in underneath Rylan Lane. That's not going to sit well with Rylan Lane. She's going to battle back. These two have been back and forth all season long, know each other very well. And Rylan with a good run right there is going to get the pass. Well, I thought was going to get the pass made. Well, look at Spears, look, pushing her up high. Rylan Lane not going to like that. That's 2 times he's done that. And it's going to cost her another spot here. The 64 of Matt Rhodes is going to sneak in there and take over second. Old Van Beekum car, or a former Van Beekum car. I don't want to say it's old. So the 64 car falls into second, and Rylan Lane's going to have to get back on the horse here and see if she can pick back up. Yeah, Spears with a couple of moves there to push her out wide. I'm sure she's a little motivated at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she was she had relatively clean racing yesterday, and not that was, you know, that was just a tough race, and they didn't make any contact. But Spears, you know, he's throwing it down. He's the points champion. He wants to go out on top. All right, so Jaden Gerber now trying to chase down Rylan Lane. So go back up front with our leader, Jeremy Spears, 64. That is Rhodes trying to chase him down. Get a look here. That is our Pro-Am Turbo division. Horick currently leading.
Yeah, really starting to close the gap here on the Pro Production cars. And setting up for a pass here.
That is the 295 of Michael Bernstein there on the bottom, getting around the number 2 of Troy Horick.
Yeah, Bernstein's had an incredible season. Comes in here with a 31-point lead. Mathematically, still an option there for second place, which is Daniel Hearn. But Bernstein with 5 wins on the season, total of 7 podiums.
And look at this. Here comes Ryan Denny. She led yesterday till she made a mistake. Back out here today, and Ryan Denny absolutely flying out here, picking drivers off one at a time. You got to think she wants nothing more than a victory. She's out here for fun. Oh! And is that Stephanie Warpius, I think? Yes, that is Stephanie in the number 62. She's going to get her backed up and going again. Tough break for her. Jeremy Spears out front.
Kind of a crazy, interesting first half here as you take a look at the number 849 of Jeremy Spears. Now with some breathing room.
All right, so it is Spears, Rhodes, Lane, Gerber. That's your top 4 in Pro Production, and it's going to be Bernstein, Denny, Horick, Hearn, and then Dyer in Pro-Am Turbo, as Ryan Denny now trying to charge Michael Bernstein. Denny, no stranger to short course racing, just taking a year off, coming back, and I got to tell you, the girl's falling right back into her old ways.
Up, but she jumped the left rear, and then Bernstein goes over all by himself. Comes back on the wheels. I'm not sure how that happened.
Oh, we got all kinds of chaos. Ryan Denny, she's going to do the lap again. She's doing the loop-de-loopy. Oh, we got a broken car there with a 295. I'm hoping we can at some point get a replay of what happened there, because.
And oddly enough, the left front was never touched. It was the left rear that Denny climbed up over.
I don't know what happened there, but he spun and wrecked after Denny had already. I mean, it was seconds afterwards.
Yeah, I think he knocked that tire off the left front wheel there during the flip action, trying to save it.
So we have a replay. So here's Denny. She jumps into the back and just runs over the left rear. She almost flips over the K-rail. She flips around, and he hooked a rut. So that was all on Bernstein there.
And right there, ripped off the left front tire off the wheel.
So
that was
that had nothing to do with the contact.
Crazy 1-2 punch.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with the contact with Ryan Denny.
Yeah, nothing at all. Just the way it worked out.
Just happened to be within a few seconds of each other. All right, so we're back up front with Jeremy Spears, who is loving all the chaos behind him because it's behind him. We got lap 6. We are going to be taking the competition caution this time by, which I think is going to be good for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, 64 there of Matt Rhodes still hanging on with Rylan Lane now applying lots of pressure.
Yeah, running out of the R&R Steel Camp. He's actually one of the mechanics there, keeping all the Bob Van Beekum stuff going. Bob likes to run out his spare cars once in a while to some of the guys that support him. So Matt Rhodes, a beneficiary here, getting his chance to get his feet wet behind the wheel. And tell you what, he's doing a darn good job this weekend.
Yeah, Matt's been with him for a long time as well. Great to see him get an opportunity to come out here and have some fun. Not just work on him, get to drive him some.
All right. So we have our competition caution here, and we are going to cut to a feature with our points leader no feature here. I thought we had a feature with Michael Bernstein, but we do not. But the competition caution is out. We're going to get everybody restacked, regrouped, and I'm going to give you a rundown of the running order here momentarily. So in pro production, it is Jeremy Spears out front. Matt Rhodes is in the second spot. Rylan Lane, second in points. She is in the third spot. Then we got Jaden Gerber fourth. It's going to be Stephanie Warpius in the fifth spot. Todd Whitman not taking the green flag today. He is in sixth. So moving over to Pro-Am Turbo, it is going to be Horick. And I believe Denny battling back to the second spot. Bernstein in third. We saw that mishap. Hearn in the mix as well. And then Matt Dyer in fifth. So we've got all kinds of stuff going on here. We're going to have about 4 laps remaining, and I got to tell you, there hasn't been a race decided yet between these two.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Love it.
Well, when it gets you and I excited to call something when stuff like this is going on all over the place.
It's already busy with a split race. We're trying to keep up with both categories, and obviously the production team doing the same thing. So we want to give all of our fans a fair shot and give both leaders a little bit of love. And then there's some action going on in the middle of it. So, yeah, it gets super busy.
Yeah, this is the onboard with Dan Hearn. Looks like he's going to be in the third spot. I said he was in the fourth spot. Bernstein, obviously, with that rollover, not going to be in the third spot. So it's going to be Dan Hearn in the third spot, going on board with him. So sitting in a podium spot, his daughter Chloe taking a podium earlier today. So as it sits, could have a father-daughter podium here. That would be a nice thing this weekend.
How about that?
All right, so our Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off. Jeremy Spears, leader and points leader, going to be taking us to the green flag. All right, Rylan Lane trying to get a jumping down to the bottom.
Rylan with a big gap there to Matt Rhodes on that restart, and has already lost some ground.
Yeah, it was like a little hesitation, but I'll tell you what, Matt Rhodes is going to drive Jeremy Spears pretty hard. But Rylan now catching up. It's like she had a little hesitation off the start, going on board with Dan Hearn. Look at the dust coming through.
Yeah, great onboard shot there of what the drivers are going through. Big flyaway jump here.
You're going to see Dan Hearn go into this really tight corner. On the back, that is Stephanie Orbius there, out the back of Dan Hearn.
And looked like he might have reached down for a rear brake. Do they have a cutting brake or rear brake handle on these?
Most don't, but the Yamahas might.
Just saw that. If they could lock up the rears and set the car, it'd be beneficial for sure.
All right, Jeremy
How about
Spears.
this, man? Matt Rhodes bringing the heat, and here comes Rylan Lane as well.
Yeah, Rylan Lane looking to the inside there of Rhodes.
I think Rhodes has got a little run here. We'll see if he can get down to the bottom.
Looks like he is got the bottom, just can't make it stick. Jeremy Spears can have the momentum carrying around the outside, but they're drawing even over the flyaway.
And Rylan Lane down to the bottom. She's going to have position here underneath Rhodes and makes the pass happen. Beautiful pass.
Yeah, it looked like Rhodes was going to set up the outside-inside, but Rylan Lane blocked the inside.
And now Rylan Lane taking a look at our leader and Spears.
Yeah, Spears, he may have his work cut out for him. Rylan Lane, she knows what happened there on that first lap. He was running her pretty hard.
She will be highly motivated. Really nice, clean move right there. She could have gotten to the back of it. Oh, good save.
Great save by Rhodes.
Quick hands.
Woo. Little excitement there by Matt Rhodes.
Pass for the lead.
Rylan Lane, I think Jeremy Spears going to have the momentum. No, Rylan Lane going to get back by him. He's not going to like that.
Beautiful job out of Rylan Lane. Able to get the car rotating. Man, I thought he was going to tag her in the back. Did not get it. So beautiful job there out of both, but Rylan Lane carrying a ton of momentum at turn number 1 and rode it right up to turn number 2. Excellent job.
Yeah, big over rotation for Jeremy Spears. He was pushing hard. He really wanted that victory. Now Rhodes going to get back into it. Oh, that is number 2. That is Troy Horick, I believe.
Yeah, what happened to Rhodes?
I don't know what happened to Rhodes. That is Troy Horick, so that is a Pro-Am Turbo car. Rylan Lane now going to have 1 to go this time by.
Horak looking for his first win of the season in the turbo category.
Spears in second. That is Horak in first in his division. There is Matt Rhodes.
Rylan Lane. And she did a great job. The opening lap got pushed high a couple of times and then got tagged and lost a few positions and really had to scrap her way back to the front. Did a magical job of it.
All right, up and over that big step-up triple. Couple corners remaining. A little bit of an over-rotation there. All right, 2 corners remaining. Rylan Lane trying to tiptoe her way around these corners for the weekend sweep.
That's a smart move in that right-hander. That right-hander will hurt you.
Letting her drift out wide, letting her eat a little bit. Going to come home, take the Maxxis Tires checkered flag. Rylan Lane going to be victorious. Jeremy Spears going to finish up in second. He is going to be the champion this year. That is going to be Troy Horak there with a win in Pro-Am. Rhodes, Denny going to be finding her way to the podium as well this weekend. Congratulations to her coming back out, and I believe Dan Hearn going to be on the podium as well.
Rylan Lane with her 3rd win on the season, her 8th podium, and that will tie her as a winningest driver in the category, tied up with Mia Chapman, who also has 3 wins. So a great run. How about that? 2 ladies inside of the category with 3 wins each.
Well, Rylan Lane in the 623 doing a remarkable pass on Jeremy Spears to take home the victory. We're going to catch up with her and all of our podium finishers and champions when we return out here to Championship Sunday in the CORR Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Maxxis Tires. Tread victoriously.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis Tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back out here to Chandler, Arizona, Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 10, Championship Sunday of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Ken Stout in the booth, calling the action, and just got done calling a wild double feature here with Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. Brings us to our Rugged Radio's Pro Production results, but Ken, Rylan Lane sealing the deal with a lap and a half to go over Jeremy Spears with a beautiful pass.
Yeah, she had a great comeback after a tough opening lap there and then fell back a number of positions. So really had to work her way back forward and stayed competitive there to that mandatory caution. And then after that was able to pick up 2 more spots and win this thing.
Yeah, Jeremy Spears is going to finish second, but he is going to cinch up the championship there with that second spot. Matt Rhodes coming out this weekend, going to find his way to the podium as well. Great run by him in the R&R Steel Racing entry. Great season here in Pro Production overall. Great to see a bunch of different drivers kind of pop in and out of the class. And, Jeremy Spears emerged as a great talent, going to walk away with that championship. And guy that's definitely a blue-collar racer, very small operation. And you got to love when a guy like that can battle through and take home the championship.
Yeah, really solid effort out of him. Once again, 8 podiums on the season in 10 rounds. That's a pretty solid effort.
Yeah, definitely a solid effort for sure. So you see wind blowing some easy ups around. The fans starting to come in because we still got a lot of racing yet and some really, really big divisions yet to come today. Look at our cameras even getting blown around a little bit.
Yeah, it's breezy out there, but a beautiful day all in all. Again, Temperature not too bad. Last time I checked, it was about 92 degrees out here, and the breeze makes it feel a little bit better. If you can get in the shade, it's really not bad at all. Humidity's still very, very low, as you might expect out here.
Yeah, looks like see Tiffany Stone there rounding them up.
Herding the cats?
Herding the cats. You know how race car drivers are.
Yeah.
They all have the minds of their own, that's for sure.
Especially when you have all that adrenaline. You climb out of the car and you relax. You just want to take a breather. And she's trying to push them along here, not to mention 2 categories and champions inside of this.
Yeah. There's a lot going on today on Championship Sunday here at the CORR Series, but, overall been a great 10 rounds of racing. I mean, we've been out here at our home track of Firebird, made our trip to Southern California, went out to Glen Helen Raceway. It was beautiful to be back Glen Helen. I mean, just such an iconic venue when you talk about 2- and 4-wheel racing in Southern California.
Yeah, beautiful place, and you're exactly right. I mean, this place is historic here at this point. I was, much to my surprise, saw an earlier drone shot that the lake has been completely drained here where they run drag boats over there. I was surprised to see that. That lake had never been drained for 20-plus years. Pretty wild sight to see it with no water.
All right, and we're getting word Tiffany Stone is standing by with our top 3 in pro production.
Thank you guys so much. I heard you up in the booth. Yes, getting all these drivers up here is amazing. They're fast on the track, even faster coming to the podium to meet me. Nice to talk to you, Jaden Gerber. I know you were filling in yesterday for Jeremy Spears. You made your way over here, made your way on the box for round 10. I know you were super surprised about what was going on, but let's talk about the race right now. Round 10, there was a lot of things going on, especially when we throw another class in there. We're trying to see everything that's going on. You've got 2 great drivers in front of you, but you were able to come out with a 3rd place win.
Yeah, it was really good. Both days ended up going to limp mode, so second half of the race, pretty much 4 laps in, I was already in limp mode, so kind of sucked. But and then I don't know if I'm in 3rd or if it's Matt.
We're gonna check on that. Let's talk about that. We'll talk about yours if Matt comes up here as well. We'll talk with Matt. For you coming in, obviously yesterday you were helping fill out for Jeremy Spears coming in there for today. Did you learn something yesterday for the track that you were able to implement for today?
Yeah, yesterday I learned that all my lines were terrible and I was running high, so I was doing good the first 3 laps until I went in limp mode. I was actually keeping my lines how they're supposed to be, so it was a lot better today. Track conditions they are what they are for how dusty it is, so obviously Calvin has to rip the track and water it, so it did get rutted up, but otherwise the track wasn't bad.
Let's talk about who you'd like to thank for round 10 and closing out this season.
Yeah, definitely. So first off, I want to thank God for keeping everybody safe. So far it's been really good this whole weekend. So hopefully that continues throughout the rest of the day, as well as all the CORR staff, Championship Off Racing, Glenn, Tim, Jen, all of them. And then as well as I want to thank Hoosier Tire, R Nurse Steel, PPI Tuning, Valor Wheels, and my girlfriend, or wife, oh geez.
It's all good. Sometimes when you make that transition and that switch over, I get that. We've all been there before. It's all good. Nice job. Congratulations to you. Heading right over here to the 849 of Jeremy Spears. Now, Jeremy, we saw that you missed round 9, but you were able to still get some points for the season. We had Jaden fill in for you, but we're going to talk specifically right now about round 10. You had a great lead coming out there after a few laps. You were holding on to it. You were able to open the door a little bit. Rylan was able to squeeze right in there. Coming back to it, being able to refocus yourself, how do you get yourself back into the mental game and be able to get a 2nd place finish here for round 10?
Mentally, it's pretty easy for me. I've been racing for a long time. But, in a situation like that, I got to carry my momentum around the outside a little bit coming into turns, and I left the door open a little bit for Rylan to come in, and she was able to grab the lead off of there. So congrats to her, and yeah.
Well, I know you've got a bunch of people to thank for because you're finishing out round 10 here, but you're also our season series champ as well for this specific class, so we'll get to that in a moment. But overall, who would you like to thank for an incredible season here at CORR?
I got to thank Colby. He's my pit crew. He's the only guy I got. Benford Metals, American UTV, and Green City Heating, MRT Tires. Those are the guys that helped me get here, and I can't thank them enough.
Nice job. Congratulations once again. We'll talk about the championship in just a little bit. And taking that top spot one more time. A clean sweep for you for rounds 9 and 10. Coming in earlier this season, Rylan, we've been talking how you have just been getting faster and faster, knowing what lines to pick, knowing exactly why you should be here, showing everybody why you should be here as well. Right now, between you and Mia Chapman, both of you have 3 wins for the season. You are putting it on the podium for all the young women out there, showcasing that, hey, come out and race with us. Nice job. How was round 10 for you? Because obviously we just talked to Jeremy. He opened that door for you. You were able to get into that. I know you had a little bit of bobble in the beginning of the race, but you came back, collected everything, and then pretty much took it all the way to the very end, to the top of the box.
Yeah, they were battling it out, so I was just waiting for an opening.
Well, you've done it here, and of course, I've got some things to give to you. With a fast lap time of 56.366, you also get the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award. One more thing for you to be able to take home to finish out the season. Phenomenal having you out here. We can't wait to have you back next season, and of course, see how you're going to grow in the off season. If anybody says that the guys and girls who are out in the Glamis Dunes can't come race, you just proved everybody wrong this season. Nice job. Who would you like to thank?
My parents, Desert State Electric, 2X Motorsports, Trevins Productions, Luxury Auto Collection, and Specialty RV.
Well, you are a driver in your own. Congratulations once again, Ryland Lane, finishing out the season. Top of the box, clean sweep, rounds 9 and 10. One more big round of applause for your Pro Production top 3.
Yeah, great job by all those drivers. This is a fun class to watch this season. Really excited to see the growth of the class come season's end, and I think we're going to see a lot of drivers step into this class next season. It's really going to grow because just an amazing amazing group of drivers, and I think really I like the rule set of this class, Ken. It's kind of an open class car, but the engines are kept relatively stock to keep the costs down.
Yeah, it's a great idea, and heavily attended, nicely attended. 12 different people jumping in here, running this category this year. The top 3 with a string of podiums along the way, as we were talking about there, with Jeremy Spears, 8 podiums, Ryland Lane, 8 podiums. Mia Chapman didn't run the entire season, but 4 podiums for her along the way, along with those 3 wins as we talked about. So pretty cool and great competition.
Yeah, it was great competition. As we saw in that one, with Spears and Ryland Lane battling each other back and forth. Great group of drivers. Like I said, really looking forward to see the way that class emerges for the next season, because I think we're going to see a lot of these young drivers jump in there just because it is a cost-effective class to run. But speaking of Pro Production, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone with our champion.
Thank you guys once again. A big congratulations to you, Jeremy Spears, Pro Production season champ. Absolutely love this. Throughout the season, we've talked about how it's you and Colby. It's been you and Colby this whole entire time. Just the two of you making it down from every race. You're from the PNW area. And what I absolutely love about this is you've been racing for so long, bringing your knowledge down here, being conservative, but also pushing the limits every single time that you're out on the track. A handful of wins. A lot of podiums for you for, this season for 2025-2026. Really, how do you sum up something like this?
We've been gathering a lot of information over the few years, and we don't have the resources up in Washington like we do, like people around here have, and we want to get in the mix of this. So, we learned a lot. I can't even explain how much we've learned being down here this year. So we'll be coming back with some better equipment, I could say, and hopefully we'll race in multiple classes next year. That's the plan.
Well, I was just about to ask you about that. You had a little smile when you said some better vehicles that you were just talking about. So are we going to still see you in this class, or are we going to see you step up? If you don't want to tell us, then leave us hanging. You can do that, but we always love a good story.
No, I'm going to stay in the Pro Production class. I believe it's a driver class, I want to race pro side-by-side as well, but I want to race pro side-by-side in a production car and see how it goes, But yeah, we're definitely going to be coming back into the Pro Production as well.
I absolutely love that. Well, who would you like to thank for this entire season and, of course, helping you be a champion?
For helping me be a champion, it would be my dad for sure. But I got to thank Ben Metals, American UTV, and Green City Heating and MRT Tires.
Well, you've done it here. Put that up one more time. Jeremy Spears is your Pro Production season champion for the 2025-26 season here at CORR.
Great job by Jeremy Spears all season long. The guy was just, battled back through And earlier on this season, him, Mia Chapman, Rylan Lane had some great battles going on, and and then we had some other drivers kind of emerge throughout the season, come in, have some fun in the class, and like I said, I think it's shaping up to be a great class, and just like he had said, it's a driver's class, and I like that. You can't win by spending a bunch of money on your engine. You got to win by your racecraft.
Yeah, great point. I mean, it becomes a real momentum game, which means you've got to carry mid-corner speed, which means you've got to be a good driver, and I think that's what he was alluding to there. Wants to go back, also making a pretty long haul to get down here for every one of these events as well, so hats off to him for the dedication there. And as he said, they learned a lot, so they'll go back and make some changes and hopefully come back with a little better mousetrap than they had this year. And chase it again.
Well, it's a little scary, a little better mousetrap when you're the champion and you're coming with even a better mousetrap. Means everybody's going to step their game up. But I'm sure he learned a lot, just setups and things like that, and been calling the whole series this year and watching Jeremy Spears from round 1 and 2 here at Firebird till Jeremy Spears at round 9 and 10. And it's a different driver, and that's definitely a good thing. But we still have some more podiums to get to. We've got our Pro-Am Turbo podiums, and with that, here's Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much. Down here with our third place finisher, Daniel Hearn. Now, I absolutely love when you and your daughter both podium in the same weekend here for the same round 10. Now, I know it's been a long season for you. It's been a long season for the Hearn family. But doing another podium, I absolutely love chatting with you every single time up here. You're a great driver, but also what's kind of cool is that you also get to watch your daughter fulfill her dreams as well. So talk to me about the season for you, and especially round 10.
Yeah, it's been fairly rough this season. We've had a lot of little issues plaguing both myself and then Chloe. Like yesterday, she had a problem, and we spent most of the night working on it. I got up at 5 and started working on mine. I wasn't sure if I'd do it or not, and yeah, I managed to get it enough to make it through, so here we are.
Well, you've done it once again, and like we talk about, the season is incredibly long, 10 different rounds, 2 different racetracks. You were able to pull out multiple podiums throughout. Who would you like to thank for round 10?
I'd like to thank, of course, my wife, Chloe, Keith for coming out and supporting us this weekend, all the friends here at Sinfab that came out to support us as well, Hoosier Race Tire, Rugged Radio, VP Racing Fuel, Dill Petroleum, and D&M Racing.
Well, you've done it here. Nice chatting with you all season long, Daniel. Can't wait to see what happens next season. Be super proud of yourself, because waking up at 5 a.m. just to work on your stuff, to get everything here, you've done it. Nice choices throughout the entire season. Congratulations once again. All right, we're going to head over here to Ryan Denny. Now, Ryan, we're looking at some numbers. You had a round 3 win, round 9 a DNF, but you were able to come back. We've seen a little, some bobbles out there throughout the race. Walk us through, from your perspective, how did things shape up for everything?
Yeah, it was honestly a good race. Started dead last. By the second turn, we were in second. We were making the pass to go to first, got hit into, went back to last, then came back up to second.
Well, as somebody who's as seasoned as you are, I know that you took, like you said, a few years off, but we're always so excited when you come back in here. We talk about muscle memory all the time. As soon as you put that helmet on, you get behind there, you strap in, muscle memory comes back. Was that what you experienced throughout the season as well?
Yeah, we weren't planning on coming out and racing this weekend. We had to come drop off some parts, and me and Dad looked at each other and we're like, let's go get the car. So we came out with no practice, no qualifying, started last yesterday, made our way up to first. Happened to break, but came back and did it today.
Well, I absolutely love that. I know it was not a full season for you, kind of a short season, but there's probably a ton of people that you need to thank for finishing it out here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Yeah, a huge shout out to my mom and dad for all their help, Wyatt for all his help on the car this weekend and spotting for me, 2X for always being there and supporting me, Torque Go Fuels, and 518 Designs.
Nice job. Listen, we know that we always talk about we're excited for you to come back. If this wasn't any inclination that you should definitely race a whole season with us, you better be here. You are a force to be reckoned with. Nice job. Thank you so much. All right, and we're heading right over here. Troy Horick. Now, Troy, another podium for you, finishing out round 10. It's always great to have you out here. Your drive and your racecraft is very smooth. It's cool to see you make your way through there. You were even getting up with a different class earlier in some of the laps, so it's cool to see that. How did round 10 look like for you?
Well, it went better than yesterday. But yeah, yesterday we were having a big cooling problem, and today we solved it. A little Polish engineering, what my dad would say. But it was a great day. I kind of just sat back and just drove smooth and just let the race come to me. It's a long race, so just hang out.
Well, you've done that, and sometimes being patient is the hardest thing, especially for a driver, because you want to push, 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 and knowing that you have the speed to go up there with the other class, sometimes you just got to believe in yourself, bring it back. Like you said, what did you call that, the Polish fix?
No, Polish engineering.
Polish engineering. Sometimes you just have to have that. Well, you know, you've done it here. Nice job on that. Who would you like to thank for round 10?
I'd like to thank CORR for having us all out. This is a great event. I'd like to thank my wife, my kid, my dad, and my buddies that come out and hang out. I'd like to thank Method Race Wheels, Grass Outdoors, Rugged Radios, Synfab Racing, Horak Motorsports. Anyone else? Thank you.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1 spot for me. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro-Am Turbo. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Great podium there. That's a fun class, you know, that Pro-Am Turbo. Lots of drivers that just excited to be out here racing, and lots of feel-good stories.
Yeah, great to see Ryan do a great job in that as well. Just a part-time effort there, her and her father. So good to see them have some success. Hopefully they can come back and chase the entire thing next year. I think they could be a real player for the championship.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, I know all the fans love seeing her out here. She was, for the longest time, she was, you know, a permanent fixture here in the area, you know, running side-by-sides. It took a couple years off as she kind of grew up, and now she's back, you know, still has the itch to come race a few times here and there. And like you said, I think nobody would be disappointed if she decided she wanted to race a little more full-time. Yeah, that being said, I know we're still got champions to crown in that division, and we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much. Down here with Michael Bernstein, and when he was off camera, he said, I made it. Finally, it's so good to see that. I know you're super excited over here. You had 5 wins, 7 podiums. I know round 10 didn't end up the way that you wanted it to end up, but you've always talked about it. Consistency is key. You said, Tiffany, I don't need to get every single win. I just need to be consistent, and you're showcasing that here at CORR. Tell me about the season for you.
Well, season went good. First few rounds, just getting the hang of it. First time ever driving that car. You know, got a few podiums, and then towards the end, 3 in a row. So it feels good.
3 in a row, and I know that when we talked about that, we had made the joke that you were like, hey, Tiffany, we just talk about consistency, but once you made that comment about consistency, you consistently took that top spot, so maybe we should talk about that at the beginning of the season for you and get you those top box wins earlier. Now, Michael, it's really cool to see you out here. You're racing multiple classes. This one specifically, you said you were really excited to get. Who would you like to thank for the 25-26 season here at CORR?
First, I want to thank God, my family, my dad and mom, always getting me through everything, my grandparents for coming out always and supporting, my siblings, all their friends, and then Valley Steel Supply, Ruthless Power Sports, Extreme Manufacturing, J&S, Golding Motorsports, and then I believe that's it. If I miss anyone, sorry. Oh, Jordan.
Jordan, you can't miss Jordan, can you? You can't miss Jordan. Well, I do have one more question. I always like to ask the champions, specifically in their class, are we going to see you next year back in this class, or are we going to see you in a different class?
We'll see, maybe a new car.
We'll see, maybe a new car. That is always my favorite answer. Once again, your champion right here, Michael Bernstein. Big congratulations to you. Back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yep, great to see him. You love seeing the drivers at the end of the season go, yep, we're stepping up in another class. Now we're going to have a new car. You love all those storylines. They just plant the seeds for next year.
Yeah, the motivation, man. They're excited to come back. He's had a great season. Congratulations to him. Solid effort. I know kind of a wacky race here in the last round, but once again, just a really solid season for him in that Pro-Am Turbo category. Comes out of there with 7 podiums and, as we talked about before, 5 first-place finishes, including a pole. So solid effort there for Michael Bernstein.
Oh, we're getting it really shook up here.
Plenty of pressure.
Well, yeah, I was going to say,
good luck, buddy.
We got a nuclear bomb getting set to go off here.
Watch your eyes.
Oh, man, even more shaking. Well, there we go. We knew it was coming, Ken. Oh, wow. Oh, you love that. Good times down there on the podium with these champions. I love those wreaths, too. That's just
you can smell it up here.
Yeah, he's going, I'm taking a
Take
sip
a swig,
of this one.
man. Take a swig, brother. You earned it.
Absolutely. That is a long season. 10 rounds of racing is a long season. It really is. To put together a championship and be consistent over that many rounds of racing, it's quite a big deal, really. I got the whole family getting up there for pictures, and You got to love that, and that's it. Short course racing is all about family. It really is. I mean, even at the highest levels, it's really still about family.
That's what it's about right there.
Well, we've got they are celebrating there on the podium, but you know what keeps our drivers on track and communicating with our series and their spotters to bring home a championship? Well, it's our partners at Rugged Radios, and we were able to catch up with them. We're here with Rugged Radios, one of our big partners in the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Now, Rugged has been here trackside at every single round, keeping our racers serviced. They have a wide array of products, everything from headsets to intercoms to Nitro Bees. We got Reed Nordine here with Rugged Radios, going to be able to tell us about what Rugged is doing out here at the track.
We're here happy to support the racers, whether they need tear-offs, radio programming, pieces for the radios, push-to-talks, whatever. Racing takes its toll on equipment, and we're here happy to support the racers that need us.
Well, you heard it here. Rugged Radios keeping our racers dialed in with communications and safety. Yeah, Rugged Radio's doing a great job. Really fortunate to have them on board for the 2025 and 2026 season here. Doing a lot with their Nitro Bees. That was a big off-season change we made here for the CORR series, making that kind of the standard for our drivers. So not only can they communicate with their spotters, but the series can actually communicate to the drivers when something happens on track. It's a big safety upgrade we had during the off-season, and Rugged Radio is a big part of making that happen. Look there, that is going to be our next round of racing. That is going to be Sportsman NA. They're going to be up next. Getting ready to bring them out into the arena here momentarily. And that'll be the last race of this session. We're going to take a short break after that, and then we're going to get to our finale here. We're going to have ProLites. We're going to have SR1s. We're also going to have Pro Side-by-Side after that short break. And then we're going to have what they're calling the dad race.
Oh, boy.
And that, oh, boy is right. I think, since I got here this morning, all I'm hearing is this buzz about the dad race. They're not talking about all this pro racing and these championships. It's all the dads going, hey, I want in the pro. They're trying to scrounge together cars and everything else. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think.
Just getting in some of those cars should be interesting.
Yeah, that's it. I actually want the cameras on to watch the boys climb in the cars. You and I know those are some tight cockpits, kid.
Yeah, exactly right. It was made for their kids, so Dad's got to try to squeeze in there. It'll be a lot of fun.
All right, our Jones Ford Pace truck bringing our Sportsman NA cars out here onto the track. It's going to bring us to our R&R Steel Racing Sportsman NA points. Timothy Jones, 293 points. He is our points leader. Pretty much all but locked up the championship. Rylan Bernstein there, 68 points back. Sean Jones not in action this weekend. He is 70 back. Thomas Bach, Austin Dorn, Penrod, Bodden, Hoganus, Bragdon, and Chris Leeming there as well. Chris Leeming, he's out here hanging out. But he is not in action this weekend. Saw Chris Leeming here. He would have been in the dad race. I told him I think he's exempt because he actually won a race this season. His first time ever running short course. He's out here a few weeks ago. And great storyline there. Come out, took a second and a first, and always supporting his kids and decided he wanted to get behind the wheel. But Liqua Molly brings us our Sportsman NA starting grid. Cadwell and Jones, like I said, Jones points leader, pretty much taking the green flag, wraps the championship up for him. It's going to be Penrod and Rylan Gaughan. Great run by Rylan Gaughan. He's going to be starting there in the 4 spot today because of that. Glenna Gorky, another one out of that South Point camp. She's going to be outside or inside row number 3. Andy Hoganus, Banks Bond, and Alex Renouillo, I mean, he's in just about every class out here, Ken.
Yeah, it's been wild to watch him come out here and grab the win here, 1 round to go. I want to throw a little bit of love. We could see a couple of points positions change here. It's a little deeper in the field. It's not for a championship, but Braden Penrod only 14 points ahead of Banks Bodden. Bodden only a handful of points ahead of Mandy Hoganus. So, there's going to be some battles that are going on deep in this field that could have some points implications. So they'll all be digging hard. And as you talked about, Alex Renouillo, really fast, just 1 round to go. Grabbed the win, stood on top of the box. Liam Codwell is well up on the box, the podium in second place. And Timothy Jones with a really smart run. One day ago, really kept his nose clean, stayed out of the fray, and was able to come home in third place. Consequently, comes in here with a 68-point lead, starts this one, and he will be our champ.
Well, I'll tell you what, one of the drivers that impressed me the most so far this second half of this season is Rylan Gahn. Kind of started off the season a little bit slow, but he has come on strong as of late, and he has been charging hard. Obviously, his dad, Brendan, we know him from Baja. We know him from NASCAR. I mean, Brendan, obviously a great driver coach, but Rylan been coming crazy fast. We're going to go green flag racing. All right, that is going to be Cadwell takes into turn number 1. Points leader Timothy Jones sliding into the second spot.
Good clean start here. Nice job for Timothy to fall in line.
What is that? Is that a fender on Timothy Jones' side?
Looks like the side panel has come loose already. One of the Zeus's probably came out of it.
Yeah, catching that wind, and you got to think it's going to blow off at some point. He's going to hope.
Well, yeah, you hope it blows off, and it's certainly doing him no favors out there like that. It will catch a bunch of air.
Yeah, that's like having a little mini parachute behind
It really is.
Especially with the wind, you get that headwind, as we talked about on that backstretch, is really going to cost him some time.
Braden Penrod right there in third place as well. Now taking a look down on the bottom, tried to get underneath Jones and was able to do so. That might really be distracting Jones. That's a center seat car, so he sees it out of the side of his eye, and there's Gahn as well.
Well, honestly, in some of the corners, it prevents some visibility depending on where it's blowing. You really can't see out of that side, especially when you back it in. You and I both know when you're sideways, you're looking out that side window.
Gahn right there now taking a look at Jones. That's Rylan Gahn, as you were talking about before. Rylan down there on the bottom with the red, white, and blue car. That's South Point colors, legendary colors.
All right, so Timothy Jones trying to battle back. 245 of Penrod there. A little mistake by Penrod.
Yeah, pretty sideways. Had enough momentum to get through the center of the turn, but look at that battle behind him.
Yeah, Bodden in the 124 trying to sneak up the inside of Jones. Got the door slammed. Now up the inside again. Had to back out of it.
Yeah, and that's kind of that group I was talking about with Penrod, Bodden, Hagenes, all of them back in there. I think Jones's car can still be really fast. He's just going to have to get used to that panel hanging out there. Disregard it, unless, like you said, through the right-handers might really be interfering with some vision.
Yeah, and I think coming up this backstretch with that headwind, it's not doing him any favors either. I think that you watch when he makes his corner, and now it's going to slam down because the wind's going to be in his favor. No, not even now. I think it's bent up, and it's just stuck there.
Yeah, crazy how good those Zeus's can be. Probably one holding it on.
What he needs to do is run up the side of somebody and just rip it off.
Gahn taking a look down there on the bottom one more time.
Yeah, Gahn, like I said, if you look at his results earlier this season till now, Gahn has got crazy quick. I mean, he's really been doing his homework, and he's been highly impressive as of late.
Banks Bodden right there behind Gahn. Banks Bodden doing a nice job back in round 8. Finished up on the box in second place.
Oh, there goes.
Oh, there it goes.
There it goes. Timothy Jones finally got rid of the dead weight.
I can see.
Oh, you know what? And we're going to see if it makes a difference. Feel like it already is.
I mean, he's already picked up some ground. I just think mentally might have really been interfering with him.
This one's slated for 10 laps. We'll have a competition caution around lap number 6. But look at that, Rylan Gahn getting in the mix now with Penrod and Jones. This is the battle for that second, third spot. Well, a little bump there. Penrod.
Nice job for Jones, right? I mean, ran a different line, had been looking at a different line, and then Gahn follows him right around as well.
Wow, great move by Rylan Gahn into the podium spot. Penrod started the lap in second. Now he's back to fourth.
Yeah, Timothy Jones doing a really nice job there. Once that panel came off, clearly a different driver was really interfering with him. Did a nice job, ran a couple of nice turns, picked up the position, and Gahn followed him right through. Good job.
Timothy Jones taking that high line, really carrying some momentum around that corner. Gonna have a big run coming off this ski jump. Ryland Gahn now running up the inside, trying to hunt down Timothy Jones.
I mean, no question. Ryland Gahn's running a really good line there, a little tighter line, and seems to be working.
Man, he is starting to apply some pressure there to Timothy Jones. Look at that, all the way to the bottom. Has he got it? No, had to get out of it.
Jones keeps running really high, really opens up a couple of those turns, and it's a little bit longer way around. It'll carry some momentum, but it's a little bit further distance.
Well, and he's definitely opened himself up to be passed when he does that.
I will tell you, lap time-wise, he was a little bit slow. Gahn was a little bit quicker than Jones last lap. This time, Jones a little bit quicker than him by just about 0.06 of a second. So almost identical. But that's where Jones opens that up, and he'll get a good run here off the exit.
Go back up with our leader. That is Cadwell in the 223, being chased by Jones and Gahn. That is Penrod and Bodden there in 4th and 5th. But right now, the 223 at Cadwell, I mean, had a relatively easy race so far. All the action happening behind him.
Yeah, first time we saw Cadwell in the category this weekend. Came out, did a nice job, qualified on the pole, and finished up second. 1 round to go.
Nice. Well, looked like made a little mistake there. Kind of initiated that turn and then kind of had to back out of it. Competition caution is flying. Means we're going to regroup everybody. Cadwell's lead going to go away. Jones and Ryland Gahn going to be the beneficiaries of that. But speaking of Timothy Jones, our points leader, we caught up with him earlier this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Timothy Jones. Now, Timothy, going into rounds 9, you are 26 points ahead. For our current points leader, obviously you've got great lap times out there. Rounds 4, round 7, you took the top laps here for the fastest laps. We're back at Firebird once again. We talk about how important seat time and consistency is. From your perspective, how do you things play out for rounds 9 and 10?
Hoping to take on the championship for rookie season and be awesome. And it's just staying consistent and run those laps all clean. Trying to stay out of everyone's way. We don't need to go crazy on it, but it would be nice to be on top of the box for a championship.
Well, we also talk about track conditions here as well. It's a little bit cooler than we thought it was going to be. Rounds 7 and 8 were incredibly hot. The track dried out a lot faster because of the winds. Doesn't seem like we're going to have that same type of weather and temperature this weekend. What do you think the track's going to do?
Well, I'm hoping it stays perfect. I'm hoping it stays a little fluffy, like a little bit like Glen Helen. That was amazing dirt. If might road up, we don't know. We're hoping to have the track all nice and clean, no ruts, hopefully, and keep it dry.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Timothy Jones, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, the young Timothy Jones putting together a great run this season, locking up the points championship already, but trying to be victorious out here. But it's going to be tough because we got Liam Cadwell been running a flawless race there in the number 1 spot. He's going to be taking us back to the green flag. And look at that, Ryland Gahn running up the inside there, taking a peek at Timothy Jones. Nothing there. Both of them trying to get a run on Cadwell.
Jones really closing up there. The entry of 2, Gahn right there with him. Takes a look down at the bottom. By the way, Timothy Jones, a real historian of this sport, despite his young age, has watched thousands of hours of short course. His uncle, also a Pro 2 winner, and a small mistake there by Cadwell, but Jones not able to capitalize. Gahn, however, does.
Yeah, it was like Jones had to exit stage left to avoid the contact, and Ryland Gahn snuck in there when the door opened, able to sneak by and get that second spot.
Gahn trying to take the lead here.
Yeah, look at that, Gahn. That'd be a huge for Ryland Gahn to take a victory here in the last round. He was on the podium earlier on this season in one of the divisions he races, but a victory would be awesome to close out the year.
Brendan Gahn standing just a couple of rows in front of us here in the booth and has not stopped talking yet. Clearly spotting here and doing a great job.
Well, his dad Brennan, no stranger to going fast. I mean, he's taken I don't know how many NASCAR starts and desert racing starts.
Look at this, down on the bottom. Gone with a good run.
Oh, almost gets it. Oh, Cadwell doing a nice job of protecting, but I tell you what, Ryland Gone on the hunt now. He tastes it, and look at that, a little over rotation. That's 2 laps in a row there.
That's exactly right.
That Cadwell's done that same thing.
Starting to build a little bit of a gap on Jones, and I'll tell you what, Cadwell keeps opening up that door right there. Eventually, Gaughan's going to be in there.
Well, last time by, Gaughan was about 0.2 of a second faster than Cadwell.
Much better turn there by Cadwell. You see, he just can't get in there. But those first 2 left-handers definitely likes to open those turns up, and Gaughan just rotating on the bottom.
All right, so we're going to have 2 to go. Gaughan going to have 2 laps remaining to try and get around Cadwell to run up the backstretch. Timothy Jones kind of happy there in the 3rd spot. Knows he's going to take home a championship. But look at that. Gaughan, I mean, outside trying to tuck into the bottom.
Oh, just a little over rotation right there at the end. Took away all the chance at a run. Still trying to get his first ever podium, and again, Cadwell over rotates in that right-hander.
Really getting a good run coming into this corner. We'll see if Gaughan's got something. Got a great spotter in his dad, Brendan, on the mic with him.
Cadwell tightened up the entry there. He did not go quite as wide as he had the previous couple of laps. Look how tight he's running to the bottom there.
He knows he's getting a lot of pressure. He opens the door even slightly, and you're going to have Ryland Gone slip right through.
Well, I just love the fact that either he saw it or the spotter saw it. They're making those adjustments as they come to the final lap.
All right, white flag out. 1 to go. Is it going to be Cadwell? Is it going to be Gone? Look at Timothy Jones getting back in the mix.
Yeah, Jones right there. 1, 2, 3. You're looking at him. Nice little adjustment out of Gone to go down to the bottom. But Cadwell protecting now. Jones stayed to the outside to try and get a little momentum.
Yeah, Cadwell playing defense really well. Gone going to look at the bottom.
Don't get caught up in this over rotation. He's done it 3 laps in a row. Nice and clean that time, though.
Yeah, Gone getting a pretty good run off the corner. They're going to go up over this step up.
Cadwell's been opening up the entry of this. Stays nice. Oh, no, he did open it up. He got away with it, though.
Going to have 2 corners remaining. Does Gone have anything? Cadwell not making any mistakes. I mean, he's not opening that door like you said, Ken.
Timothy trying to take a look down at the bottom. Gone does a good job of protecting on the entry.
I think they're going to finish that way. It is going to be Cadwell with the victory, taking the Maxxis Tires checker flag. Gone, great effort for second. Timothy Jones on the podium and taking home the championship in third. Bodden just outside the podium in the 4th spot as those Maxxis Tires checkered flags fly. That was a very, very strong race in Sportsman NA. You got to give Cadwell a lot of credit. He protected when he needed to. Those last 2 laps just didn't open the door there for Gone.
Yeah, comes here, jumps in the category, grabs a pole, number 1 qualifying spot, then grabs a 2nd place finish and a win here this first weekend. Ryland Gone gets on the podium for the first time in the category with a 2nd place. And, of course, Timothy Jones with a great drive again grabs his 5th podium of the season and, much more importantly, a championship despite the side of the car blowing off.
And we are going to come back and we will catch up with our champion and our podium finishers here with the Championship Sunday of the CORR Series here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, America's leading steel fabricators and erectors.
You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the Crown group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through. You ain't seen nothing yet.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back here to Championship Sunday at Firebird Motorsports Park. Jim Beaver and Ken Stout calling the action for championship off-road racing. And we just got done with Sportsman NA, and that one went down to the wire. We had a three-way horse battle, or I guess a three-way race with three horses for the win there. And Ken, I mean, that one, like I said, down the last corner.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch, and Codwell able to hang on, really change some lines, tighten things up towards the end, and needed to because Ryland Gahn was coming after him for sure, and Jones doing exactly what he needed to do. Just stay smart, close this one out in a positive way. He's had a great season, had a great drive one day ago, added a couple of podiums to the season, and he'll come home as our champion.
Yeah, great season for Timothy Jones, and got really smart there. Was just settled for that third spot. Had that fender kind of blowing off the door earlier on, but that brings us to our Rugged Radio's results. It was Cadwell Gahn, Jones 1, 2, 3, Banks, Bodden, and Penrod there in 4th and 5th. But right now we got Tiffany Stone standing by with our top 3.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Timothy Jones. Timothy, we just got to talk about one thing right ahead. We seen that you had some little extra hardware flying right there in the wind, but after a few turns, a few laps, you were able to get that off. Did that play a little mental game with you at all? Because we were trying to see what's going on, but as soon as that was off, it seems like you were focused back on that.
Yeah, a few laps in, I was trying to fix my visor. I'd been a little cracked open, so I got dirt in my eyes. And then once I finally get it out of my eyes and snap it back in, I hear a bang and look to my right, the door panel came off. And then a few laps later, I try and get as close to the wall as possible. Didn't quite work. I tried to hit the door panel off. It didn't work either. So I just waited till it eventually came off and tried to hold my ground until the track came in. I saw he got around me, and I tried to battle it back. Got a little squirrely, but it was a fun race.
Well, you've done it here, adding another podium for the season with everything that we're doing right now. We're going to talk about the championship in just a little bit, but who would you like to thank for round 10 specifically?
God for keeping me safe, my mom and dad for making this happen, my crew chief, Jesse Jones, my brother, because he always wants me to thank him, Jake, because he'll see this, my grandparents who came out, and Anna, Aaron for coming out, Greco for putting the car together and spotting for me, Chapman and Van Beekum, 019 for wrapping my car, and everyone who I forgot.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job adding some podiums and some more points to that. Obviously, you were able to get that. We'll talk about the championship in just a little bit. Heading over here, taking that second place spot, Ryland Gahn now. Is really good to see you in here. We've been seeing throughout all rounds 9 and 10 that we're having different drivers step up in different classes. It was really cool to see you out here. You're really holding your own, picking the correct lines, blocking a lot, playing defense, everything that a vet should do. You were doing that. It was really cool to see it translate down on the track. Do you want to talk? How was your spotter in your ear? What was going on?
He was actually really good today. He told me if someone was on me, so I blocked the inside so he can't pass me, but he was really good today.
I absolutely love that. I know that you prefer sometimes no chatter in your ear. You like to run your race, but this being their first time out for this one, especially in this class, it was cool to see. Round 10, finishing the season up, who would you like to thank?
My dad, Jeremiah, the Gerkeys, Collins Motorsports, VP Racing Fuel, South Point Hotel Casino, and BF Goodrich Tires.
Wonderful. Well, like I keep asking everybody else who keeps moving up here when we see them in rounds 9 and 10, so for this class, are we going to see you for next season moving on up as well?
I hope I can get first next time, so yeah.
I hope so. Okay, I enjoy that. I hope I can get first time. So that's a definite yes. Nice job. Congratulations to you, Ryland. And heading over here to Liam Cadwell. Now, Liam, nice job on that. Double podiums for the weekend here at Firebird to finish out the season, really showcasing what you can do. Second in round 9. Stepping it up today for round 10. Is there anything that you changed on your car to kind of set you up while knowing what the track was going to be like?
No, the car was exactly the same. Just ran a good race.
I love that answer. Exactly the same. So that means it was all you. It was all driver. It was the mentality of the driver and picking the correct lines. You're shaking your head. Yes, you know exactly that it was. I love seeing that, when you go from one round to the next and didn't change anything, you know that it was you and your drive style. Absolutely amazing out there. Who would you like to thank for round 9 and 10? Because it was a nice sweep for you on the podium.
God, my dad, my mom, Yanni, Vasily, Rob, Chase, Dan, Rico, Lone Star, PCI Race Radios, VP Racing Fuel, and everyone else who helped with the car.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. A big congratulations once again to your Sportsman NA top 3.
Yeah, great job by them. That was a very, very good race with the 3-horse racer. Well, Timothy Jones falling off the podium there. I love that. He thanked his brother because his brother always wants to be thanked.
Yeah, we were both chuckling at that one. It was pretty good.
That was great. His brother's going to go back and hit him in the shoulder. Come on, bro. You got to love that. But great run by Timothy Jones to finish up that season, obviously on the podium, but with the championship. You've already seen a few of our semis and tractor trailers and trailers pull out. We've already crowned some champions. They're getting on the road early on this Sunday. We still got a few left because we still got a lot of racing yet to go.
Yeah, we still have some big dog classes coming up here, including the pro side-by-side battle. Will be a lot of fun to watch. The SR1s and, of course, the ProLite trucks are out here as well.
Yeah, we got ProLite trucks yet to come, pro side-by-sides. But before we get to any of that, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone with our champion.
Nice job. We're just laughing over here. Nice job, Timothy Jones. Congratulations. You are the season champ. It's really good to see you out here. We talk about this class and how amazing it is because it showcases the drive style and what you need to do to be a driver in here. Round 7 win, handful of podiums throughout the season. But what that showcases is consistency, showing up every single race, taking the green flag, taking the checker, and just pushing yourself to the limit, going outside your comfort zone a little bit. You've done it here for the 25-26 season. How was that for you?
It was a blast. It took a lot of learning, especially since it's first season back for 8 years. It takes a lot out, especially with these UTVs. Hard to learn at first, and once you get it, it clicks like that, like my dad says. But once you get it, it clicks right there, and you get around, and you're competitive in almost any class, and just you keep getting faster over time.
Well, I've mentioned it before to some of the other drivers out here. It's a lot of muscle memory, and for being as young as you are and having that muscle memory already, you've got a great career still ahead of you. It's good to see this. Can't wait to see you grow. Who would you like to see and thank for the 25-26 season here at CORR?
First, I'd like to thank my mom and dad for making this possible. Also, my grandpa Barlow. He started this racing family. I wear his Baja 1000 winners bandana from back in the day. Somewhere on the track now, but I'm thankful for that. Thankful for my family for continuing it. Steve for showing up to some of the races, my Nana for coming to the races, Papa for coming down from Idaho, my siblings, Papa Bogey over there, Aaron, and everyone. So it was fun.
Well, it was fun, and I love how you finished that up because that's what it's all about. It's fun. It's supposed to be fun. Nice job. A big congratulations once again to Timothy Jones, your season series champion. Congratulations once again. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Timothy Jones, great run there, and just to see the speed over time that he ended up having, and like you said, once you figure it out, it just clicks, and then you can kind of jump in and out of different cars and things like that. I think that's with a lot of things, but specifically off-road. It's like you got to figure it out. Once you do, then you're hooked.
Yeah, he's a great kid, man. It's great to see him come out here and have some success. Mama Bear down there was getting some video of him up on the podium, and rightfully so. His uncle, a winner out here in short course off-road as well, back in the Pro 2 days around 2010, 11 or so.
Yep, absolutely. Family been around in the sport for a very long time, both in the desert and in short course. A lot of legacy there. Looks like we're getting our track prep. So we got one more champion to crown. We are going to have our Sportsman Turbo champion. The reason why Sportsman Turbo wasn't out on track, it was all wrapped up before this weekend. So as with some of the other classes, a little gentleman's agreement, everybody just shook hands and said, you know what, let's go run different classes and kind of explore some different opportunities because nothing could change in the points. But we do have a champion to crown in Sportsman Turbo, and here's Tiffany Stone with that champion.
Thanks again, guys. Down here with Matt Dyer. Now, Matt, yes, we talked about it. We didn't have a Sportsman Turbo race for round 9 and 10, but you guys did that nice handshake like Jim was just talking about, showcasing the sportsmanship of the sportsman class. I absolutely love that. Now, you said that this was a great season throughout the entire season, but from your perspective, what's the most memorable thing about being here, CORR, getting this championship, holding that #1 plate, and then, of course, all the great things that you've learned throughout the season?
Yeah, we just had a lot of fun. We learned a lot that we're going to bring with us to next season. We're ready to go. Hopefully we'll put another car in our camp too. And guys for doing everything you do for us.
Well, I was just about to ask that, because when we keep having these champions, especially when they're in the sportsman's class or a class that they want to move up, so you're already thinking about bringing a new car out. Do you want to give us any spoilers here? Or do you want to wait till, round 1 of the next season?
We'll see what happens next season.
We'll see what happens next season. I absolutely love that. Keep everybody guessing what you're doing, because you're a force to be reckoned with. Talk to me once again. Obviously, there's tons of people that you need to thank. So who would those people be?
Adam with Max's Tires, Property Inspections, my spotters, David Smith, Brad Patterson, all my friends that came out over the whole season to support us.
Well, and I love that. And, you are all decked out in Maxxis right now, because those tires are really hooking up out here. I know Adam has been selling out of all of the tires. So if you want to see what you can do and see if you can take a championship, obviously Matt Dyer over here is decked out in Maxxis. Nice job. Big congratulations once again to your Sportsman Turbo Series champion, Matt Dyer. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yep, crowning champions, and we still have more champions yet to crown today. Round number 10, Championship Sunday here, the CORR Series. We are going to take a short 15-minute break. We're going to be back at 3:25 Pacific Time, 6:25 Eastern here on the Racer Plus app and Racer Network. So we're going to lay out for about 15 minutes, take a brief intermission, get this track prepped, because when we come back, the big dogs, Pro side-by-side, are going to be on track. We're also going to have ProLite and SR1s and that very special dad race to cap off this season. So hang tight. We will see you back in 15 minutes at 3:25 Pacific and 6:25 Eastern Time here at Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Welcome back to Firebird Motorsports Park and Championship Sunday of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver, joined by Ken Stout. And Ken, we have witnessed all kinds of racing. We have crowned champions today, but right now things are getting fired up. I mean, the big dogs are coming out. We got Pro side-by-side on tap. This is the one everybody waits all weekend long for, and we are crowning a champion in the biggest, baddest class here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Connor Maxwell with a great run, qualified on the pole, came out here, had a win one day ago, really rode around out front, stayed ahead of the Mayhem for pretty much the entire race. Then we had a one-lap shootout, and he was right in the middle of the dogfight instantly. Kyle Arcanile trying to steal that win away, finished up in second place. Bo Judge, who had flipped early in the race, literally was dead last, somehow worked his way back up with a bent radius rod, finished third. But a big mover in the points as well was Connor Maxwell. He was sixth coming in. He's currently sitting fourth. He's only 12 points behind Brian McCormick. So if McCormick isn't careful, he can find himself bumped out of the top three here.
Well, and you know why everybody's racing each other so hard? It's because there's not only a points championship on the line today, there is $5,000 on the line, courtesy of R&R Steel. And earlier this weekend, I was able to catch up with Bob Van Beekum, who not only is a driver in the class, but also the owner of R&R Steel, who is putting up the $5,000. All right, we're standing here with Bob Van Beekum of R&R Steel. Now, a lot of you know Bob on the track. He's one of the competitors in Pro Side-by-Side and Pro NA. But, Bob, let's talk a little bit about R&R Steel Racing's involvement in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series and the sponsorship and what you guys are doing behind the scenes.
Well, so it started with R&R Steel. Obviously, we're a structural fabricator out of Apache Junction. I keep hearing this Tucson, Arizona thing going on, but we're from Apache Junction. We're from Arizona. We do all local Arizona stuff, but we're a structural steel fabricator erector. And it's basically supplied my racing. It's funded my racing, right, through all these years, 22 years of doing this. And so, obviously, after 22 years of business, your business does better and better and better. And what can you do but give back, right? We've been blessed with what we have, and we're able to give back and put in for this season, and put in for these series. We've been sponsored. We sponsored Best of the Desert a few years ago, and we sponsored a few other ones, but we've never done like we've done here. We're committed to CORR Championship Off-Road. It's just we'll see. Maybe even next year we'll do even more.
Well, if you need anything as far as structural steel goes, R&R Steel, they got you dialed in, and we're going to look for them in the winner's circle this weekend. There we get a look there at Bob Van Beekum. Took the sponsor's hat off. Now he's putting on the driver's helmet. And as you had said, Ken, Bob Van Beekum, he's been around the sport for a long time. You start talking about side-by-sides, you hear a lot of things tossed around, oh, he's an OG. Bob Van Beekum legitimately is an OG.
Yeah, and he's qualified really well this weekend here in both categories. I think first and third in the two categories that he competes in. I saw him a little bit, and he was strutting around with nothing on, man. It was just, he was showing off the dad bod.
That's why I laughed. I saw him yesterday doing the same thing. I said, you get on the podium. I said,
he's a fun dude, man. He's a great guy. He's obviously his son, who's done a great job. Fenders on there.
Yeah, I'm looking at I'm looking at the truck from Lowe's. Van Beekum, but $5,000 on the line, not for the winner today, but for the overall season champion, which it looks to be, unless a miracle happens, most likely Bo Judge.
Yeah, I think you're right. Coming in here, he's got a 49-point spread, so over Kyle, and he's had a great run. We were kind of counting him out yesterday. He just had a disastrous start. He really struggled in qualifying. I want to say he qualified ninth, and then he had he's in the back of the pack where things just get crazy on that opening lap. Next thing you know, we see him laid over on his side, had to push the car back over. Somewhere along the way, bent one of the arms in the back. The right rear tire had a ton of camber inside of it. We didn't know if he'd finish the race, but he just kept picking up spots, and that's how you win championships, making the best out of a bad day.
Yeah, and Bo Judge, I think with short course, you got to have a lot of luck involved too, and he's one of the most skilled drivers out here, but he definitely has had a little luck in his favor as well, and, he's sitting there and he has definitely earned this championship. It has not been easy. You look at this field, how stacked it is. Some of the best side-by-side drivers on the West Coast and arguably the country out here today in pro side-by-side. And Bo Judge has definitely earned his spot atop.
Good look at some of the cars that are going to be competing here in just a couple of moments. And I mean, these are high-end cars anymore. As you don't just come out here with something you buy off the showroom floor, the 93 there, Kyle Arkansas, second of the points. And, I mean, you're going to spend the better part of $100,000 on one of these cars if you really want a state-of-the-art competitive car and you have it built by somebody else, you're going to spend a fair amount of money. There's a lot of technology that goes into these things and a lot of safety aspects.
Yeah, especially when you talk about the speeds these pro side-by-sides are running. I mean, some blistering fast lap times. You know, the funny thing is we see the ProLites and how exciting the big V8s are and how fast Johnny Holter is around this track, but you look at the pro side-by-side lap times, they're quite a bit faster than the V8s.
Yeah, I mean, they're light. They're nimble. It's horsepower to weight. They are all-wheel drive cars. The trick is to get them to rotate. Clearly, they have figured that out in a number of classes. You've got to be able to drive these things properly. They demand a certain way to be driven, kind of like a Pro 4 truck, if you will, except the front diffs do not disengage. So you have to get the car rotated pretty early on to get back to the throttle, which requires a fair amount of skill from the driver and, for sure, a lot of confidence inside of the car.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. I know I was talking, and it was a couple years ago, and I don't know really the technology racing, but there's a few drivers trying to actually work on that for the side-by-sides, a disconnect like they have in the Pro 4s, where if you get out of the gas or something like that, the front diff disengages. You know, you don't have that in a side. You can get the front diff to disengage to get the truck rotated.
It always advances.
That is definitely. I knew technology was advancing when I was at Nitro Cross here about a year ago in Richmond. Starts, they had launch control for Class 11 Volkswagens.
Really?
There was two of the cars on the grid with launch control on a Class 11 Volkswagen. I'm going, what has the world come to when we've got launch control?
That's
on
just
a
wrong.
Air-cooled Volkswagen.
That's just wrong.
I went, you know what? Technology has definitely surpassed me at this point.
There should be a rule in there about that. I thought there was.
Oh, it's Travis Pastrana. Anything goes.
Yeah. You got to love the Class 11s. Everybody does.
Yeah, so we got our R&R Steel Racing Pro side-by-side points. Don't forget $5,000 on the line for season-end champion, courtesy R&R Steel Racing. Bo Judge, 341 points. Kyle Arkansas, 49 points back. Brian McCormick, 55. I think this might be the battle here. It's for the second spot. Arkansas and McCormick in the championship. Connor Maxwell, not too far out either. He can be a player there. And for the top three, then Wagner, Van Beekum. That is Ryder Van Beekum. Ryder Chapman, he will not be in action today. Had an issue with the car that's pretty terminal, so he elected not to run today just because the car wouldn't make the grid. Bob Van Beekum there in the 8th spot. In points, Lucas Sweetland and Cameron Bodden rounding out your top 10 in points.
Yeah, you were talking about that, and I think you're right. I mean, unfortunately for Connor Maxwell, he had a tough go of it, or he had a great go of it yesterday, but Brian McCormick had a tough go of it, finishing up in 7th place, but he's 6 points out of 2nd place. Maxwell, 12 points out of 3rd place. So those three in there are battling for position, Arkansas, McCormick, and Maxwell. And really, Jeremiah Wagner only 11 points back behind Maxwell, and Ryder Van Beekum only 5 points behind him. It actually gets pretty tight in there, 2nd through 7th.
That brings us to our Liquid Molly starting grid, as Ken had said, and it is going to be Connor Maxwell, the great run yesterday on the pole. Arkansas there, Bo Judge and Wagner, 3 and 4. Herzog and Chapman. Chapman not going to be in action. Then you got McCormick and Van Beekum. That would be Ryder Van Beekum, Cameron Bodden, and Bob Van Beekum in the 10th spot. Penrod Sweetland and Tyler Penrod rounding out your field. So we've got our pace lap behind the Jones Ford Pace vehicle. Big thanks to Jones Ford for all the support of the series. A lot of our sponsors like Looney Cooling as well. We've got some amazing partners here, Cactus Splash Pools and Spas, everybody that helps get us here to the green flag. Starstream Pro, we've got K&N Filters, Maxxis Tires, Liquid Molly, 019. Just amazing group of partners. Rugged Radios, keeping the communications going between our teams. All right, so we got one corner remaining here. Jones Ford Pace truck going to be pulling off. It's going to be Connor Maxwell taking us the green flag. And you know what? If I was Kyle Arcanaugh, I'd want to jump on him pretty quick. Maxwell gets that clean air. He's tough to beat. Is Maxwell going to be looking for that green flag? And we are off and racing.
Hammers it right away. Bo Judge falls into third place, and Bo Judge picks up second place just that quickly.
Yeah, that looked like Arcanaugh just got hung out to dry, slid up on the outside. Might be a little slick after the moisture and just couldn't hang on there.
3 wide back here in the pack. That's what we were talking about a day ago that Bo Judge got caught up in today. He's already in clean air in second place. Side by side, 2 and 3 wide back here.
Well, I got to give these drivers a lot of credit. I didn't think Bro side by side could go 3 wide, but here we are. Arcanaugh back into the third spot, second in points.
Yeah, and everybody, you can see that kicker there. Oh, one down there on the infield into the tire bundle.
Yeah, that is Bob Van Beekum.
Yeah, Van Beekum, unfortunately.
Bob, he just hasn't had any luck this season, poor guy.
He was down in the tire bundle one day ago as well.
All right, so Maxwell leading, and it's going to be Penrod and it's going to be Bo Judge, Arcanaugh, and then Penrod. Wagner going to be in the mix as well.
Stretching out here just a bit. Maxwell with a good-looking car. We were kind of curious to see if he'd be able to hang with Bo, and Bo Judge right there in second place has not been able to close up on him just yet. Taking a look at the lap times there, and they are very close. In fact, Maxwell a little bit better by half second. A little bit better. Half second's a lot.
I stand corrected. I was told this morning Ryder Chapman is not in the race, but I do see his car out on track. So the R&R Steel Racing crew, Chapman Motorsports, must have been able to get that car back together and get him out of here as Arcanaugh goes up on the bike.
Yeah, a moment right there. It'll cost him a lot of real estate. We'll see if it hurts in any positions, and along with it, might have saved a spot here. Did not get past.
All right, so it is Maxwell and Judge 1 and 2. Arcanaugh there in the third spot. Penrod, look at that.
Oh, big moment there. Penrod up on the bike, could not save it and launch that thing into a barrel roll.
That was a quick snap roll.
Pretty violent ride.
Yeah, I see him moving around in the car. That is a good sign.
So an immediate full course caution here. Safety out there, make sure he's okay. It's amazing how tough these cars are, and I don't know if he has a full containment seat in it or not, but obviously with all the safety equipment that's mandated here in these cars, we'll watch it again, just gets down in there, and it looked like he checked up. There's a little bit of a hole right there. He checked up to set the nose. Maybe couldn't quite see where he was going. It was pretty dirty down in there, but the second he checked up, it transferred weight to that right front tire. It launched him.
Yeah, and it was he didn't touch anybody. Just, it looked like he got into the berm, like you said. And it was just a snap rolls, like we like to call it. But those are the most violent ones when you snap like that. He had 4 or 5 rotations real quick. But looks like he's all right. He's still he was out of the car, standing there. He was moving around. I don't want to say the funny thing about this, Ken, but the car never really touched the ground. It didn't look like there was much damage done to it.
Let's watch it again. I want to see if this right front tire gets into some sort of divot. Oh, man, I didn't see it from that angle. The other angle looked pretty solid. But, yeah, man, it just when you see stuff like this, these guys make it look so easy, guys and girls. They make it look so easy. And you see a moment like that, and you realize this isn't for everybody. That's a solid driver right there, and it just launched him, sent him for a ride. Glad he's out and okay.
Yeah, he's moving around. And like I said, I honestly think other than a flat tire, there's not a lot of damage done to that car. It didn't really touch the ground much. Roll cage definitely did its job, but like you said, they're going to drive him off and check him out, but he's up and moving around talking. You see him throw his hands up in the air like, I don't know what happened.
And it happens so quick. Sometimes you're just asking yourself, like, I just want to know what happened so I don't do it again. So the car in front of him, is that Arcanaugh?
Yeah, that's Arcanaugh.
He went really sideways right there, and he was really slowing down. I'm not going to say he was going to park it, but I think Penrod thought he was going to park it there. He checked up. When he did it, transferred weight to the nose of the car, and that's what launched him. You got to stay on the throttle through the turns, and you don't always have that option if the person in front of you is checking up. So he slowed down a little bit. It transferred weight. It stopped sliding and spinning the tires, and as soon as they bit, it was all that momentum going to the outside, and it launched him.
Well, you got to give Ryder Chapman a lot of credit, too. He was right there behind this and somehow avoided the incident. Looked like he had a good chance of getting collected up in it. Wow, that is not something we see. One of the most violent crashes we've seen all season. Very, very happy that Penrod is A-OK.
Such a crazy scenario, how these cars have to be driven. You have to stay on the pipe and on the gas through these turns. Otherwise, it will send you like just happened there. But if something's going on with the car in front of you, man, it's, do you stay in the throttle and run into the guy? Do you think he's about to park it? I mean, it's such a tough call.
Well, I've had that conversation with numerous people, and I said, what you have to understand, and not just side-by-sides, I said just off-road vehicles in general at the elite levels, they're meant to work at 100%. A lot of people go, they're winning the race. Why don't they just back it out and go 85%? The cars don't work at 85%.
Yeah.
You got to drive them on the limit.
Yeah, and everything was already loaded up there. Okay, ready to go on this restart.
Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling off. It is going to be Connor Maxwell, Bo Judge, Kyle Arkansas bringing us to the green.
Nice clean restart, but because of the extra time here, you can see how quickly it dries out and gets dusty.
Yeah, look at that. Ryder Chapman up in the mix against his teammate. So we got a couple of teammates there for Can-Am there, Maxwell and Bo Judge. And we got Arkansas and Ryder Chapman. Ryder Chapman really jumping that thing deep. Wagner there in the 5th spot as well. Ryder Van Beekem in the number 1.
It picks up a spot there, does a nice job.
Track, like you said, really drying out quick. I think by the time we get to lap 7 or 8, this thing's going to have quite a bit of dust.
This part of the track isn't so bad, but turn 1 definitely is dusty. Bo Judge hanging right there with our leader.
Big jumps over this tabletop. Look at the teammates side by side. Ryder Chapman at the bottom of Arkansas, trying to get by his teammate. Arkansas way up high. Look at that. Almost clips that berm on it. It's blocking the K-rail.
And I'm sure the spotter was saying left side, trying to give a little bit of room. But as we talked about before, turn 1 is so difficult. It looks like there's a ton of room when you're entering the turn, and then it closes up really quickly.
Bo Judge looking to the inside of Maxwell. Nothing there. Bo Judge really with nothing to lose today. He's already got the championship clinched, so might as well go and try and win this thing.
Yeah, Bo drives such a good line. Clearly Maxwell doing exactly the same. Connor, no joke. Came out here, qualified number 1. Put it on top of the box a day ago. Gets a really good turn right there and drives away a bit.
Yeah, Maxwell been on a heater lately, winning here in the last round of racing out here at Firebird a couple of weeks ago, and now this weekend taking home the victory as well. Arkansas there getting pushed by Wagner a bit.
The 64 there, Van Beekem picking up a spot.
Well, Bob told me this morning he wants to take home the box at some point this weekend. This is his last opportunity.
Washes up way high there. A lot of wheel in the car, trying to get it rotated. Probably lost a spot in the process. Oh, and he pulls off.
Oh, man.
Man, he's just had nothing but bad luck. A lot of parts.
Yeah, you hate to see it because Bob Van Beekem just, if there was...
He just has these moments of raw speed where you know he's good enough to go to the front.
If it wasn't for bad luck, he'd have no luck at all this season.
100%. These two guys starting to drive away now.
Yeah, it looks like did Judge get around Maxwell? He did. So we're looking back at that mid-pack, and did look like that. Ryder Chapman there into the 3rd spot.
Man, he did get around him. We missed that pass.
Yeah, we're looking at the mid-pack racing, and there's Bodden
there. Bodden on his side.
I got something leaking there. That isn't good. That could be. He's got a radiator in the back there. That could be coolant. Yep, he. I believe that is coolant because we do have a radiator, and that thing's got right back there. There's a lot of cooling lines. So.
And the driver trying to stand up and get out of that side is going to go right in front of that. I mean, that steam is violently hot.
Yeah, you're talking about 220, 230 degree steam. That looks like
out of the car. Okay.
Ryder Van Beekem helping Bodden out. We got a replay of this.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow, that was pretty violent there.
Wow.
Just kind of caught the tail end of it, but you could tell that was a violent one. Yeah, that's Ryder Van Beekum that was helping Bodden out of the car. Great bit of sportsmanship there. I don't know why Ryder Van Beekum was out of his car.
Well, I'm thinking the same thing. I don't remember him pulling off the track, but did he just pull over to help him out? I wouldn't think so. Maybe both Van Beekums out of this. Yeah, actually, Ryder one lap before Robert was out of this race.
Yeah, must have pulled off into the center. We didn't see it. That car, a lot of damage there. All right, so we do have another look at this.
Top of your frame here.
See the orange car? Same spot.
Yeah.
Same spot as Penrod. Same exact spot.
There's probably a little rut there or hole there, and again, if he gets out of the throttle at all, feels like he's going to over-rotate, and it sets the weight on that right front, it's going to grab it and send him for a ride.
That is not a good spot to be. We've got quite a few cars. It's becoming almost like the pro side-by-side junkyard out there. I mean, we're going to have 3 cars sitting there.
Just looking at that dirt, too, just outside of that tire bundle, you can kind of see where it gets dark right there. It looks like a pretty good rut.
It's a pretty bad tumble there for Bodden. Glad to see him out and walking around. All right, so we do have a feature we ran with our points leader, Bo Judge, earlier on this weekend. I was able to catch up with him.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Bo Judge. Now, Bo, you are one of the most consistent drivers that we have. Now, Bo has podium 7 out of the 8 rounds, and he's the only driver to do that in CORR. You also picked up a win at round 6 on a technical track, Glen Helen, then came back round 8, won again at Firebird, which is a fast track. Versatility. Talk to me about your thoughts about versatility.
Yeah, just like you said, I mean, the goal is always to get on the podium every round, and I want to win, of course, but if it's not there, I'm not going to take it. So I just felt like if I could get on the podium every single round, that it would pay off in the end. And as you can see with the points lead, it's been working.
And you're one of the drivers who has a different type of driver or a different type of tire. It's more of a desert tire. Choices and thoughts on that?
Yeah, I just feel with like the conditions here, with the track, later on in the year, the track starts getting drier and it gets a little more slipperier. So with my tire setup, I'm able to keep the RPMs low and the traction to the ground. And you can see I kind of give up a little on entry on the cars, but on exit I always gain +2 more leaving the turn. So for me, my setup's working, and these BFG KR2s are hooking up, and I'm loving them.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Bo Judge. Back to you guys.
All right, and Bo Judge, our leader, just catching up with him during that break. Connor Maxwell chasing down Bo Judge. Ryder Chapman into the 3rd spot. Teammate Arkansas in the 4th spot.
Maxwell hanging toe, man. Arkansas right back across the bow there of Jeremiah Wagner.
All right, so we're going to get your running order. It is Bo Judge leading, Connor Maxwell in the 2nd spot, Chapman, Arkansas, Wagner, your top 5.
Arkansas sliding up high there.
Man, he does that just about every time through corner 1.
A big rotation. See how hard you have to rotate the car to get that thing to turn there.
Like you said, that's a big uphill with a lot of banking.
And the track drying out here, starting to slick off in some of these areas.
Yeah, you see that blue groove starting to pop in.
Wagner closing up the gap here just a little bit.
Yeah, Wagner doing a great job.
Oh, and there's a big mistake. That'll help Wagner out and around.
He's going to be up on tires. I think he's going to be able to keep her going. It might be high centered there. I think there's a tire underneath him as well. Nope. Just a berm. Tough break there for Arkansas. That is a 191 there of Connor Maxwell.
Yeah, our winner from one day ago. Yeah. And now Ryder Chapman closing in.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman didn't think he was going to make the green flag today, and here he is fighting for a podium. You love to see it.
You know, just as a point of reference, and because I love Robert Van Beekum, we were talking about how fast he was. You can look at the quickest lap, a 54.299, and that was by Maxwell. 54.606, I think it was, for Bo Judge. And Robert Van Beekem with a 54.5. I mean, he can run right there with him. You just keep the car together.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. And it's just a lot of bad luck. You just see him, it seems like every round, pulling off the side of the course for whatever reason. This is Tyler Herzog. Lap traffic, I believe, here. Oh, this is Sweetland.
I was going to say, trying to figure this out.
Yeah, that is
Sweetland.
That is one of Bo Judge's, out of Bo Judge's camp. My mistake there. I thought that was our leader chasing down Herzog.
Yeah, that's 5th and 6th currently on track, and Herzog finishing 5th a day ago after qualifying 12th, had a career best run here, or season best run, I should say.
All right, so that is Bo Judge up front with our leader. Trying to bring home the championship and the victory here, round number 10.
Yeah, and still putting some time on Maxwell, a 54.6 to a 55.4. So 8/10 there in that last lap.
He's going to get the white flag this time by. There it is, the white flag. 1 to go for Bo Judge.
In championship form, this is how he got it done. 8 podiums on the season. This will be his 3rd win if he can finish this lap up clean. Don't want to jinx him here.
Yeah, Mr. Consistent, that's what it takes out here. Connor Maxwell there in the 2nd spot. Great effort by him here at the end of the season.
Bo Judge is the #1 qualifier at the season opening event, but since then has had a couple of moments where he's qualified pretty deep, including on Friday out here this weekend.
Yeah, I think he said in his interview he just forgot to drive.
Exactly what he said. He remembered how to do it about midway yesterday. It all came back to him.
All right, now that is Maxwell right over the shoulder of him coming through. We got 1 corner to go. It's going to be Bo Judge taking the win and the championship with the Maxxis Tire checkered flag. Connor Maxwell going to take home the 2nd spot. And it is going to be Ryder Chapman hanging on for a podium here to wrap up the season. With the Maxxis Tires checkered flag flying. That is pro side-by-side. Right there, man. That man, Bo Judge, this has been his season. Capping off the season with a win and a championship. We're going to catch up with him in our top 3 when we return here to Firebird Raceway and round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday for the CORR Series. We're here at Chandler, Arizona, Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 10 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up with pro side-by-side on this beautiful course in the shadows there of that mountain here, right outside of Phoenix, Arizona. Firebird Motorsports Park, the lane home to some of the best racing in the United States. Facility, multi-use facility with lots of action here. Brings us to our Rugged Radios Pro side-by-side results. It was Bo Judge victorious on the day and victorious on the season. Connor Maxwell in the second spot. Ryder Chapman didn't think he was going to take the green flag today. Did take the green flag, got that car repaired, and he is here taking home a podium. Jeremiah Wagner battling through traffic to end up fourth. Lucas Sweetland, Tyler Herzog, Kyle Arkadow dropping all the way back to seventh. He was second in the points heading in to this race. Brian McCormick there in the 8th spot. And then it was Bodden and Van Beekham rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, Arkadow and McCormick down there deep. They were second and third in the points. And with Maxwell having another great run here, finishing second place, will for sure bump up into the top 3. Really curious to see how the points end up. I wonder if he was able to just maybe sneak by and grab second.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the way that one works out. I mean, he was battling up there for a podium and just had a couple of mistakes there at the end and shuffled him to the back. Looks like we got our podium finishers getting ready here. And it sounds like Tiffany Stone is standing by with our top 3.
Thank you so much, guys. Down here with Ryder Chapman. Ryder, you were able to sneak in right at the very, very end to get that third-place podium finish here. Rounding out the season, I know you had a dominant start to the season as well, working out through some things, but finishing out here on the podium is a nice job, right, for the 25-26 season. Tell me about your day and how it went.
Definitely amazing. After the past couple rounds of not having the best luck, feels amazing to be back up on the box. Motors and a bunch of work over the weekends and long weeks. It definitely pays off being back up here. Amazing driving to these two. They raced a clean race. I hope all the people that rolled are okay, but, man, it was amazing, and it feels really rewarding to be back up here. Definitely been a minute.
Well, let's talk about that for a little bit. I know that we were unsure what was going to happen because we were unsure if you were able to get the car back together. So how long did you guys have to thrash on that to make sure that you could get here today?
Well, right before we were about to go out, we went to go tighten a bolt, and the coolant line moved a little bit, and so I started leaking. So we had to cut coolant lines, redo coolant lines 2 minutes before we went out. And then during the race, the car kept going to limit mode off and on throughout the corner, so that's why you'd see me speed up and slow down. But I'm just glad we were able to grab the podium on the last weekend.
Nice job over here rounding out the season. Who would you like to thank for today in round 10?
My mom, my dad, R&R Steel, Extreme Machine Fabrication, E2R Shocks, Muzzy, Rugged Radios, Miss Adventure with Jim, and Kevin and Matt in the pits, and Bob and Meredith for making it all possible.
Well, it's always good to see you up here, Ryder Chapman. Nice job. Congratulations once again. Heading over here to Connor Maxwell. Nice job. Double podium to finish out the season. It's really good. You know, we were chatting how you had a little bit of difficulties at the beginning of the season. Something really clicked in there for you. Can you pinpoint a moment where everything just came together? And because you've been a dominant force the second half of the season.
I just detuned my car. I was trying to play the horsepower game, and it bit me in the butt a few times, and I just was like, you know what, go back to the basics, talk with Todd and Jim from Evolution Power Sports, and get this thing detuned, put on UTV 96, and just go drive the car, you know. Like I tell the kids, too, the same thing, drive the car, don't let the car drive you, and I was probably lacking skill for horsepower, and now I'm lacking horsepower, but I got the skill to run back up front, so that's what we're doing.
Well, and it's great to see you because I know, like we've chatted before, you are in the stands every single race, no matter what race it is. You either got somebody out there, you're spotting for them, you're giving them some suggestions, and I enjoy what you just said. Sometimes you have to listen to your own advice and come back, and you absolutely did that. So I know you always are interested in the fast lap, and guess what? Once again, finishing out the season, you did get that Maxxis Fast Lap Award. I'm going to give that to you, and you know I got to give you your time. 54.299, so you are just getting faster. We talked about it, and it's just great to see this because, like you said, go back to the basics. The basics work. The reason why the basics work is because it wins races, it gets you on the podium, and it showcases what kind of driver you are. Nice job, Connor Maxwell. Who would you like to thank?
The whole 2X Motorsports crew, Joey with Podium Suspension coming out and be my spotter, and jumping onto the team this second half of the year and really stepping up. Dan from Lone Star Racing, he's loaned his guys out to me to help me build this race prep service program that we've started this year, and it's growing. It's getting crazy. There's a lot of people wanting in now, and it's cool to see. So everyone at the Evolution Power Sports program, Axie Alloys, Podium Suspension, Holly, Stilo, Hans. Man, everyone on that car. I mean, Super ATV, 518 Designs. My brother, he's got us. I mean, I can't I can't afford all those canopies, man, and he's got me styling out here like I'm doing it with the big dogs. So AZP Concepts, everyone over there, man, they really make it happen. Bo, you got me on the win straight up, but I'll take the fast lap from you.
Nice job, Connor, and I know that you're heading to the Midwest this summer to race, so best of luck there, because we always talk about seat time. Seat time is important, so I'm going to see what happens for next season for you, because you're going to have all that seat time out in the Midwest.
Yep, yeah, I'm Jason, Glenn, we're going to go fly that CORR flag high in the Midwest for you guys, so we'll see if we can make you proud.
Nice job once again, Connor Maxwell. And taking that top spot for the third time this season, Bo Judge, we talk about you being the king of consistency. Not only did you win a round at Glen Helen, you came back, you won a few rounds here as well, showcasing that it wasn't a fluke, that you know exactly how to drive, take the tracks for what they are, and showcase what you can do as a driver. Tons of veteran moves. Tell me about round 10.
Yeah, it was a good run. I mean, I knew Connor and Arkansas were going to be tough up there, so I just tried to hook to the back of Connor's back bumper the best I could. I made kind of quick work of Arkansas, just tried to apply the pressure, and I was just basically, he was going so good, I was going to have to be dirty or something to make the pass or just wait for a mistake, and that's what happened. He biked it over there, and I was able to get by him. And then after that, just kind of ran my own race, and it seemed like I just kind of started opening the gap more and more. I think the track kind of came in better for me and my desert tires, and just kept just kind of four track, I guess you could say, or two track, just kind of wasn't back in the turns, just driving around, and I could feel I was making, a lot of car links on the exit. So I just kept doing that and just been doing what I've been doing all year, and it feels good to finish out the year with a win.
Well, you've done it with the win. We're going to talk about the championship as well, because you are the Pro Side-by-Side Championship. But finishing out round 10, is there anybody that you need to thank for this round, the entire season, of course?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we just got better and better throughout every single race with, I came from racing like Works, and that's kind of more deserty stuff. So coming into here in these guys' backyard, I didn't really know. I mean, I've raced some short course, but not like this. So I was kind of a little bit behind in the beginning, and I surprised myself even just being on the podium every round. But it just took a little bit of time. I didn't want to make big swings. I was just taking little swings each time we came out, and we were getting better and better. And that's why it's towards the end of, I've been on first on the last 3 races. So, but yeah, just dug roll at Elka suspension. That you can't do this without the right suspension. And then of course BFG with those KR2, the SCs, the short course tires. I mean, I know they're a desert car and they say Baja on them, but they're good for this kind of stuff too. So, but yeah, just No Limit, Can-Am helped me out for this weekend, so I appreciate that. And to give them another championship, that's 6 championships in 6 years in a row. So I'm feeling good.
I love that. Nice job. Congratulations once again, Bo Judge. We'll talk about your championship in just a little bit. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro Side-by-Side, and back up to you guys.
Well, consistency was key for Bo Judge, just on the podium around at the entire series, and taking home top honors yet again, and also that season-end championship that we're going to talk about in just a few minutes. But Connor Maxwell, I got to tell you, he talked about detuning, going back to the basics, and he's been on fire as of late. I know going to the Midwest and he says wave that CORR flag proud. But tell you what, he's going to be dangerous, I think, when we get back there, because he's peaking at the right time.
Yeah, he's definitely on a roll, and you can see the confidence that is developing there as well. Also want to throw a little bit of love to Ryder Chapman. He said it's been a minute since he's been on the podium. Well, you have to go back to round 1. He won round 1. He hasn't been on the podium since. So round 1 and round 10, he makes it. He bookends the season right back-to-back podium. So congratulations to him. And Bo Judge, I got to tell Bo, it's a lot more exciting when he starts deep in the pack than when he starts up in the front. So we need to have him start in the back and pass a bunch of cars. But it was a lot of fun to watch Bo do what he does, and he closed this one out like a real champ.
Well, and speaking of Bo Judge, he is our champion, and Tiffany Stone is standing by with him.
Thank you, guys. Down here with Bo Judge. Bo is all smiles. Bo, 6 different championships in 6 different years, coming from Works, coming over here, racing short course on a different tire like we've talked about all season. Everything's come together for you. 3 different wins, 2 different racetracks. Bo Judge, the king of consistency and showcasing what consistency can do. The season's been great to you. For you, from your perspective, how is the season, the first season for you at CORR, been?
I mean, it's been amazing. I'm so thankful that CORR gave us a place to race. I mean, once Work said they were going to shut down for the side-by-sides, I was like, crap, where am I going to go? And then they put up this amazing series, and I was like, shoot, let's go try. I haven't really done this stuff that much before, so it was this feels really good to come in someone else's backyard and come into their house and take their food away.
I love that. Now, Bo, you are pretty much a role model to a lot of young ones out there, showcasing that you can just keep on pushing, put your head down, take some notes, change some things around, and you can be on top of the box. For anybody out there that wants to come out and race pro side-by-sides, what do you say to them?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely noticed, like, from the beginning of the year to the finish, I definitely have gained some new fans. The cheers are a lot louder than they were when we first got here. But, yeah, all I can say, I mean, I was just talking with my family the entire time. Every time we came, I was just like, if I could just be on the podium every time. There's so many good guys, you know, that one guy will finish first and then he's dead last the next race just because there's so much competition and there's so many good. So if you could just be consistent every lap and just come in with the game plan on getting on the podium, the wins will come. And at the end of the day, really, no one's really going to remember the race wins, but they are going to remember the champion.
I love that. Way to finish out your statement. Nice job. One more round of applause for your pro side-by-side 25-26 champion, Bo Judge. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, great championship there for Bo Judge. Great to see him out here. I've known Bo for a long time, and yeah, he's won a lot of championships. First one is, I would say, a pure short course championship, and good to see him. Good to see him out here, and I definitely think we're going to see him back next season. But speaking of rad things, I mean, championship by Bo, it's pretty awesome. But our friends at Traders, they've got all kinds of merch. I know we're winding down the season, and those of you on site, you definitely want to make your way over to Traders. They've had some unique merchandise they've been bringing out for the CORR Series each and every round, and earlier this weekend, I was able to catch up with Traders. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park with our partners at Traders, who are handling all the merchandise for this season of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Let me tell you what, they are at every single event, and they bring something unique each time out. I mean, here we got in my race mom era, definitely not for me, but those of you with a mom that's a race mom, definitely want to get them dialed in. We got some camo hats, some long sleeve shirts, some awesome checkered bags here. But as we come down the line, some of this stuff unique to this event, yep, it's heating up out here. We've got some tanks for men and women. Got a little bling. My absolute favorite, though, special for the championship weekend, we've got a graphic here that sums up the entire season in 2025 and 2026. Definitely, Traders has you dialed in out here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And there we get a look there of Traders. Yeah, a little overcast this afternoon. They took down the easy ups. Got their last-minute swag. People are going to go by and grab.
That truck is crystal clean, too, man. It's a really beautiful truck.
Yeah, Traders, they do a lot. They do all the stuff for the Mint 400, Parker 400, those events. They also official, I guess, merch providers for SEMA and PRI. So they're all over the country. Crandon, they do all the merch back there at Crandon. So definitely they stay busy with those red trucks.
A couple of cars getting ready to pull up here from SR1. Want to throw a little bit of love to Bo Judge. I know we were just talking about him, and he set his goal to be on the podium every round. He accomplished that goal, by the way, with the exception of round 4. So 9 podiums on a 10-round season. Excellent job there for the champ.
That is no easy feat, that's for sure. Brings us to our R&R Steel Racing SR1 points. Paul O'Brien, he is up front. Scott Webster, 26 points back in the second spot. O'Brien's got the championship locked in, but man, he definitely wants to walk away with a win. Brandon Kilgore not making the green flag, it looks like there in the number 35 car. Weller, he is off desert racing this weekend, so he is missing the call, but Larry Hayes, Arlia, Gutierrez, Nino, Redden, Baum, we've had some great racers out here this season. Obviously missing them out here today, but we're going to have a 2-car feature, I guess.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Webster one day ago because Paul O'Brien, he missed a gear. I don't know, missed a gear, but he hit neutral is what he did on the restart between first and second, and it went up on the rev limiter. And I said something to Webster. I said, dude, you were right there behind him. I said, nowhere to go, right? He said, I was too close. He said, you know, I used to leave a little gap exactly for a reason like that. He said, but this year I changed up, and I've been hanging right on the back bumper on these restarts. He said, I wish I'd have been back just a little bit to take advantage of that. But so it goes. But I got to tell you, man, you come in here, unfortunately, he would need a few more cars to really take advantage of this. But Webster only 26 points back behind Paul O'Brien in terms of the championship, so he's had a good run as well.
Yeah, Webster's been very consistent on the podium. The unfortunate part for Webster is O'Brien's just been a step higher on the podium than Webster most of the season. So it's going to be fun to watch these two cars battle it out. Both of them very, very fast. Been in the class of the field so far this season, and I think we're in for quite a treat watching these two cars going to dance around this track. All right, we've got our Jones Ford pace truck bringing them around. A couple corners yet remaining.
I got to say, I was pretty excited to come in here this weekend and call the SR1 race. And only 3 cars came. I was so disappointed. I was like, man, I wanted to see. And we have had, as you said before, we've had good, solid car count inside this category. But last race of the season, and unfortunately, it's a short car count.
Yeah, we've had upwards of, I think, 10 cars at times out here. Yeah, we're looking to go green flag race. It's going to be points leader and champion Paul O'Brien. Oh, look at Webster getting the jump on O'Brien.
Nice drag race there on the front straightaway as they pull gears. A 6-speed gearbox here. It's so fun to listen to them.
Ooh, you got to love that. Webster going, you know what?
O'Brien going for it around the outside.
They're going to keep it racy. Might be a 2-car race, but they're definitely. Whoa, O'Brien, a little squirrely there.
Down on the bottom. Webster's going to hang with him on the outside.
Oh, a little squirrely there for Webster. Let it go. He's going to try and battle back.
Yeah, and worth mentioning that these are not all-wheel drive.
No, rear-wheel drive, very short wheelbase. They are a handful.
O'Brien's like, yeah, man, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, so O'Brien now stretching out the lead. Webster, almost spinning it out, able to collect it. It's like being strapped to a rocket ship on these things.
Yeah, the cars are a lot of fun. They sound super cool. You can grab some of that audio there, obviously, from the live stream. Here in person, when you listen to them, it's even better. And then when you get, like you said, 8 to 10 of them out there, it is just a full field screaming.
Yeah, sounds like a superbike race.
What'd you say? RPMs upwards of, I don't think they come to life until 11,000.
Yeah,
that's probably shipped around 13 or so, 12.5.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you really don't touch anything till 11,000. I think you push it to about 13 before you shift them in sequential gearbox. So you're really just banging through gears.
With that said, you don't want to make a mistake and find yourself nosed up to the wall, because that's where you'll spend the rest of the race. There is no reverse.
Yeah, that's why you'll see when somebody spins and it looks like they might kind of nose into the wall, you'll see them stay in it and whip the car around real quick because they're trying to get it nosed where the wall isn't forward.
See the drone in that shot as well. The drone following them around. Hats off to the drone operator. He's done a fabulous job all weekend long. The entire production staff doing a great job, giving us some beautiful pictures to bring home to you folks.
Oh, look at that. Webster, close to a half a second quicker that time by, so taking a little bit out of O'Brien.
O'Brien chopping off the entry there, goes up wide. That is not the preferred way through a turn. Oh, driving really hard here, and Webster, like you said, kind of settling in, closing this gap.
Well, Webster trying to make it racy. This one's slated for 10. We will have that competition caution, but Webster nice and tight there.
Pretty sure O'Brien's wife does the spotting for him, so she'll be telling him he's 3-4 car lengths back. Gets a good run off that final turn, and Webster enters turn 1 way high here.
Yeah, making a little mistake there. Taking a little bit out of O'Brien, just gave it up on that one. Still, though, that lap, he was 1/10 of a second faster, so Webster faster than O'Brien out on track right now.
My guess is he'll give a little bit of that time back once we get back to the stripe. Here he comes again, though.
Approaching the midway point here.
You got eyes up. You know, you always hear coaches tell the drivers, eyes up. You want to be looking really far forward here. And sometimes what will happen is you catch yourself watching the guy in front of you, and if he makes a mistake, you'd follow the same line. You're busy watching him instead of trying to hit your own marks. It's a really, really easy mistake to make.
Yeah, you get that tunnel vision, and you're zoned in.
Big
O'Brien
moment for O'Brien, who parks it.
Look at that. Webster going to make a run. Well, this is going to make it racy. Side by side.
Webster with a big run, and O'Brien stuffs it in the bottom. Webster outside in on him. Gets a half a car length and now gets the spot. Nice pass.
That was a beautiful pass by Webster.
Needs to come back down there and protect a little bit. Was able to drive a good line and drives away. How about that? 2-3 car lengths here.
That's not going to sit well with O'Brien. O'Brien doesn't like to lose. I can tell you that already. So Webster, look at that, stretching about 2-3 car lengths on him.
Yeah, we might be coming up here to the mandatory caution. Let's take another look.
All right, so you got O'Brien coming in here and
over rotates right there and parks it, and then Webster far enough back to stay out of it. He just carries a ton of momentum around turn 1.
You know, that was that same spot we've seen rollovers. There's got to be something down in the bottom of that corner.
Here comes O'Brien right down on the bottom again, which I think is a way better line.
Well, that was a beautiful slide there from O'Brien.
Webster's so high, he's going a lot farther away around. He's to tighten up turn number 1, but he's good here in turn 2.
O'Brien going to get a good run off that corner, though.
Again, O'Brien taking a look at the bottom here of 3.
A little mistake there from Webster, opens the door.
Got up on the bike, but he's got position here. Should be okay.
Oh, little bump. Oh, O'Brien going to get back around. It's a good race with these two drivers. All right, so competition caution should fly. Going to give Webster another shot on this restart. Guys have been running each other really hard. Really exciting to watch.
Yeah, a lot of fun here. I mean, it's just cool that they're pushing so hard.
Well, and O'Brien currently leading, and he's going to be taking home this points championship. Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with him earlier this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Paul. Now, Paul, you've been a dominant force, winning majority of the rounds from 1 through 4. We only missed you in round 2. You didn't get that top spot. Then we headed over to Glen Helen. You said, you know, that's not really your favorite track, but now coming back over here to Firebird, rounding out the seasons, round 9 and 10. Talk to me about what do you think it's going to take to get another top spot and add to those points?
Well, actually, Glen Helen was my favorite until that weekend. So that just went, you know, we just had a rough weekend. But no, we just got to get, you know, this is for this year, it's a stack class, more stacked than it's been in the past. So we just got to get through the weekend. We got to get a good qualifying, get a good first race in, and, you know, just let the points kind of fall into place. And then Sunday, hopefully, we can just race hard.
Well, when we were here for round 7 and 8 in Arizona, it was unseasonably hot. This weekend, it seems like it's going to be a little bit cooler. For somebody like yourself who's been doing this for a little bit, does that change your drive style, knowing it's not going to be as hot? You can be able to bring it back just a little bit?
Yeah, actually, no. I mean, I grew up here in Arizona. I've actually been racing out here at Firebird since the mid-'80s, so I'm used to the heat, and I think it's an advantage. So I'm okay either way. I think we just, you know, when it's cooler, we can just push a little harder. Hopefully, the track stays better too.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. We're going to see how the second half of this SR1 race shapes up. Back up to you guys.
All right, we are bringing him around. Going to get the restart here. Going to see if Webster's got something for O'Brien. Saw him get around him once. Had a great battle. These two been trading lap times.
Let's turn these things up, man.
Yeah, let's crank it up a notch. 4 to go here. Going to go back green flag racing. O'Brien going to be taking us to green.
O'Brien clearly blocking there, went right back down to the bottom to keep him from getting a run on it, trying to protect that lead.
You gotta love the way they scream up that backstretch. Look at Webster looking down low. O'Brien doing a great job of playing defense. A little over rotation there for Webster. Easy to do on one of these. About the same wheelbase as they are width.
So easy to spin the tires here, and if O'Brien felt like he had spun the tires, he wants to fill that line to make sure that Webster, if he got a good start, didn't have that opportunity to run up on him. Just something they're going to do at this level. These guys have been racing a long time. They're going to protect any chance they get.
Yeah, Webster there having a really good.
Yeah, nice job there in that right-hander.
Look at he's
outside in on him.
He's
trying.
working the corners. He's trying to get an angle, and O'Brien's just not giving him an angle.
Got to keep the pressure on him. Maybe you can pressure him into another mistake like he made in turn 1. You know, hit a slick spot, stand on the throttle, turn it sideways, and Webster needs to be there.
Yeah, Webster going to try and late break him into this one. Don't know if it's going to do much.
O'Brien driving away now.
Different line there, a little bit higher for Webster than O'Brien. Try and carry some momentum out of that big sweeper.
You know, it's funny listening to Bo Judge say he was kind of driving through the turns. He wasn't backing it in. And I don't see O'Brien backing it in here either. So there's something here that these guys are feeling where they don't want to just launch these things in. They're driving them through the turns.
Well, drivers have said it's getting a little bit rough. I know some of the corners getting a little bit rutted down low, but nothing that I think is insurmountable.
Yeah, it's just what they see, what they feel, and how they change their driving style to what they feel like will yield the best lap time.
Yeah, O'Brien really starting to stretch it out on Webster now, pulling about 5-6 car lengths.
Look at that, man. He opened that up about a half a car width and just had great speed all the way through the center of the turn.
You know, O'Brien's finding some lines that got a lot of grip. I feel like he's getting a lot of drive off the corners that Webster's not getting.
Yeah, and consequently, you're seeing that in a lap time, right? I mean, it's a second quicker.
It's really on a corner exit that it looks like O'Brien's really pulling on Webster.
That's where the payoff is.
Keeping it really nice and tight. And that car, it wasn't wanting to rotate there. Like you said, they're not really backing it in. SR1s, traditionally, you do.
Yeah, that right-hander was tough. You could definitely see. He entered it right down on the bottom, had to put a lot of wheel into it to get it to rotate.
That's a white flag out here for O'Brien. 1 to go. He is going to be your champion regardless, but we're going to see if Webster's got something for him this last lap. I don't know if he's going to have enough time. Over the big ski jump. Big jump for Webster.
Yeah, I mean, Webster right there. I got to tell you, man, if O'Brien stumbles at all, Webster's going to be there to take advantage of it. I love the fact that he stays close.
You know, that's been the story all season long. Webster's had a phenomenal year. Just O'Brien's been a hair better.
O'Brien with so much experience, too. Just not a guy that makes too many mistakes.
Yep. There's O'Brien and Webster dancing around that corner. Down the front stretch, Max's tires checkered flag is out. It is going to be O'Brien over Webster. 1-2 on the race course and 1-2 in the championship. That is going to wrap up our SR1 race for today and for the season. Number 11 of Paul O'Brien, yet another victory in the 2025 and 2026 CORR season. And we're going to return here to Firebird Raceway and Championship Off-Road Racing here in just a few moments.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here at Firebird Raceway for round number 10, just outside of Phoenix, Arizona and Chandler, Arizona, wrapping up with our SR1 division. We had a 2-race battle. And here are our results brought to you by Rugged Radios. Paul O'Brien victorious on the day, victorious on the season, but I got to tell you, it was not an easy one to win. Scott Webster taking the lead at 1 point and continuing to pressure O'Brien throughout the entire 10-race feature. Ken Stout, I mean, Webster put the pressure on all the way to the checkered.
Yeah, only a half-second difference at the stripe, and Webster right there the entire time, keeping the pressure on, like you said, was able to get around him. O'Brien made a small mistake there in turn 1, and Webster right there to take advantage of it. O'Brien had to scrap hard to get back out in the front. It was a great, only 2 cars, but it was a great show for everybody.
It was definitely a great show, and speaking of those 2 cars, Tiffany Stone is stand by with our podium and our champion.
Thank you guys so much. Down here with a phenomenal 2 drivers in our SR1 class. I'm going to head right over here. Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien. We're going to go to Scott Webster first. Scott Webster, nice job. I know you have a lot of fun in this class. Obviously, you guys have been racing for a long time together. 10 rounds here. It's really nice because each time that you're up here, we just talk about how thankful you are that CORR gives you guys a race with SR1s over here because they're so much fun. You guys put on a great show. There were times you were drag racing. There were times you were kind of going back and forth. Tell me how round 10 ended up for you today.
Well, everybody knows how fast Paul is, so this could have been really ugly and very boring for the crowd. So I'm very happy that I was able to get out there and drive that car.
Well, I do want to give you a little insight. You may think that Paul O'Brien is fast, but sir, you won the Maxxis Fast Lap award right over here. Look at that. I feel like this is the best award I have ever given this entire season, especially since you were just mentioning that Paul was fast. I'm going to give you a time right over here, 57.57. Listen, don't ever underestimate yourself. This is a true example of that, Scott Webster. You've got to thank a ton of people for this incredible season, this round, and of course now that Maxxis Fast Lap Award. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
My wife, Susie, all my friends and family that come out. Derek did a great job spotting. He was calling me wimpy and, I mean, all kinds of, like, words that I probably can't repeat. But I do want to thank Jason and this whole CORR family. We love racing out here. Kelvin did a great job on the track. It was a tough track. It was a lot slicker than what we thought it might be, but thank everybody for supporting me. Network Automotive, Network Collision, Network Glass and Calibration.
Well, I love that. Like I said, that's the best award I've given out all season because especially just what you said, and I know how awesome it is to still be here, still be racing. Nice job, Scott Webster. And we're going to bring the man of the hour right over here. I'm sorry that I couldn't give you that Fast Lap Award. You're taking that top spot. You've already got the wreath. So let's specifically just talk about round 10. I know that Scott was saying that it was a little slicker out there than you expected. You guys were battling back and forth. You know, one of the coolest races. I know that Ken Stout was so excited to come back and call for this. I told you he was coming. You're like, that is so awesome that Ken's coming back to talk about this. Paul, tell me about your season right now, specifically round 10, how it makes you feel being out here, still racing with some great guys.
You know, round 10 was good. Me and Scott joked last night, let's run the track backwards. Let's just take off on the white. And I think it went better than we could have imagined because the track, we did have good traction in spots, but then there was ruts underneath the traction. So, I mean, I almost threw it away and won. But the track was still loamy enough that we could battle hard. And that's some of the closest Scott and I have ever raced. So that was, to me, it's some of the funnest. And good for him for Fast Lap because I'll be honest, in 18 in the turbo class, me and Corey, that was almost better than the win. So congrats to him.
I absolutely love that. Well, let's switch some gears right now. You are the SR1 season champion as well. 10 hard-fought battles throughout the whole season. You've had some great guys out there. I know Jason Weller is in the desert right now. You've also seen Corey Weller out here. You've had a bunch of wonderful drivers, but each time you showed up consistent, you know, you were on top of the box, handful of podiums. Tell me about the season overall for you in SR1.
You know, it was a good season. It's probably my best season to date. I've never really gelled with this car. I came in 16, 17, got into the four-wheel drive cars, bought one of these, and I never gelled with it. I did really well in the four-wheel drive, and I just struggled in this car. So it took a few years for me to kind of figure out how to be consistent in this car. And so that was last year was good, but this year is better, especially with the level of competition. And Scott, like, he just out of nowhere, like, where'd that come from? He wanted it today, and so good for him. So this class, hopefully it remains strong, and I look forward to racing it for some years to come. Really love being out here at Firebird. Like, I'm going to show my age, but I've been racing out here since '85 on a three-wheeler. So to continue to race out here at Firebird into the future, I really hope CORR continues this, makes a good push. The television package, what you guys are putting on, is a home run. So, you know, it's as good as it's been since Lucas. So let's keep it going. And hey, Ken, how you doing?
You know, I absolutely love that. Now my wheels are turning. Should we start racing three-wheelers out here too? Because if we could get you out in that would be a lot of fun. Let's just sum up everything for the season. Who would you like to thank?
You know, first and foremost, my wife. Our little joke, we did this in 16. She was teaching. By 17, 18, we were hitting every race imaginable, multiple cars. She was flying in. We've had so much fun doing this, so we really got to see it continue on. Weller Racing, you know, it's their class. We compete against Jason and Corey, but they always step up when we need them. There's a lot of other companies out here. Dan with SimFab, he's helping multiple 2X Motorsports. Maxwell, he's helping everybody. So companies like that we got to support, and CORR. And thanks to everybody, you know, track workers, everybody that's helped do this.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to get you guys to hop up on those boxes. One more big round of applause for your SR1 winners. Once again, congratulations to Paul O'Brien, the champion, as well for the season. Nice job, and back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, that was a great season for Paul O'Brien. And, Scott Webster, I got to say, he was very excited to watch all season. Had the pressure applied all the way till the final checkered flag. And you love to see that, Ken Stout.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, it doesn't matter that there was only two. He's digging and just trying to beat the other car that's out there. Whoever's in front of him, trying to beat him. And, somebody like Paul O'Brien, you listen to him racing out here since 1985, and he's won a ton of races and won a ton of championships. And he's a pro-level racer, and he's a guy that if you want to pass him, man, you better get up on the wheel because he's going to make you earn it. I don't care if there's 2 cars or 200 cars out there. He's going to make you earn it. So he's just he's a tough, hard-nosed, hardcore racer. And if you can beat a guy like that, you know you've done something.
Yeah, you definitely know you've done something if you can beat a guy like that. And look at that, so a little bit of celebration there. And speaking of celebrating, we've still got another champion to crown, and then we've got that dad race coming up at the end. Before we get to that, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes to make things work here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And one of those is our partners at Liqui-Moly, and earlier this weekend, we caught up with them. We are trackside here at the finale weekend of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I've got Jason Hess with Liqui-Moly, one of our partners on the season. Now, Jason, you've been here trackside all season long servicing our racers. One of the big questions we've got is what makes Liqui-Moly better than your OE oils and lubricants from the factory?
Yeah, so obviously it's been a very good season, a lot of support, and when it comes down to the Liqui-Moly oils, one thing that you're going to find different is the additive packs inside these things are much, much stronger. Even though it might be the same viscosity that engine needs, what you're going to gain is out of our additive pack, and the temperature control will be much, much higher. And that's the biggest difference when it comes down to these products, right? When it matters, you're smashing the gas, you're out there, temps are high, you want to protect that thing, and it's the additive packs that were made in-house in Germany from us that are going to give you that protection.
Well, Jason Hess and Liqui-Moly, they have you dialed in, whether you're a weekend warrior or you're out here trying to win a championship in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Well, yeah, Liqui-Moly doing a lot behind the scenes. Got our Jones Ford Pace truck going to bring them out, and just got a little bit of interesting information on our ProLite race. So we know we've been talking about the last day or two, the $3,000 bounty on Johnny Holcher. Anybody that can beat Johnny Holcher today and win the race gets $3,000. Now, to make it even more interesting, Johnny Holcher has elected to start in the back. should be on the pole. He's starting in the back, so he's giving these drivers every chance to come get that $3,000 as we get a look at the R&R Steel Racing ProLite points. Holzer out front. He's already cinched the championship up, so he's out here to have a little fun. $3,000 on the line. Tobias Chevalier in second spot. Tony Chris third. Funk not out here. Nick Brandon is. Benjamin Kennedy is as well. Cannon, Smith, Bach. That is your 9 trucks. But Johnny Holzer keeping it interesting. Ken Stout, $3,000 and starting in the back.
Yeah, and having some fun. And what a great family the Holzer family is. I mean, they've really supported short course off-road racing for a number of years now. Really in all 3 professional categories, Pro Light, Pro 2, Pro 4. And Holzer having an incredible season over here. Won in round 1, finished second in round 2. Since then, he's won 7 consecutive, a total of 8 and 9 rounds. Impressive season for sure. And now he's going to start off in the back and make this a little more interesting and have some fun.
Brings us to our Liqui Moly ProLite starting grid. It's going to be Benjamin Kennedy and Nick Brandon on the front row. Tobias Chevalier in row number 2, and it's showing Johnny Holzer by himself in row number 3. Don't forget, anybody takes a victory here that's not named Johnny Holzer, $3,000 bonus on top of the check you already get.
Yeah, nice kicker there. That's a great idea. Motivate some people out here. Great stuff here. These V8s at full song are a thing of beauty. They sound awesome. Oh, hold on. They've obviously put some water down on the track, and they're working the track in. Yeah. Well, that'll give you a good idea just how slippery it can be here. Actually, Kelvin, hats off to Kelvin and the entire crew here, doing a great job with the track. I mean, we talk about this first lap being a bit of a handful, a little slick. We've seen tracks, I mean, so sloppy, muddy, you wonder how they can drive them at all. This track this weekend has been outstanding.
All right, so Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off. We're going to hear the rumble of some V8s here in just a few moments as we're looking for that green flag. Oh! Big moment. Yeah, look at that. Number 63, we're taking down the K&N flags. I just wanted to make sure Canyon got their ROI there.
Nick Brandon, unfortunately, through that first turn, man, it was a big handful, and Holzer literally halfway through the first lap has already picked his way to the front.
Yeah, and half the field kind of taking each other out, so things definitely working into Holzer's favor, the number 44.
Yokohama back machine, and he has really given Yokohama some great exposure here over the years. Former champ in ProLite. Going to win another one here this year.
They got Holzer all the way to the bottom. Well, you had a couple of drivers kind of get into it. Johnny, he escaped it, and then the 63 there of Brandon just spinning around kind of over that hill. Collected the K&N pin flag in the process.
Yeah, Nick Brandon just ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was trying to dodge a truck on the outside, and Holzer was busy passing both of them on the inside. Just a racing incident. Nobody did anything maliciously wrong there. Just the way it turned out, unfortunately.
Well, you know, and Holzer kind of tiptoed through that first corner, and I think it was extremely wet. And it looked like all the other drivers kind of slid up, came in a little too hot.
Nice look there. You can see how this ProLite is working. These guys are really, really good at what they do. He's been running this category for a number of years. Talking about him winning the championship back in 2020. Knows how to get this done. And these trucks are difficult to drive, and we mentioned it yesterday. Not a ton of suspension in these things. They land hard. You've got to get them rotated. Plenty of power. Just short and narrow, and not a lot of suspension.
No, not a lot of suspension at all. Very abusive. You'll see Johnny, once he gets out front, there's at times over that big ski jump, he actually lifts a little bit so he's not jumping as far because it's so abusive on his body. This is Kennedy in the number 58, currently in second. Going to run into the competition caution here. That'll come at lap 6. This one's slated for 10 laps. $3,000 bounty on Johnny Holzer. Looks like he's going to keep his money at this point.
Yeah, I was just looking up some career wins for Holcher and ProLite. 8 career wins in ProLite. Before this season here, he has literally doubled that with this season. So up to 16 career ProLite wins courtesy of this series here. Oh!
Big rotation there for this 58 there of Kennedy. Yeah, all these drivers want a second shot of this. They're looking forward to this mandatory competition caution. Been a little wet out there. Oh, we do have a caution coming out. I don't believe that is a competition caution, though. Well, speaking of our, I guess our yet-to-be-crowned points champion and our current leader, Johnny Holcher, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with him earlier this weekend.
Now, Johnny Holcher knows what it takes to win a championship. We always talk about consistency, and as somebody who is a seasoned driver, not only is it consistency, but it's seat time. Johnny Holcher, how do you see this weekend going for you?
I don't know. No matter what, though, we're going to go out there and have fun. And, you know, Tiffany, you're definitely right. Consistency is key. And it's not really about how much you win, but it's how consistent you can be. And that's what wins a championship. So far this year, we've been on the good of both ends of that. But no, we're just going to keep it rolling and keep having fun and hang out and see how the weekend goes.
Well, this weekend as well, especially on round 10, when we're going to crown some championships, there's a bounty out on your head. There's a $3,000 bounty right now. So if somebody can beat you and also take first, which obviously would mean beating you, they get that bounty. How much pressure does that put on you?
I don't really take it as pressure. It's just all good competitive fun. So I was even thinking no matter what, just start in the back and, you know, have a show, right? So we're going to see how it goes and see what happens. But I'm excited. I hope it's a good show at the end of the day.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Johnny Holcher. We're going to see what happens, especially in the second half of this race. Back up to you guys.
Great catching up there with Johnny Holcher. Nice piece by Tiffany Stone. She does a lot of work here, Ken, and doing a heck of a job catching up with all these drivers and getting all her notes.
She's been outstanding for sure.
All right, green flag. Anybody got some for Johnny Holcher? Kennedy in the 58, looking to the inside. Kind of drifting up high there.
Holcher nails it perfectly, sails up to turn number 2, gets on the binders and rotates it nicely. You know, he's got a Pro 4 sitting in the shop. Maybe I need to go down there and see if we can cut a deal, put that thing back on the field.
Yeah, I know he's going Pro 2 racing as well. Here comes summertime, so I think this may be his official last career ProLite race is what I'm hearing.
How about that? He's had a good one. It's a way to close it out if you can.
Look at that, nose high. Did you see that?
Yeah, man.
Kennedy, I mean, that was a huge jump there.
Nick Brandon right there in third place, hanging tough.
Yeah, really, the battle here is for second. I will say, Kennedy not letting Holcher really stretch his legs on this one.
Brandon with a nice turn there. Thought he was going to close up a little bit. I think he is just a little bit tighter. Opens up turn number 1.
Oh, pushing way up high there.
Yeah, Kennedy's going to let him get a run here.
So Brandon trying to chase down Kennedy.
All the great racers that have come out of this category, it is a true feeder class, and I really think the trucks are more difficult to drive than a Pro 2, so if you can do good here, you can certainly step up into the Pro 2 ranks and have a solid run.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, you start looking, Brian Deegan, Christopher Polvordi, Casey Curry wrapped up a ProLite career and went and did other things. But,
Ryan Beat, CJ Greaves.
Kyle LeDuc.
You know, I mean, the list just goes on and on. Rick Huseman, Jarrett Brooks, R.J. Henderson, all of the players. Oh, man, big moment right there up on the wall.
Yeah,
doing a wall grind.
Yes, using it as a perm.
But, yeah, so many former champions that have stepped up into Pro 2 and Pro 4.
Well, then you got guys that have just made a career out of it. I mean, remember Jeff Kincaid back in the day just made a career out of racing ProLite.
And then, of course, his son, Keegan, doing a great job coming through the ranks. Just won a championship in Pro 2.
A Holcher there. I mean, just such clean lines. No mistakes, no missteps.
Yeah, it's all that seat time, man. Yeah, just let the truck do its job and set it up. Beautiful rotation out of it.
The one thing I love about Johnny Holcher, too, and what the family's done is anything that happens on an off-road track, he's been in a situation that's similar. I mean, he's done a lot of dirt track racing, sprint cars. He's done rallycross cars. He's really put himself in a lot of different disciplines. So something happens out here in a ProLite on course, no matter what, he's probably been in some type of situation that mimics it.
Really tall kid as well. Young man, I should say. I don't call him a kid, but young man. I could see them putting a gurney bump in the roof of that if, it would fit.
That is for sure.
Great looking truck. Holcher Brothers logo there on the hood, and of course has flown those Yokohama colors now for a number of years.
Yeah, I got a great relationship with Yokohama.
Look at that rhythm. You can see the rhythm through the right-hander, set it up, right back to the left-hander. That's a good shock package as well. The truck's nice and flat, transfers weight nicely, picking up the inside front tire just a little bit, loaded up on the sway bar. It's all the truck's got right there, and I mean, just doing a beautiful job.
He's just dancing through the course, and it's like he takes that line right there next to the fence. Most people would be nervous about it. He's within an inch or two, but he knows exactly where the truck's at, and you just watch. It's like art watching him drive this truck.
Yeah, opens up the entry right down on the bottom of the turn at the exit, on the floorboard. That's how you drive one. Textbook. Hands unwound. You can see those front tires straight right at exit. Picks up that right rear tire for just a moment as he sets it. I mean, that's the ragged edge, but you got to be able to feel that.
I love watching those two corners because he just links them together.
Oh, I agree, 100%.
Big thanks to everybody tuning in at home on the Racer Plus app. We appreciate you. After this race, we still have one race remaining. That is right. We're throwing you guys a curveball that are tuning in at home. We're going to have the dad race. That's right. A lot of the spotters and the dads in the pits, we're going to let them run their kids' cars out here today.
Sponsored by Chaos.
Yes, sponsored by Chaos. That is for sure. There's actually quite a bit of money on the line. We're talking a couple of $1,000s for these dads. And I think I heard something like close to 20 entries.
Yeah, and Greco threw a bonus grand at it, so I think $950 to the winner.
Yeah, so this is going to be fun. So if you guys want a little fun to wrap up the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, you're tuning in at home on Racer Plus app. Hang tight, because after we get done with crowning our ProLite champion, we are going to have a lot of fun out here.
All those trash-talking dads are going to have a chance to put their money where their mouth is, and I think the kids are going to be the spotters. That'll be interesting.
And the rule with the dads is if you are in the race, you can't have run a race this season behind the wheel.
One lap to go for the 44 truck of Johnny Holcher. It's been an incredible season.
Yeah, down over the big ski jump. Couple corners remaining. Beautiful corner there. Going to go over this step up one more time this season.
Looking for his 9th win and 10 rounds and his 10th consecutive podium. That's how you win a championship.
All right, these are the corners I love to watch them link together. He's going to come through this one.
Right on the bottom.
He gets the rotation completed, immediately into the rotation. Uses that weight transfer to just link the corners together. It's beautiful. Checkered flag flies. That is the Maxxis Tires checkered flag for Johnny Holcher, taking home the win and the championship in ProLite. Should be Nick Brandon here.
I think it was that Kennedy?
That was Kennedy. Kennedy sneaking in there, taking the second spot, I believe. Going to be Brandon in the third. All right, so we are going to take a break, come back, crown a champion, and then we're going to come back with the dad race here at Firebird Raceway, Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly. More performance, more driving pleasure.
You ain't seen nothing. Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through. You ain't seen nothing yet. My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back here to Championship Sunday at Firebird Raceway. This is the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Ken Stout in the booth, just getting done with ProLite. Normally this would be our last race of the weekend or the season, but we got a special feature coming up next, the Dad Race. That is right. We're looking through this. We've got I believe 16 official entries in the Dad Race. So that is going to be coming up here momentarily. But before we get to that, we got to get to some podiums for ProLite. We got to crown a champion. And with that, Tiffany Stone is standing by.
Thank you guys so much. Down here with Nick Brandon once again, taking a third place spot for round 10. You are a double podium for the weekend here to finish things out. Obviously, it's really cool to see you. Like you mentioned in round 9, you guys had a little tumble earlier mid-season, and then you were able to bring it back. Obviously, racing with these two great guys in front of you, it's got to be fun out there. How did round 10 look for you?
Actually looked really good. Constant reminder in turn 1 of my hole in the wall, which is a great reminder for me. But the track was great. Today was even better than it was yesterday. For the little flip-flop that we had, Johnny started in the back was super nerve-wracking. I was like, whoa, what are we doing? Really? We're doing this right now? To sandwich me, we got it sandwiched right there. I spun out, got T-boned. Sorry, Maxis, for your sign. I guess that one's mine. Other than that, it was great. No, I'm super happy with what we did today.
I love that. And, it's always great to talk to drivers who, know their mistakes and then kind of laugh about it because it could happen to anybody out there. So it's great to see this. Who would you like to thank for round 10? And, of course, finishing out a great season for you guys.
I'd like to thank everybody that supported me. Traders American brand, Cryo Heat. There's so many going on. Draco Engineering, and then my crew and my guys over there. They've all helped out and made it all happen, so it's great.
Wonderful. Well, it's always great to chat with you up here. Nice job on the season. Hopefully we can see you back next season. Congratulations once again. Heading over here to Benjamin Kennedy, another second-place podium for you. I do want to talk about that because Nick just mentioned it. When we did that little inverted start where Johnny headed to the back, for a person now, this is your third time in the race truck, third time racing ever. How does that kind of put the nerves on you, or what did you have to think about because you're like, hey, okay, they're going to be chasing, I'm going to chase, what's happening?
I thought we had an advantage for the first corner. I thought we'd be able to at least maybe get a little gap and make Johnny work for it, but we had no bite. We just drifted right up, and he just hugged inside and took it. I was like, well, there goes that. So we didn't really give him much of a fight, so that kind of took the wind out of my sail a little bit, but then I tried to latch onto him as best I could and learn.
Well, I know the guys in the booth talk about how difficult it is to drive a ProLite truck. It is a very great, balance. It's a ballet that happens out there. A little bit too much this way, it goes that way. A little bit too much that way, goes this way. So you being out there for your third time ever, finishing it, coming back with a complete truck is a feat in itself, and I'm super proud of you. Tell me about round 10. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my wife. I'd like to thank Briella, my daughter, too. She's out here, too, supporting us. And then Toby and the pit crew really helping out a ton. And then you're right, it's a learning experience because the ProLite's totally different. You're steering with the rear, and there's some hard-packed dirt out there, but then there's a lot of soft stuff. So you're trying to find every corner is different, so trying to learn that.
Well, you've done it here. It's really good. And if anything, you're paving the way. And if you're going to learn from one of the best, it's going to be Johnny Holcher over here. Nice job. Congratulations once again. And taking another top spot over here, I'm just going to give you a little stat. I think Ken Stout said you had 8 career wins in ProLite, but coming out here, you kind of doubled it. So now you have 16 career wins in ProLite. Before, I know, Johnny, you said that this was probably going to be your last race in a ProLite. We are very honored that you came out here to CORR to do that and showcase some of your last racing. How was round 10 for you?
Yeah, I don't really know all the stats. I'd have to math that out one day, but no, it was a lot of fun. The track was awesome. Calvin did a killer job. It had so much bite, and I was just having a blast. So, no, I can't thank the whole CORR team enough. This has been an awesome season and a lot of fun to come out here and hang out while it's cold at home. But I couldn't do this without my parents, my grandparents, Uncle Jeff, my girlfriend, HBI, Yokohama Tire, Shape EU, Blood Lubricants, Speed Strap, Impact, my whole team, Kyle Green especially for letting us park at his place and helping us out so much. So, and even my camera guys. So, and you, Tiffany. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Well, before we go, we're going to give you one more last award of the season, of your ProLite season, the Maxxis Fast Lap Award that you see right over here. Johnny Holcher looking at times, 56.759. Congratulations. We're going to wrap this up for round 10 right here, talk about your championship in just a little bit, but we're going to get you guys up on the box. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in ProLite. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, honestly, big credit to Johnny Holcher and the whole family. I mean, they fielded trucks this season, a second truck at most of the rounds just to keep the entry count up and things like that. Doing a lot behind the scenes. Also donated part of that bounty on themselves just to try and bring some ProLite trucks out, which worked. We had, I believe, 5 or 6 to start. I think 5 to start out the weekend. So Holcher family just doing a lot behind the scenes, Ken.
They brought us some great drinks as well, from Shape of You Nutrition, fueled by Johnny Holcher Racing. So we appreciate that support. But yeah, you're right. I mean, awesome family and big supporters of short course off-road racing with their trucks and the competition that they bring with it. Great to have them out here.
Yeah, definitely great to have them out here. We're starting to see the drivers meeting from the dad race in front of us here in the booth. It's going to be exciting. But I know right now, talking about the Holcher family and Johnny Holcher, Tiffany Stone standing by with our champion.
Thank you guys so much. We are just laughing down here. Johnny was asking if he was wearing this wreath right, and he felt like a Christmas wreath. Johnny Holcher, fabulous season for you. Congratulations once again. ProLite champion for 25-26 season at CORR. I know we keep talking about that this is your last race in ProLite. Throughout your many years, you've got to have some great memories. Thank you for sharing some of the memories and creating some of the memories here with us. How was the season for you in ProLite?
It was truly a lot of fun, and I'm pretty excited to finish it out here because my first time in a ProLite was here in 2019, so it's kind of a full circle moment. So, but no, it was an awesome year and a lot of fun, and I was happy to bring a couple extra trucks out and even let my crew guy do a race in one. So, no, it was a blast, and I just appreciate everyone involved with this and all the sponsors that helped put this on. Thank you so much, and that's all I got.
Well, we got one more question, though, for you, Johnny. If anybody wants to race ProLite next season, next year, or just in general, you are a great example of this. Any advice for them?
I don't know. There's no advice with driving one of those. It's just go for it.
Just go for it. Well, I absolutely love that. Johnny Holcher, one more time, your 25-26 ProLite champion here in CORR. Once again, Johnny Holcher, congratulations. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, what a great champion. I mean, an amazing effort. I think the one round he didn't lose this year was actually a round he had a fill-in driver. The one round he lost, it was a fill-in driver.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
Michael Funk was filling in. He had an obligation in the Midwest doing some other series. And so Michael Funk filled in for him and won one of the 2 races as a fill-in driver for Johnny Holcher. So I think when Johnny was behind the wheel, he was perfect this year.
Talented young man, no doubt there. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how he's going to do in a Pro 2.
Yeah, he'll be just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got some aerial views here. We got one race left. Those of you tuning in at home, right there. I mean, this is
all the potential for disaster.
Yes, this is going to be chaotic at best.
2 different categories I'm hearing, or is it 4?
I don't know. We're looking through the notes.
We're trying to make sense of the notes.
Yeah, they just passed something to Ken Stout and I. So there's going to be 2 starts at the same time. This is going to be a standing start. They're not going to let these dads rolling start, which is probably a good idea.
Restrictors with and without. Production 1,000, that's going to be 1 start. So I'm not sure. Is that 3 different classes here together?
I think they're bunching them into 2. So we got mod motors and turbos are going to be starting at the start line. And then at the bottom of the ski jump, we're going to have 1,000s that are basically either stock or don't have turbos. And they're going to be the bottom of the ski hill. So two laps, no mandatory caution, 8 laps. We will have local cautions, thankfully, because if there was just full course cautions every time, I think there's going to be a lot of cautions. We're going to have a lot of caution flags out there. I think we doubled the expenses on caution flags for the weekend just for this race. The only time we will have a full course yellow is if there is a rollover. So I don't know what's the side bet going on if we're going to have a full course caution or not. There's got to be a side bet here. I know in the pits the dad's got to have side bets going on. This is going to be exciting. So we've got our grid here. I don't know that Ken and I are going to do a really good job of pairing the driver to the car with the numbers. So it might be a little chaotic in the booth too. We weren't able to do our research on the dad race. Let's put it that way, right, Ken?
Yeah, 100%. And I'm not sure we're going to know who's who. We're going to try. We're going to have a good time. We're going to kind of watch it like you guys.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one. This is one where I wish we had a third microphone in the booth because we'd pull Tiffany Stone in to dissect this with us. Oh man, we do have. I mean, we've got everything from dads that I think it's probably going to be their first time behind the wheel, to dads that have taken a start at the Daytona 500 are going to be in this grid. I mean, we've got Brendan Gaughan, a NASCAR driver.
Two-time Winston West Series champion and a Baja 1000 winner.
Yeah, we've got him. So we've got everything from a NASCAR Cup driver to dads that it's their first time ever behind the wheel in this race. This is going to be fun. Well, and I think we've got a mom out here, too. So I say this is going to be the dad and the mom race. Call the dad race. We got a mom, though. We got, I believe, April Warpius, who is going to be in this as well. So, we've got a mom in here, too. So I need to put that disclaimer. It is a parent race. Let's call it the parent race.
Okay. Which one is the mom?
April, starting in the 11th spot.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, and actually, the guy I feel most sorry for in here, and I don't know why he elected to do this, is series director or race director Tim Jones. You want to talk about throwing yourself into the shark tank?
Yeah, if nothing else, there might be a few dads out there that just want to take a shot at him.
That's what I'm going. Tim Jones may get this done and be like, I am retiring from racing. 2 sight laps. They're giving him 2 sight laps. See, I would make this fun. I'd give him 0 sight laps.
Yeah, just let him.
And this is going to be a whole lot of fun out here. Those of you tuning in on the Racer Network, this might be the most entertaining race that's ever aired on Racer Network.
I already see a 93 car out there, but no 93 car on the grid in our paperwork, so it's going to be an interesting call.
Oh, wow. Like I said, we have no idea what's about to commence here at Firebird Raceway.
And how'd Van Beekum get in this thing?
They paid somebody off. Interesting enough, Van Beekum, I believe, is going to be, well, it says number 1, Robert Van Beekum, but I believe I see Arkanaw's car out there. So I think Van Beekum, is he driving Arkanaw's car? Well, I mean, Bob's cars, in his defense, haven't been real reliable here this weekend.
Maybe we should have the kids sit in for us.
Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun. I did see Ryder Van Beekum will be spotting, though. So I think Bob's spotter is going to be Ryder Van Beekum. I think I saw Addie Atterbury there. She's going to be spotting as well for Josh Atterbury. So we've got a lot of fun that's going to commence here.
You probably said this, but 8 laps in distance. I think $950 to the winner. Maybe $600 to second, $350 to third. And they're rolling.
They are rolling. I see that is the Denny car there. So that's going to be Fonz Denny behind the wheel. I'm assuming that Ryan Denny's going to be the one spotting. That's what's interesting. You and I are looking at the spotters here, and it's all kids.
It would be interesting to pipe that in.
I would actually love to hear what the kids are telling the dads.
It would be very interesting to listen to.
They're going to be getting even. Well, I know I was talking to Chris Leeming earlier today. He was out here. He raced last time. He's one of the dads. His kids do a lot of racing in both the desert and short course. He decided he wanted to race out here last round here at Firebird. Took a victory. Chris was telling me his son was spotting for him, and his son got mad at the end of the first day. Dad, you don't listen to me. And he goes, how do you think I feel?
Both of them learning a lesson. Look at the spotters there, just in front of us. We're in that dark little cubby hole there.
Yeah, the average age of the spotters. I would like to know the average age of the spotters here for this parents race.
Should be interesting.
I recognize all the names, though. Penrod, Hoganus, Denny, Sievers, Van Beekum, McCormick.
They all look familiar.
Jones, I know all these names.
I wonder if there's any dads in the field that have never raced before.
I've got to think there's got to be a few here.
And I want to know how Brendan got in his son's car.
That is a fair point. Rylan Gahn
is he's a little dude.
He's a little dude, and Brendan's built like you and I can.
Yeah. He can be a defensive nose guard. I mean, he's just wide and strong. He's not necessarily a chunky guy like me, but he's
just a big guy.
He's got some width to him.
Yeah. Brendan's not the type of guy you want to get in a fight in a dark alley with. You want him on your side. Let's put it that way. All right, so the pace truck bringing him around. We're hoping the pace truck isn't that busy today. There's a good chance it does. We've already got cars passing the pace truck.
Yeah, I was just going to say, man, they're like, well, the pace truck pulled off. I'm going to go ahead and pass.
Oh, man, this is going to be exciting here. Like we said, it will be a standing start. So I think last time we saw a standing start here at the off-road track at Firebird was probably back to Nitro Cross a few years ago. See that car at Tim Jones, definitely one we want to watch, that number 3.
213 there is Jordan Proctor. I believe the 511s just behind him was Terry Earp.
And so there is no rhyme or reason to the way they're starting, so they did a pill draw. It was random. They didn't qualify, so this was they pulled names out of a hat. So that determined the starting order. I did hear that this morning. To keep it even, it was random draw for starting positions, which I can applaud that.
That is Tim Jones in the 3 car.
Yeah, looked like Atterbury behind him.
Are they going to start him single file? That's probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, I would applaud that as well. Like we said, there's going to be a standing start. 2 standing starts. There's going to be one on the back of the ski jump. So we got the pace truck going to pull off.
Pole's already going.
Trying to get a little edge. Now the rest of the drivers
He
like, well,
did, dude. He got a car length out of it. Oh, here comes second. It's going to tighten it back. I was like, no way, man.
Yeah.
I see
Tim
what you're
Jones
doing
leaving
here.
a little bit of a gap there. He's going, I don't know that I want to be bumper to bumper yet.
What about the guys on the face of the jump, or did they all get up on top? There we go.
Look at that, Tim Jones all the way to the outside. Whoa! Tim getting pinched off. I don't know how that happened.
The split start. There's another group back there that started on the downside of the flyaway.
That looks like April Warpius there in the back.
And I got to tell you, man, some blocking going on already, so the spotters are doing a good job.
There's Brendan Gaughan.
Gaughan starting off in the back of his field will have a target-rich environment. Oh!
Whoa! I'll tell you what, they're carrying some speed through here.
Everybody on the throttle, that's for sure.
Yeah, Tim Jones, no doors, and ripped that one off earlier.
Yeah, Timothy took care of that early on.
All right, so that looks like that is going to be Josh Atterbury currently leading here. That would be Addie Atterbury's dad. She is spotting. I saw her down in the spotters tower.
Carrying some good air, man. How about these guys?
The
and
dad's
gals.
throwing down out here.
I love it.
All right, so
Tyler Penrod getting around Tim Jones there at the stripe. There's Jones in the number 3. Penrod just ahead of him, just made the pass.
Yeah, we're into lap 2.
Oh! Tim with a big save.
Yeah, great bit of racecraft there by Tim Jones.
Yeah, he doesn't want to wreck that thing. He knows he's got to pay for it.
Yeah, he's the one that's going to be wrenching on it.
And how about Penrod making another run here?
Yeah, look at down on the bottom. The 245 there of, whoa, that was Atterbury up on the bike.
And I said Penrod. I think that was Tyler Earp in the 511.
Yeah, 245. That is Penrod, though. Whoa, up on the bike again.
Comfortable on 2 wheels.
Yeah, Brendan Gaughan kind of picking his way through some traffic. Oh, we got tires rolling.
That's not a good sign.
We don't know where that came from, but we got a tire rolling across the infield.
I'm not a mechanic, but I think you need all of those.
Wow, well, we made it 2 laps without a caution. Yeah. We didn't see the car, but we saw the wheel and tire.
Yeah, there's one on its lid or side or something over there.
At a 737, Sean Sievers.
Yeah, a lot of damage done to that one. Left rear completely gone. Right rear bent up.
So that is going to be Sievers. That car, safe to say, will not continue. Now we got a replay of what ensued. Yeah, there goes a tire. Bouncing across the track. Blew the center section of the wheel out.
And it's crazy how far those tires will go. I mean, look at that thing.
Wow.
Still in race mode. I'm going to go without my car. Yeah, ripped the whole center out of that wheel. Big moment, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a couple of flat tires.
Chatting with him. Most important thing is he's okay. We're glad.
All right, so getting a look here at our running order. Looks like Atterbury, Earp, Penrod, Jones, Hoganess going to be your top 5.
And the first lady there in 8th place. How about that?
Yeah.
Nice job for April.
Doing a great job.
Out of the car. Glad he's okay.
14.
They're texting while they're spotting.
Hey, I don't know that I've seen this many people.
Them around that area of the track so they can keep all the safety workers clear of the race cars. And the forklift out there already picking the car up, so we're good to go.
Yep. Yeah, that one's going to have quite the bill attached to it. So we're 2 laps in, about 20% of the way through. I got to throw those percentages out there to keep on track like Tiffany Stone.
Couple of wheels missing on that one.
Oh, wow. That was – look at the other one, got the center blown out too.
That's a pretty good moment. And our right rear got the center blown out. I think 3 of them completely disintegrated. That had to be a pretty violent ride.
He had to blow that many wheels off the car. Wow.
All 4 corners. I mean, if you're going to do it.
That was Severs in McCormick's car. It looks like it says McCormick on that. So there's going to be quite the bill attached to that one. At least they've got a brewing company as their sponsor, because I think there's going to be some beer involved after that one.
So at least you can have a beer while you're fixing it, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're going to set that one down, and we're going to resume racing out here.
Closing the season out here in 2026 with CORR, having a one-off dad race with one mom. And the mom sitting right mid-pack, man. April doing a good job. Actually, she fell down. It looks like time and scoring is updated. She's now in 10th.
Yeah, doing a fine job there. And this reminds me of Crandon. Every once in a while, Crandon, they'll cap off the season with the Good Old Boys race, where they flood the track with mud and they bring out a bunch of cars. The Good Old Boys go out there and bump and bang.
They know how to have fun in the Northwoods.
Oh, they definitely do.
I'm sure there's absolutely no beer involved in that one.
I was going to say they're good. They don't breathalyze the drivers before they go out in the Good Old Boys race. Truthfully, it might be a good thing they didn't breathalyze the guys before they went out in this race.
Maybe. You might be right. This would have been a good race for Zimmerman. Where's Zimmerman when you need him?
All right, so we're getting things cleaned up here. We're going to have 6 laps remaining.
Ryder Van Beekum up there with the headset on, the red, white, and blue sleeve. 64 on the back.
Yep, spotting for his dad.
Flying the Y'all Power colors on the back of the fire suit.
So I believe his dad driving Kyle Arkinaw's car in the number 93.
Right there, in fact.
Yep. All right, so we're going to get him rolling again. Going to bring him out, get him set up to, I'm assuming, do another standing start. All right, going to get him paused here.
I just send them.
Yeah, right.
Oh, we're going to do a full pace lap here?
Looks like it.
In case they forgot how the track goes.
It's Hoganus, a couple of Hoganus cars. There's April, Morbius, Tim Jones there. Our race director. I wonder who's the race director for this one if Tim Jones is in a car.
Oh, that's a really good point.
I wonder who's...
Maybe Timothy.
Yeah, is Timothy the one throwing the flags out there? I would... Oh, we got...
Greco.
Greco. All right, Greco is... All right, I like it. Greco is the race director. I think this was kind of his brainchild, to be honest with you.
And, of course, T-Stone right on it. She's got all the answers.
That's why she should be in the booth with us. Fire up that microphone, Tiff.
My headset's right here.
Yeah, Greco also added $1,000.
Yeah.
See, he threw $1,000 at it because it's comedy hour. He's just going to laugh for the next hour. He paid $1,000 to laugh.
Once again, split start here. Second half of the field going through turn 2 now.
All right, we're going to see if we can keep this one uneventful. Got 2 pace trucks.
I see Brendan Gaughan up into 5th place now in the front stack.
You know, he really was tiptoeing his way through the field. I was watching him.
he knew what was going to happen ahead of him.
Yeah, he really wasn't committing to much because he didn't want to.
Just let me stay by myself here for a moment. We'll get it sorted out.
All right, we're doing a rolling start. Pace truck off. We're going green flag racing.
The seas just parted for Brendan Gaughan. Everybody went a different direction. He thought about it down there on the bottom.
All right, so Tim Jones all the way to the bottom. They're going to come in. Oh, look at really easy through there. I don't think any of them trust each other.
Probably a smart move. And it is hard if you haven't really raced with anybody. You don't know what they're going to do.
All right, so that's Atterbury down on the bottom. We got a few cars all over the place. Oh, look at Gaughan now starting to hit the gas pedal, working his way up to 4th.
The big save. We say that's Gaughan. I'm down there. Shows him there in 4th. We'll see if time and scoring updates here.
Did he win San Felipe a few weeks ago in Class 1?
Man, that's a great question. I called that race. I should know, but
I think he did. Thumbs up from Tiffany Stone. I was going to say, how does this rank with your San Felipe win if he takes a win here?
It's a lot smoother than San Felipe, promise you.
Oh, San Felipe is definitely not fun. You get to Matomi and Watamati Wash, and I'll tell you what, that one, much better to be in the helicopter.
Everybody's settling down here. Not a bad race. Go back and take a look at Jones. And yeah, Gaughan has moved up into 4th place, into the top 5.
Gaughan there, running a clean line.
Penrod and Atterbury leading the group here, doing a nice job. Everybody's spaced out pretty evenly. Atterbury really keeping the heat right there on Penrod. We'll look at Brendan. So accomplished. I mean, we talk about him, obviously out on the desert here as of recent, but you mentioned it before. I mean, a number of starts in Cup at the highest level of the game. Super accomplished racer.
Yeah, just a great guy, too. The whole family is. That's a 245 there. Penrod currently leading.
It's great to have dads like that it says what this series is, to put their kids out here in a series like this.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're going to get a look here at the other race going on.
Yeah, I think this is the turbo division. Things are getting a little sassier, if you will.
Yeah. And that's Denny there following Van Beekum.
Spicy, as it were.
That is April Orpheus. Look at April hanging tight in there with the guys. I like this. I like seeing the lady throw down with the guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Good for her. Nice overhead shot. Late in the day, we've had a nice haze of clouds out here that has kept the sun from scorching everything, but a beautiful day.
Penrod now continuing to lead.
Nice smooth line through there.
Really good lines.
Dude, he's carrying some speed. Not his first rodeo.
Yeah, we're on lap 5, got about 3 to go. Oh, pushing a little high there.
Yeah, he turned in a little bit early on that one. Give him a mulligan. First time in a car all weekend long, but he's doing a great job.
Atterbury there, a few car links back. Had that little bobble early, kind of put it up on the bike, was able to save it. Tim Jones there in the 3rd spot. Brendan Gaughan trying to chase him down.
Big gap after Brendan.
Look at that, Tim Jones now starting to reel in Atterbury.
Yeah, Atterbury in 2nd, that 66 car.
Gotta give Tim Give him some credit. He's picking up some speed here in the second half of the race.
Starting to feel it a little bit. A little bit quicker lap time. And actually, both of them a little bit quicker than our leader.
I'm looking back at some of the turbo cars in that other race. They're running in the 57s.
How about that?
That's very fast.
Denny doing a good job, 57.3. I believe leading that field.
Yep.
Yeah, 57.3, 57.6 for Herlin, 58.8 for Rhodes. We're throwing some times down. And working their way up into this NA class, if you will.
Yeah, look at that. There's Denny.
Oh, how about Denny with a 56.9? Oh!
Just as we say that, getting collected there.
That wasn't cool.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. Denny having a phenomenal run. That was, that one, I don't know.
That Herland? Not sure if that was Herland that got into him or not.
Yeah, I don't know, but that one might need to go to the race director there.
Yeah. Might want to keep an eye on the aftermath of the race. That could be interesting in the pits.
All right, so white flag is out. 1 to go here.
From the turbo car. See if things adjust here on timing and scoring.
Tell you what, Tyler Penrod knows how to wheel a car.
Doing a good job, man.
Very good job. That is April, our lone female entrant, the mom out here. Doing a good job keeping her nose clean.
Yeah, she's done a good job in that NA class. A couple of turbo cars has gotten around her. Looks like it shows her a little deeper in the field there in 12th, but I think she's been passed by a couple of turbo cars, so might be in the top 10.
Yeah, doing a great job out here, working her way around. All right, we're going to have
the caution flag out. We've lost another one. Another wheel.
We're blowing the centers out of wheels. This is crazy.
And that might be it. I mean, this is lap 8, so they were coming around to the checkered flag. This one might end under caution, and that might be a good way to end it.
Yeah, I would be on board with that.
Pace truck is out there, but
pace truck out there. Are we gonna?
I don't know if we want to give them a one-lap shootout.
I don't know if we do either.
And there's a look at April's car.
Yeah. That is Atterbury there in the 66. Penrod there leading.
Penrod on the 245.
All right, a little bit of a replay here. Ooh, that was off the ski jump, big tumble.
Yeah, end over end cartwheeling.
That is not where you want to have.
That's going to be a ton of damage as well. As long as the driver's okay. I mean, it's most important, but that car is tore up. One lap shootout. Driver out, okay. You can see there with the helmet.
Well, another one with a brewery sponsor, so.
Little car rebuilding party developing.
We don't have the 333 on our list. I keep looking to see so we can get a number or a name, but the number doesn't match any of our.
Right. That seems to be the MO here.
I think we had intentions to drive certain cars, and then certain cars probably got knocked out of the race.
Or couldn't fit in a car and had to go find a car you could fit in.
That is McCormick, okay. Got to look there at our spotters. Penrod in the 245 has put down a very, very good race out here. All right, we're going to pull off. No, we're going to do another lap. Looks like we're going to do another caution lap. One lap shootout. A simultaneous green and white.
Can we talk him into a green-white checker on the forklift?
Oof.
Hey.
Out here. Thankfully, this is the last race of the season. Have their work cut out for them this offseason, get these cars back in shape.
Yeah, that's a fair amount of work. That's a front clip. Re-racking out of order drivers, okay?
No. I will give Greco his due. He has taken this very seriously. Might be lobbying for a job.
Yeah.
Tim Jones, you better watch yourself. Greco wants your job.
Tim probably say, yeah, it's all yours,
please,
man.
Take it.
It's all yours.
Take it.
There's only a handful of people that are happy at the end of one of these days.
No.
Ever how many classes? If you have 10 classes, there's 10 happy people. Everybody else is mad about something.
Well, I tell you, race directors lose a lot of friends, I think.
It's a thankless job.
Remember back in the Lucas days, old poor Greg Fouts, he used to have a lot of friends. He ended his Lucas days with very few.
I think old Greg brought a bunch of it on himself.
Yeah. Oh. Greg started that job, and he didn't have gray hair. By the end of it, he was full of gray. Well, hopefully those of you tuning in on the Racer Plus app are entertained at this parents' race here. That's April Warpius there, our lone mom entry in this. Big shout out to her.
I think we got them stacked back up here.
I do. I think we do too. Hopefully, I mean, there is money on the line, so I guess it does matter.
Yeah, $1,000.
Yeah, because we're looking here at, I believe
they should have put together a crash damage fund.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be $950, $600, and $350.
Here we go.
All right, green flag is out.
Green, white's out.
Green and white, yes. One lap shootout.
Oh, my goodness. Four wide in the back.
Was that Van Beekum that touched? Oh, we got a pile up here. Just keep her green, keep her green.
We knew the last lap shootout would cause some chaos and damage.
Well, we heard this is going to be a local caution, I believe. Look at that. Is that?
Well, they're not coming back through there again under speed, so let them go.
I believe that is Bob Van Beekum out there.
Bob's back there a couple spots. I think he's in fourth. Here's Tim Jones trying to make a run for the podium. Here comes Van Beekum. Was that Van Beekum right there?
I think that's Van Beekum in Arkansas. Bob did tell me he was going to take a victory this weekend. I just didn't realize it's going to be in the parents' race.
I think he started off in fourth maybe and he had a great restart.
Yeah. Denny battling back there. Look at Brendan Gaughan sticking his nose in there going, hey, I want to play.
That might be two different categories right there. That might be first and second, actually.
All right, so I believe that is Bob Van Beekum. Yeah, we have two different divisions there. That is Atterbury, Denny, Gaughan. Two different categories. Is that Tim Jones?
And we're going to wish Tiffany Stone good luck at the podium.
Well, there's going to be stories, that's for sure. I believe that might be Bob Van Beekum. He may have got his victory.
Van Beekum might have got the win.
Now we're going to see what exactly transposed here in the first corner. So Bob Van Beekum down low, and it looked like...
was that Penrod?
I think that was Penrod trying to cut down. And
yeah, just got... I mean, that was nothing intentional there, but...
No, Bob held his line and...
contact with right rear, left front, redirected Penrod, and then he got collected by a couple more.
Yeah, I think Penrod thought he was clear to cut down and just wasn't quite clear yet.
Where was his spotter?
Yeah, that's it. Blame it on the spotter. Lucky nobody went over in that one.
It's one of those things, too, where you think the car down below is going to clear you. You start turning down thinking, you kind of just want to get to the bottom, and Just didn't wait quite long enough.
Well, we are going to cut to a commercial break out here, and we are going to let Tiffany Stone go through the chaos. Ken and I we're washing our hands of it here. No, we are not. Oh, she's shaking her head. I was like, are we not washing our hands of the chaos? All right, we're going to take a commercial break. We come back. We're going to have some podiums out here with the parents race. We'll return here to Firebird and the finale here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back out here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver and Ken Stout calling the action for you out here at Firebird Raceway. And we are going to have some podiums here for the parents' race. We have no idea who's on the podium quite yet, but we are going to have podiums.
We know Van Beekum won it. I can tell you that one.
Yeah, we had two different divisions racing, so we're going to have two different podiums.
He won the overall.
Yeah, Bob won the overall. You know, he told me this morning he was going to get a victory this weekend or today, and he did. So to Bob's credit, he's not a liar. Did old Babe Ruth called his shot, just didn't know where the shot was coming. Oh, man, I don't even know. Should we put the truck on the spot? We want to highlight package that one.
Yeah, right. They're cutting it down, Tate.
Oh, man. Good times. You know, that's a fun way to wrap up this 2025 and 2026 season. Man, it's you know, we're not done yet, but Ken, it's been a pleasure having you in the booth here for this finale.
It's been great, man. Thank everybody for the opportunity to come out here and sit alongside, man. Enjoy this one for sure.
Oh, so we are going to get them there. And, you know, the funny thing is normally podiums go pretty quick. I think it's going to take a while to get these dads out of the cars.
Get them all sorted.
Well, get them out of the cars. You're going to need a little help, I think.
That's a really good point.
I know if it was me, it takes me a bit to get out of a race car nowadays.
It's going to be a long time to get into one. It takes me forever to get out of one.
Well, I tell you what, I was here about 3-4 weeks ago. I was in Charlotte testing rallycross cars. And, you know, I got into some of these rallycross cars, and they've got these European kids that are about 21, 22 driving them in these small seats. And here's Jim, and it took me a while to get in. It took me a while to get out. I go, you know, if there's a crash, I'm probably just going down with the ship. All right, so that is normally Kyle Arkinaw's car, but I believe that is Bob Van Beekum behind the wheel. That looks like Denny and Atterbury there. Looks like Ryder Van Beekum.
Yeah, Ryder's down there saying it was all spotter.
I wonder if we're doing a Maxxis Fast Lap. Well, I know Bob's been wanting a Maxxis Fast Lap all season long, and his son keeps snaking him from it. So Ryder has had Maxxis Fast Laps, and Bob hasn't yet. So I'm wondering if this is where Bob finally gets his Maxxis Fast Lap.
Snags one.
Oh, this is a lot of fun out here.
Looking over at one point.
No, you were right. You know, Denny there for a while, kind of got bumped and banged there and spun around, but there was a minute there where Denny was just on fire. There's Bob. He's found his way to the podium. This is going to be an entertaining podium, that's for sure. Oh, man. You're going to love that. Dad's already talking trash. Oh, what a good time. What a good time.
Reminds me of a cup race. We were out here. I was in a cup race. I raced Pro Buggy for a year, and we raced against the ProLites, and it was total chaos.
Oh, look at the camaraderie out here. Oh, looks like Tiffany Stone is standing by. I'm going to hand it off to her.
Thanks, guys. You said that I was going to curate all of this chaos up here, and I am. We're going to have an amazing podium up here to finish out the season. Nice job. We're going to start. These are different names I'm used to be calling, but number 66, Josh Atterbury, taking the third place finisher. I've got some helpers over here. Who's got that third place trophy for me? Come on up. We're going to give this to Josh. Josh, you get a youth side-by-side. Nice. Up to 3. I absolutely love that. Obviously, time for Addie. I'm just going to be honest with you right now. We had a hard time figuring out this position. You get to talk to me. Tell me about round 1, I guess. We're calling this round 1 for you of the 26th season.
It was fantastic. I mean, it's kind of crazy to go from me and Terry Earp were kind of joking about this. We're going to take the kids' cars today and just go race Sportsman. It turned into this. So, I mean, I'm hoping it turns into a yearly thing. But, no, it was awesome. Yeah, it gives me a whole new perspective driving it when I'm yelling at Addie in the car, you know. It's pretty wild.
Well, then let's roles reverse. What was Addie saying to you?
You know, she did great. She pretty much yelled at me everything I yell at her, and she did a fantastic job spotting.
Well, I love this. You know, you were asking me if there was 2 different classes. For you guys who didn't know, in the Midwest, we do a thing called the Crandon Cup. We stagger it a little bit. You got Pro 2, Pro 4. You know, obviously the Pro 4 is a little bit faster. So then you guys, we have the turbos behind, and then you made your guys way up. I mean, Bobby's up here. So great job. I mean, I was a little tired, but now I'm like invigorated. This was awesome. Nice job. Who would you like to thank for your round 1 here of the Parents Dad Race?
Well, I mean, first I got to say, if I would have known there was 2 different classes, I wouldn't have let him pass. So, you know, I would have stepped on a little harder. But no, I got to thank my wife. I got to thank Addie for spotting. And, I mean, just, I guess, 2X Motorsports, Roman Venture Company, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixens. Woo! So, yeah, no, everybody for coming out, hanging around to watch this. Great time. Great time.
Not going to lie, this was the most people in the stands that we've seen for this type of racing. Great job. Congratulations. If you'd like, you could hop up on number 3 for me. Oh, I think, Addie, did you bring this for your dad as well? You did? Okay, please don't spray me, though. Thank you. All right, heading over at number 2. For our second place finisher, Fonz Denny. Nice job. Okay, are you coming out of retirement as well?
I don't know. I'm going to have to ask my daughter if I could borrow a car, I guess.
Well, from your perspective, how did you see things shape up there? We saw a big crash. We saw a flip over. Somebody lost 3 wheels, 3 tires. We don't know how that happened. Another one. And then, of course, on that green-white checker, we saw another one over there in turn 1. Dissect this for me.
It was crazy. There was carnage everywhere. Me and Camden were battling pretty good. He got around me, came down, saw he was flipped. I hope he's okay. I was just trying to catch up to old Bobby, the pro over here, you know, and giving it all I could do, and came up a little bit short, but it was fun, super fun. So.
Who was your spotter today?
I had Sherbert, a.k.a. Sherwood. My man did good job. So.
And what was he telling you in your ears?
Just kind of where my lines were. If they were coming on me, I was clean, you know, clear, whatever. So a lot of times you can't see behind you, so you don't know, protect the inside, outside, and he was letting me know where they were at, and we got it handled. So.
Well, I love this, the perspective that you all 3 got in this race. And, of course, all the parents out there, who would you like to thank for your round 1 here of the dad's mom parent race, whatever we're going to call this?
The wife for putting up with all of our crazy ideas. Daughter, Sherwood, Connor and Dave, and the whole 2X team. We couldn't do it without them. They will do anything for us. This one's for you guys. Appreciate it.
I love that. And when we were talking about the pro side-by-side race earlier, Connor is literally out there in the stands for every single race. He didn't miss this one, throwing his hands up just like he normally does, and I love it. The support that Connor gives everybody, especially now in this race as well, it doesn't go unnoticed. Nice job. Congratulations to you. You can hop on too. Let me grab your trophy. Who's got that second place trophy for me? All right. Nope, you can hand it right over there. Thank you. Nice job. All right. I've been waiting all season for this interview. You know, Bobby, when you said that you were going to take the top spot in a race, I didn't expect it to be this race. The guys up there in the booth didn't expect it either. I don't even know what to say. You've got me speechless. Tell me about the race.
Well, I drove Kyle's car to finish. None of my cars seemed to finish, so that was it, right? It's all the same prep in some of our team's cars, but I can't seem to get my personal car to finish, and Kyle's actually ran.
Well, you've done it here. I do have this. Actually, you can take that right there. $1,000 for the winner. The rest of you guys, you'll be able to pick yours up at registration, but an extra $1,000 for you over there, Bobby. Tell me about your round one here of the mom-dad parent race.
It was great. You know, it was a lot of fun. It was a long to catch. I didn't realize it was going to be that far. Trying to drive Kyle's car was a handful. I don't understand how he gets it around the track the way he does, to be honest with you. It is not the same as ours. Ryder warned me prior to going in. He said, Dad, this car don't turn. It has no brakes. He wasn't lying. It doesn't turn. It has no brakes. You just got to commit to it, and I understand it. But we got some changes for Kyle's car. I know how to make it better for sure. For him, he's already beaten me now, but I know how to make it even better for him.
Well, we do have one more question for you. We saw you get that little jump on that last restart for the last lap over here. Was that all, you know, I don't even know how to say it. Was that in your brain, or did you just want to go for it?
No, it's just a normal start for a pro start. It's simple, yeah. It's like the gate was open, so the car's fast. I knew it was going to outrun them all, so just dove down in there and took it.
All right, well, you are my last interview of the 25-26 season. Bobby Van Beekum, sum this up for me.
Well, first of all, we want to thank everybody for coming out for a great season. We got to thank CORR. We got to thank you for being here, Jim, Beaver. We got to thank everybody who's been here helping up. Yeah, we're thanking Greco for the money. Thank you. For sure. Jeff did. It was Jeff the one that set all this up. You guys realize that, right? Him and his Coors Light, then they were going for it, right? Anyways, Jeff did a great job with what he did. It was exciting. It was harder than I expected to come from the back the way it was, and I didn't expect it. It was a huge gap, right? And then driving a car that you've never drove before. Anyways, I do want to thank Jeff. It was a great time, Jeff, and I hope I won't do that again, to be honest with you. It's not. It's just, it's different. Until I'm old in a crippled chair, I'm going to let these guys have it from here on. Dads to have fun, and it was a good time.
Well, let's get your trophy up here. Who's got that first place trophy for me? And I think there's a bottle of champagne as well. We're going to bring that up. Nice job. Let's give this to Bobby over here. Please don't get the camera. You can spray whomever else, and I'm out of here. One more big round of applause for your mom, dad, parent race top three. Back up to you guys.
Good times for sure, man.
Oh, definitely good times. Oh, this is God. Oh man, what a mess. What a way to cap off the season. Good times. Look at Bob. I'm gonna take a swig of this. I earned this one. Well, Bob got his win. He called his shot this morning. Oh, we're gonna look here at some of our highlight package. A couple big rollovers, but what a great way. I mean, CORR, this series really has put itself on the map in the 2025 and 2026 season. Ken Stout, I mean, obviously you've been watching this series all.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible. Want to thank our partners there at Racer Network and the Racer Plus app for airing us all season long. On behalf of Ken Stout and Tiffany Stone, I am Jim Beaver, and we will see you next season here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.